Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy's foul with disgust and it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy, say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat, they been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace. And now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Show in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of
GOP first began this judicial scheme.
I'm your host, Tan Krumah, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience in hand, so which I'm the co-executive producer of and co-host of. And then we might be joined with Lady Che. We'll see when she wake up from her nap. But on this season 6, episode 24, or Deuce Foe, part 2 or part Deuce of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is some damn Democrats. We're going in on them Democrats tonight. Just about every topic is about the Democrats. Dems have never tried to defend Voting Rights Act, contrary to popular belief. Then Black Americans are done with old Democrats or Democrats. It's loud. Supreme Court decision puts CBC seats at risk. Will it change anything? CBC begs Black voters after new ruling. Democrat candidates called out for ignoring Black community during campaign season. Shame on you, Democrats. The Democrats and CBC are cooked and crashing out. Great news. Great news. We've said since the very beginning we don't care if both of these parties collapse. To hell with the duopoly. It has to fall. And then FBA's question, Dr. Candace Matthews and Quanell X political agenda. Activists in Houston shut down a gas station over this. Other groups are anti-Black. We're at war, Black family. Until it's time to call on FBA. Ashley Gonzalez reaction. Then Professor Black Truth's crime report, Friday crime report. Racist Latino attacks Black Mailwoman. Then Latino agrees with Ashley Gonzalez and refuses to apologize for her anti-Blackness. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from from Blog Talk to StreamYard. So please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Our personal page, Jesse Parasek at A-Chain Kruma. Excuse me, that's where we stream all the city council meetings and local city council and local events here in Denver and Aurora, Black events and community meetings as well. And whatever I might feel like filming for the day, since I am, a content creator. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that channel. Then also in the description, we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well, the RBA. And she should be doing one sometime this week. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub up to Jeanette1. So Shabaka can start going live on YouTube as well, like he was in the past. Then we got our cousin or Lokester out the Bay Area, out of Fairfield to be exact, in San Francisco. Jay Militant, shout out to Jay Militant, because I've been going through it, but we're going to continue to promote our brother's channel. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, who is an artist, one of the dopest MCs out of Denver, actually. And his YouTube channel is Kukizi5100. He might be tapping in with us later. We shall see. And then we got our brother Breeze Omega, who I was chopping it up earlier, who was live. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He's out of VA, Virginia, by way of New York. And his content over there is heavy, very similar to our content over here. Then we got our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, the Church of Black Power, who was just live as well. So make sure y'all check him out. He's real heavy. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers, so salute. Congratulations to our brother. Keep up the good work. Then we got our brother who's been on hiatus, but did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And that was our brother Black Truth United. Salute to him. And then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. I didn't put him in the description, but our brother is heavy as well. He put on several content creators, new Blacc Media content creators, such as Lisa Cabrera. So salute to him. Then we got our, and he's also out the DMV area as well. So check him out. He's heavy. And then we got the Rolodex in the description and the link to submit your business to the Rolodex in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Take Action, Sister Brooks Call to Action in New York. Hey, salute Goddess Nobby. I was just talking about Breeze. Channel. My brother just passed 1,000 subscribers, so salute to him. We missed you over there earlier, Nobby. You must have been lurking. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got the 103-year-old elder who's on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. So the link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. And then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am on the ballot for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado. And the link to my website is in the description as well. And you can donate directly on the website. That copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And those areas are as such: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. I was going to try to show y'all the compensatory code, but I got it kind of buried right now. But I got all 3 of his books: the compensatory code, concept for victims of racism, white supremacy, textbook, workbook, study guide, etc., and the word guide as well. I got the 1984 edition, and I got the 2016 edition. And so work on producing justice, which means replacing this evil, vile, wicked system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. So that's what we actively work toward each and every day. And when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, the queen mother of Black psychology, FBA psychology. And she transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80, and she would have been 90 as of a month ago. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, y'all. So while we're waiting on Shabaka to get in here, because he should be in here any minute, I'm going to play Professor Black Truth. He's going to give us an update on the Democrats and how they've never tried to defend Voting Rights Act. You know how they're freaking out behind this latest Supreme Court decision? Well, the Democrats historically have not done nothing to protect the Voting Rights Act. And Professor Black Truth, who I've been listening to for over a decade, is going to give us an update on that. Let me share my screen so y'all can see what I see. And we'll get to it. Appreciate y'all tapping in on this Sunday night. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Flashback. But because, as we've been telling you, the so-called Project 2025 and other stratagems is the same old GOP crap we've seen them peddling for decades. It's reprehensible, yes, but it's nothing we haven't seen or heard before. But there will be one good thing to come out of all this. With an unrepentant racist back in the White House, people who've been sitting on their behinds, they're not going to be able to go back to TV reruns. And they're actually going to be prompted to demand things like they were doing in 2020. So Republicans have retaken the presidency and the Senate. Uncle Clarence Thomas can now safely retire and live on Harlan Crow's front porch like the dog he is. I can promise you right now, one of the things that's going to happen is some of those old decrepit right-wingers on the Supreme Court, they're going to go ahead and announce their retirement, because unlike the Democrats like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she wanted to make sure that she retired when a woman was president. We saw how that worked out. But Trump will now have the ability, since he controls the Senate and they're the ones who confirm Supreme Court nominees, he'll be able to go ahead and rubber stamp whoever he wants on there. And this being the case, they'll be able to put a bunch of young radical ideologues on the Supreme Court. And that being the case, even as they lose one state legislature after the next, they'll still have the ability to influence policy for decades for now, because they'll have people with lifetime appointments on the bench. We know what the Federalist Society's playbook is. But the Democrats have not been acting like they knew it. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't the Supreme Court they were concerned about. It was making sure they wouldn't have to do anything for Black people. Well, they stuck to their guns on that one and shot themselves in the foot repeatedly. End of flashback. We heard so much about Project 2025, didn't we? But that Project 2025 talk went silent the last year or so, especially as pressure began to mount on Israel, especially with the fact that gas prices have spiked and the impact that this is expected to have on the 2026 midterms. Things have been trending against the Orange Man, so I guess that's the reason why in 2025 we didn't hear too much talk about Project 2025. But because I know the DNC shills and plants never have any new material, don't be surprised when people suddenly start slithering out of their holes and start posting talking points saying, see.
Yep, Gregory Robertson and fuck Kamala, lock him up. Harris, bath greens in the bathtub, collard greens in the bathtub. Harris, to hell with her too. We don't support any one of these parties. We are independent. We must be new here, but we are centrists. We are Black first centrists, Black nationalists, rather. And we don't care about either one of these parties. They can both collapse, go into demise for all we care. We are concerned about our people and what's best for our people. So if you're Black first and not D first, you are welcome here. Right, it's over for the Democratic shills. This is a no shill zone. Twin, put in no shill zone. Like no tether zone. Exactly. We independent B1. We're the Black First Party. That's what we represent over here. All right, so let me get back to the professor.
This is Project 2025. Republicans are eliminating the Voting Rights Act. Listen up, Slowpoke. The Republicans have been attacking the Voting Rights Act through the Supreme Court since 2013. That was when the infamous Shelby v. Holder ruling was handed down that eliminated the pre-clearance provision of the VRA. That was 13 years ago. That ruling came down in 2013. Say, does anyone remember who the president was in 2013? It was Trump, right? No, it was Obama. In fact, it was only 1 year into his second term. Were the Democrats running around with their hair on fire then? Because that's when they should have been doing it. Was the Congressional Black Caucus in a panic? Yes, actually, they were in an uproar for illegal aliens and abortion. Because we didn't hear from the Congressional Black Caucus or any Democratic contender for the presidency on that ruling in 2013. That wasn't a big issue of the 2014 midterms either. They didn't care because, as Rahm Emanuel and others were saying, Democrats were too busy trying to slap together a new voting bloc, one that would not be comprised of Black voters, or rather one that wouldn't be vulnerable to Black voters' emerging demands. They were doing as usual, elevating these other groups, making inroads with these other group spokespeople, Like when Biden said black voters needed to start taking orders and start listening to immigrant groups who are culturally hostile and even violently racist towards black people, as we saw in the LA City Council. So where was the concern for the Voting Rights Act been at for the last 13 years? Where was the concern for it at in 2020 when Biden was president and he controlled both the House and the Senate for the first 2 years of his presidency? What was his priority then? There was no concern in nearly a decade and a half, especially not from the CBC. In fact, you've never seen these do-nothing morons put their empty heads together to get anything done, ever. The entire point of having a legislative caucus is...
I listened to Dr. Claude Anderson back in 2013 when he said all black people, all black Americans, at the time he was calling us Native Black Americans, need to register as independents, and I've been an independent ever since. So I don't care about either one of these goddamn parties. They can both eat shit and die for all I care. I'm just concerned about what resources is coming to my people, and if we're actually getting accurate representation, because these muds is not representing us. This misleader class and this boule, they have to go down. I'm gonna let the professor continue.
That you're supposed to use your numbers to get policies passed into law. That's what you do. Basically, you got a whole cabal, a voting bloc within a legislature, and you decide what policies you're going to try to force through. And yet, in over 50 years, more than half a century that the CBC's been in existence, not once have you ever seen them leverage their numbers to get anything done. They never use their numbers to force an agenda. Not even once. Like these civil rights groups, the CBC is nothing more than a DC-based social club. They strut around in their suits, act like big shots. They collect their bribes, campaign contributions, and ignore black voters. You have a smaller group of white congresspeople, the so-called phony Freedom Caucus, who held their own party leadership hostage on multiple occasions in order to force their agenda into the House of Representatives. Hell, Matt Gaetz almost got assaulted on the floor of Congress by his own fellow Republicans because he refused to let Kevin McCarthy be confirmed as Speaker until the Freedom Caucus's absurd demands. That's what those clowns have done in the last few years. Now compare that to the Congressional Black Caucus, all of these decades, half a century plus, and they never did this even one time, never raised their voices or even spoke out of turn. And neither did any of the black representatives at the state level either. Look at what California's own Black Assembly Caucus did on reparations. Oh, they were able to come together as a bloc, all right, to mock their own black voters and laugh in their faces as they shot down the idea of a Freedmen's Bureau. This is what happened in a blue state, mind you. This is what the black representatives have done all these decades while the white right was dismantling the Voting Rights Act. These same CBC members didn't care about that at all. And that's why even chuckleheads like Roly-Poly, they can't sit there and do the, I tell you, it's the black grassroots people, they's the ones who made this. No, what it comes down to is you had your people in there for the longest time, all of these immigrants on the CBC, these tethers and foreign flags who are only in Congress because of the Voting Rights Act. And in over half a century, they have done absolutely nothing except for to advocate for the white Democratic leadership's pet issues and, of course, to line their own pockets. They didn't care about the Voting Rights Act at all. They've been there for over half a century. All of these tethers and foreign flags in the Congressional Black Caucus. Well, what did Stephen Horsford or Kamala Harris or Joe Neguse or the now former Congresswoman Shafirlis McCormick and all these other immigrants prioritize after Shelby v. Holder went down in 2013? What have they prioritized 13 years since? Did the immigrants of the CBC marshal their numbers and bring a halt to all business before the House until the Voting Rights Act was reinforced, or to demand that it be made permanent? Or did the Immigrant Black Caucus totally ignore all that and spend their time protecting DACA and fighting to extend TPS and fighting to shut down ICE? Is that what your Immigrant Black Caucus did? Because you heard about that from them nonstop. Other than the Blacc Media, who else was telling you about this? Who else was telling you about how the Federalist Society was going to be dismantling the Voting Rights Act? You dang sure didn't hear about it from the CBC. And when it comes to these immigrants in the Congressional Black Caucus, there's a dirty little secret that nobody's been talking about. You see, the states that are going to be most heavily affected by all of this Republican redistricting are states that these immigrant Congress people are not in. You see, the Congress people who are actually going to be most heavily affected by all of this redistricting happen to be people who aren't immigrants, people who come from FBA lineage, though they haven't been acting like it. It's no accident that the lawsuit that brought about this Supreme Court ruling originated in Louisiana. So the immigrant members of the Congressional Black Caucus, as far as they're concerned, well, that's not going to affect us anyway. And that's why you don't see the immigrants in the CBC raising hell about this. Have you noticed that if you've been paying attention? For example, Congressman Alejandro Frost of Florida, he only managed to post one pathetic little tweet about the Voting Rights Act. That's how important it was to him. Then the very next day, he posted 2 tweets about immigration. The first thing he complained about was the Supreme Court hearing a case regarding TPS. That's a Democrat policy meant to block immigrants like himself from being deported. And the second thing he posted a tweet about was complaining that the Republicans were trying to fund ICE and Border Patrol. See, that's what he did in the wake of this landmark Supreme Court ruling. He started putting the focus on immigrants like himself. Oh, and by the way, he also complained that DeSantis was trying to redraw the district map in Florida. So the young immigrant congressperson, who, by the way, is intersectional, he posts 1 measly little tweet about the Voting Rights Act, but 2 about keeping immigrants like himself from being deported. And just to show you how unserious the Immigrant Black Caucus is, while Alejandro Frost all but ignored the ruling on the Voting Rights Act, he spent the week before the ruling and days afterwards going on an orgy of tweets about a place called Sloth World. I'm not making that up. He was complaining about the treatment of wildlife, apparently, and then bragging that he helped to get Sloth World shut down. So while the right-wing zealots on the Supreme Court have been dismantling the Voting Rights Act, Congressman Alejandro Frost was concerned about the treatment of sloths. You know, given how slow, slovenly, and lazy they are, when you say Sloth World, the first thing that comes to my mind is the Congressional Black Caucus. But Alejandro Frost isn't alone. Another immigrant member of the CBC, Stephen Horsford, only bothered to post 2 measly tweets about the Voting Rights Act himself. But during that same period, predictably, he was far more concerned about gas prices, Trump's tariffs, and whether or not Trump has been doing any insider trading during the war with Iran. So in other words, he's sticking to the same old Democrat standard playbook, all the same old stale talking points. That's what he's been concerned about. And what did he say about Black people during all this? Nothing. But he did make sure that he would commemorate other groups who he's hoping to get campaign donations from. This DC have been concerned about. See, Stephen Horsford's out there in Nevada. He's not concerned about redistricting there. And the same thing goes for people like Ilhan Omar. See, these people are not down there in the states of the old Confederacy where there's going to be the most vicious redistricting going on. So as far as they're concerned, well, that sounds like a you problem. That's what's happening here in the CBC. The immigrants in the CBC used all of those gains that FBA activists fought for in the 40s, 50s, and 60s in order to get themselves all of these lofty positions in government. And now that you got the Republicans who are dismantling it, those same immigrants are saying, well, let's worry about whether or not there's going to be higher gas prices, or let's worry about the sloths. That's the real constituency we should be worried about. This is what's supposed to be a Congressional Black Caucus. Even the immigrants in the CBC aren't concerned about the Voting Rights Act even now. They're not even treating it as an afterthought. The Immigrant Black Caucus is treating it as a non-event. Unless you've been in a coma the last 15 years, none of this should be a surprise. This latest attack on the Voting Rights Act was not new at all. As the Blacc Media told you, this is just a continuation of the same GOP policy that they've been pursuing for decades, and that the Democrats have not been pushing back against. We've been telling you this for years now, that this is the Federalist Society, and that they had a program at work, legislating from the bench. That's what the Federalist Society was put together to do, to shoehorn as many of their members into the federal judiciary as possible. And then at that point, damn the Constitution, forget about the law. We're just going to be handing down rulings according to our own political ideology. I've been telling you about this, that it was coming, but the Democrats and their bootlicking shills, not so much. Where have the Boule been at while all this has been going on? Probably the same place as the Black Immigrant Caucus. Because you see, they had their congressional seats. They brag about their prayer breakfast and their summer luncheons and their fall fish fries. So where's the roly-poly's been at all these years to tell his fellow immigrants in the CBC they need to get on this? This is a failure of the would-be talented 10th, the Black Miss Leadership class. This is their failure. That's the reason why they're not too eager to put blame on it, because they can't avoid the blame on this one. All these Negroes who we were told that they're so much smarter than everyone else. Yeah, look at all this genius. Look at all this foresight. These clowns who the white media kept putting on TV, and this just got by all of them. For nearly 15 years, they spent all their time lecturing us to vote for them. But what were they doing with the bootlicks they already had in office? What have they been doing with the offices that they've been holding all these decades? Were they telling these people to get on this? Of course not. Now, this is going to result in at least one less Democratic district in Louisiana, possibly more. And this means the congressional black talkers are going to be down at least a couple of members. Now, we have been told that this is a horrifying calamity and an absolute catastrophe for black voting rights. Well, last time I checked, the 15th Amendment hasn't been struck down. The white right's probably working on it, but then again, the CBC hasn't been trying to protect that either. Mostly, this is a catastrophe for black politicians of the Democratic bent. That seems to be the real apocalypse going on here. If you've been one of these Negroes who's been trying to find a comfortable place under the DNC, then things are going to be a little bit uncomfortable for you. But then again, what were they doing with their offices all these years? Republicans have been attacking the Voting Rights Act ever since it was passed in the 60s, and they've been promising that they would use the courts to dismantle it for at least 30 years. They've been saying all this for decades. The courts are the white right's last ditch, and Democrats have been sitting back and letting them do it. Democrats have refused to stand up for their own legislation. They've been sitting back and allowing the white right to take over the federal judiciary. They certainly haven't been trying to stop them. Why do you think the Ed Blums have suddenly been so successful with their lawsuits in the last 10 years when creeps like him couldn't get anything through the legislatures or the courts for the previous 40 years? This ruling by the Supreme Court originated in Louisiana, and that's no coincidence. Who are the black congressional representatives down there? Leo Fields. Can anyone name anything this guy has done other than be in Congress? Another congressperson from Louisiana was Cedric Richmond back in the day. Remember him? He was a congressman from Louisiana when he was going to the mat for immigrants, specifically from Asia. So he was sticking to the party line while all of this was going on. When you had Shelby v. Holder and other stuff being ramrodded through the courts, Congressman Cedric Richmond was focused on immigrants. That was his number one priority. Oh, wait, there was that one time in 2016, when Trump was running for president for the first time, when Richmond suddenly woke up from his coma and he mentioned in passing voting restrictions, which we know has more to do with immigrants than anything else. But then he talked about how it was going to hurt Black, Latino, Asian, Native American, elderly, the Martians, basically everyone. See, these bootlicks, they can't just mention Black people alone. They always got to shoehorn everybody else in there with us. Never mind that these other groups that Richmond was so concerned about, like the Asians, Hispanics, and such, they broke for Trump not once, but 3 times in a row. It was Hispanics who voted for Trump in the last election. These other groups have been helping Republicans to push their policies through. They're minorities when Democrats are putting together social policies, but when it comes to the rest of the time, especially how they vote, they want to be white supremacist adjacent. This is what Cedric Richmond was cheerleading for. He's a liar when he tries to equate Black voters with any other constituency, because those other constituencies support the policies that he complains about. But his concern for everyone except us is why he was chosen to be part of the Biden administration. And he was telling Black people, you can't go making any demands of Biden or Harris before they get into office. You have to just vote for them first and then afterwards hope that they do something for you. But you can't condition your vote on them promising you anything. That would be just wrong. That's what Cedric Richmond's been doing all these years. Congressman from Louisiana. He was repping immigrants and white Democratic politicians. And as for Black people, he was ignoring Black people. And on the rare occasion when he incidentally addressed Black people, it was always shut up and vote the way we tell you to. Did Cedric Richmond use his congressional office to demand Democrats secure the seats of Black representatives? You notice I'm not saying anything about actual Black policies like reparations or an anti-Black hate crime law or to punish hospitals for their genocide of Black citizens. I'm talking about whether or not these guys have done anything to even protect themselves. Or was Congressman Cedric Richmond just focused on climbing the political ladder, raising his own profile so he could parlay his brief time in Congress into some sort of cabinet position, or in his case, cabinet adjacent position in the White House, and then afterwards go and pursue some sort of consulting gig, the same way that all those other bootlicks and shills in the Biden administration, like Simone Mamie Sanders, did. This is what your quote-unquote black Congress people have been doing in the years since Shelby v. Holder. That should have been a 5-alarm fire that all of them were obsessed with, but instead, nope, business as usual, and the business ignoring black people, including themselves. They weren't hitting any alarm bells. They weren't worried about all this or even concerned. These clowns have the survival instincts of a cantaloupe. While the CBC's been obsessing about illegal aliens and sloth world, I've been warning you about the Federalist Society and how they infiltrated the Supreme Court precisely for this purpose, to legislate from the bench. If they actually cared about this issue, then instead of constantly demanding black people turn out to vote, they would actually have made stonewalling GOP nominees to the federal courts their top priority. They spent their time lecturing the base instead, finger-wagging at us. They're nowhere near as angry about this Supreme Court ruling as they were at black voters who dared to demand that the thugs in blue be punished. Don't let anyone tell you that this all came out of the blue. This is just some unforeseen shockwave that's rippled across the judicial landscape, like nobody could have seen this coming. It's been excruciatingly obvious since at least Shelby v. Holder that the Federalist Society flunkies on the Supreme Court were going for it. They were about to do an all-or-nothing push to nullify the Constitution and the progressive legislation of the 20th century in order to give the white right a new lease on life, at least a generation or so. Mitch McConnell gave the entire game away during the Obama years, when Shelby v. Holder went down. And he said the GOP's top priority in the Senate would be to ensure that Obama didn't get even one judicial nominee through, which was exactly what they did. This way, the GOP could front-load the federal courts with right-wing activists from the Federalist Society the next time that they got the presidency. The GOP wasn't even making a secret of what they were going to do. And what was the CBC doing while all this was going on? They were putting on the cape for immigrants, illegal immigrants at that. They were doing sit-ins after a mass shooting at a gay nightclub, and they were going to the mat for abortion. That was their priority, while the white right was plotting how to legislate them out of existence. So the problem wasn't that they didn't know, it's that they didn't care. They're so determined to escape being black that they ignore the dangers to themselves. They have nothing but contempt for black voters. They wish they didn't have to deal with black voters because our demands make it uncomfortable for them when they got to get in front of their white paymasters. We put pressure on them to say things they don't want to say, and worse, we demand they do things that they don't want to do. Look at Negro Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper. When have you seen that decrepit failure do anything for us? I've shown you chapter and verse how he's not worried at all about GOP policy because he's gotten enough graft and bribes and payoffs that he's going to be financially set no matter what. He's the purest example of the black misleadership class's utter failure. Clowns like Eli Mistal are saying that America is going to become an apartheid state. When the hell has this country not been an apartheid state? Apparently, when you're in the sound stages of MS now, you seem to think that America's a democracy. That shows how dumb this fool is. Every facet and aspect of the society is segregated by race and always has been. There has never been a period when America hasn't been an apartheid state. Democrats have done nothing to change this. Look at what's going on at the state level. They back white candidates, and as for the black ones, they prefer to cherry pick those based on party connections and who's part of the boule, who's bootlick adjacent, who's the most politically reliable. The Democrats are not interested in winning office unless they can win office the quote-unquote right way. And right way means you got people in there who are ideologically aligned with the DNC agenda, which is basically the RNC agenda only without the ethnic slurs. So as usual, Eli Mistal sounds like a moron, just like the Negroes who have the nerve to use the word democracy whenever talking about the U.S. This country has never been a democracy for a single instant of its existence, and it's always been an apartheid state thanks in large part to the Democrats. They were the party of slavery in the 19th century, and they became the party of benign neglect in the 20th century and have remained that ever since. So you can be disgusted about this latest Supreme Court ruling, but don't try to act surprised. The Blacc Media has been telling you about this since the beginning, that this was the Republican plan the whole time. Democrats had the White House and Congress many times since Shelby v. Holder. And what have they done with it? Well, during Biden's term, he chose to stick up for the thugs in blue. He went to the Supreme Court, all right, to file motions on behalf of the police. And then they gave billions of dollars of COVID money to the thugs in blue, then billions more to Ukraine, and even more billions to Israel. That's what the Democrats' top priority was during the Biden years. The only time they thought about the federal judiciary was to put Ketanji Brown on the bench, but they did that in the hopes that Black women would ignore the lack of policies from the Biden administration, that they would see a Black woman and her white husband and be eager to vote for Kamala as a result. They were hoping that Black women would just mindlessly sell the soap. That's what they were hoping for. Democrats went to the mat for abortion. They didn't need to wait 10 plus years for that either. One threat to white women's sacred cow, and the Democrats acted. Same thing for gay marriage. All it took was one threat from Clarence Thomas to revisit the Dobbs decision that legalized gay marriage, and Democrats during an election year mobilized to protect it. So they weren't concerned about a white lash. They weren't concerned about a voter backlash or the unpopularity of gay marriage. What they cared about was, as long as it's not Black, we can go ahead and stand for it. The problem isn't one of organization. Democrats are organized. The problem is they have the policies they actually are concerned about, and there are others that they don't care about at all. And any policy having to do with Black people is one that they're not concerned about. The CBC couldn't be bothered to stick up for themselves because they know their white leftist pals hate them as much as the white right. The CBC already knows that they cannot go to their white Democrat paymasters and insist that they prioritize saving their seats because they have nothing but contempt for them. It would actually mean that these white Democrats would have to make Black representation a priority, and they won't even do it for their own bootlicks. Now, of course, I expect the DNC shills, plants, and ops to mindlessly repeat the mantra that they've been told to say, if Kamala had gotten elected, this wouldn't have happened. Hey, stupid. Trump got his right-wing nut majority on the court during his first term. So the MAGA court was in place before Biden won the presidency. And because time only moves forward, not backwards, those same right-wing nuts would still be on the court even if Kamala Harris had won in 2024. At best, she could have only done what Biden did, and that is to replace Stephen Breyer with Ketanji Brown. That's all that Kamala Harris would have been able to do, something like that. But it's not going to change the composition of the court. They would still have the exact same composition they have today, 3 Democrat nominees on the court versus 6 Republican ones. Also, the red state racists in Louisiana, they're the majority in their state legislature. So they would have brought their suit regardless, same way the rednecks in Alabama did with Shelby v. Holder. Remember, Shelby v. Holder happened during Obama's administration, not after it. So the Federalist Society flunkies on the Supreme Court were already a majority back then, 13 years ago. Kamala being president in 2024 wouldn't have stopped this any more than Obama being president in 2013 stopped that Supreme Court. Look, if Democrats were so hot and bothered about protecting Black voting districts, where the hell was all this phony concern at in the 90s when the GOP first began this judicial scheme? Where were the alarms at when W began putting unqualified zealots on the Supreme Court? Where was the Democrat concern at when Mitch McConnell began jamming up all of Obama's judicial nominees? And then after Shelby v. Holder, and then when Trump was running for office, at what point did the Democrats make it a priority to protect Black districts in any way? They haven't. They don't protect Black districts from pollution by these industrial corporations. They don't protect Black citizens from attacks by the thugs in blue in Democrat cities like Minneapolis, Louisville, New York, and elsewhere. They don't protect Black students from being persecuted by racist school officials. They don't protect Black districts from redlining or any other economic discrimination. Name for me any time the Democrats have waged a legal or judicial war to protect Black people or to promote and forward our interests. They can get laws passed for literally everybody else except us. And they've had control of Congress and the White House numerous times in the last 13 years alone. They've had plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to do it in the years since Shelby v. Holder. But how often have you even heard them mention Shelby v. Holder? Now, compare that to how many times you've heard those.
Greetings, Shabaka. It's just in time for Professor Line Blacc.
Okay.
On how they done nothing to protect voting, Black voting rights acts. So I'm just getting you up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Oh, loud and clear because I'm not using a Bluetooth, so I found an old raggedy plug-in headset.
Oh, okay. Well, you sound clear on my end. You might just want to speak up a little bit.
Good. No, okay, hold on a second. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, what about now?
You sound clear on my end.
Okay. Hey, what up, Cal Dog? How you be?
Yeah, right when he entered the building, you entered the building. Salute, Cal Dog. We got Goddess in here. We got Twin. We got Mars.
Okay.
And whoever's
speaking. Okay.
We got like 20. Oh, Fresh is in here.
Okay. Hey, that's beautiful. We're growing. You know what I'm saying?
I cracked the code, Shabaka.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. All righty. All right. Okay. All right. And I'm just reviewing your email right here, what we're talking about. Make sure that I'm up to speed.
It's all
right
Democrats.
Okay.
It's all Democrats tonight. We're going in on them Democrats and them anti-Black Latinos.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. Now, that's a good one. Dems have never tried to defend the Voting Rights Act. Fact. Black Americans are done with old Democrats. Fact. A fact. It's allowed. Supreme Court decision puts congressional Black caucus seats at risk. Why are we not surprised? Will it change anything? For the worse, but not for the better either. Congressional Black caucus begs Black voters after new ruling Democrat candidates ignoring Black community during campaign season. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, that's great. That's downright outstanding. Okay. And then I'm gonna share out the the YouTube link, please.
It's in the email, Shabaka.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. Sharing it out. Okay, YouTube link.
Oh, y'all was in the halfway together? He said we was in the halfway. You want Watergard halfway house? Okay. I was just he was on the platform before he came over here.
Oh, okay. And then the link is shared out there on the Shabaka's Black Experience Live page. Okay. All right.
We got 2,000 last night, 2,000 plus last night. Let's shoot for 3,000 tonight.
Oh, okay. Good. We are coming along. Okay. All right.
10 new subscribers.
Okay. Appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All right. So therefore, man, if I may say,
let's shoot for 400 tonight. 400 subscribers by the end of the night.
Okay. And then also too, I've been sharing the past episodes we've been doing in my groups. You know, hopefully that's helping with numbers too. You know what I mean?
That is helping, Shabaka. Our numbers are quadrupled.
Okay, good, real good. Okay, all right, I'm following your lead, ladies and gentlemen and ladies. Okay, you said Goddess Navi is with us?
Yep, we got Goddess Navi in the building. We got Fresh Always, Twin, and Cow Dog.
Oh.
And Mars.
Oh, okay.
Mars is in.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, Goddess Navi's got a comment in here, and this is from Goddess Navi, quote unquote. Nice, that's an excellent description for that cunt. Let me guess. She must be talking about Cop Mala. Okay, Goddess, you'll get no argument from me.
We had a Democratic shield pop up in the chat, Shabaka.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Gregory got in here talking about F Donald Trump with all blue hearts.
Oh, crap.
Democratic shields over here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Shield free zone and a Republican shield free zone.
Okay. All righty. Okay. All right. So I'm on the headset tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Thank you, Twin. That's right.
Okay. Appreciate you, Twin. You know what I'm saying and whatnot.
All right. So you mentioned Shabaka, the professor was just finishing up his dialogue.
Okay.
Same Democrats whining about defund the police. Jim Clyburn whined about it. Jim Himes whined about it. The Cajun Skeletor James Carville. You just can't trust none of these Democrats named James or Jim. Black voters in Mississippi have been demanding Democrats act on their behalf since forever. And what have Democrats done in that state? Shelby v. Holder was a case that came out of Alabama. But guess what else is in the state of Alabama? The town of New Bern. That was the Black enclave where white supremacist misrule was enshrined into law by racists, and they outlawed elections in that place so that white racists could stay in power and not be able to be voted out. They allowed New Bern to remain under white supremacist misrule for decades, since the 60s, and not one Democrat said a word about it, not even Obama, not even Eric Holder. It was social media that blew the lid off of that one. All right. So that's the complete and thorough failure of the Black misleadership class, the Black Boule, the Immigrant Black Caucus, and the white Democratic leadership on this. Well, not so much failure as their complete and thorough political malpractice. I don't feel sorry for them, and neither should you. This is a problem for Black politicians. Remember, the only reason that they're pretending to be all hot and bothered about this is because, as they see it, this is a captive Black voting bloc that they think is dependable to vote a particular way. Now, the next question becomes, since these Black politicians haven't done a doggone thing for Black voters, and we already know that the white right isn't trying to do us any favors, what are Black voters going to be doing with their ballots? Well, the question becomes how to leverage it in different ways. You see, there is something that the white right didn't consider with this latest political machination. They've incidentally created purple districts now, instead of the solid red ones that they had. For the clowns out there who are letting the white media put them in a panic and who are saying, we're going to lose our representation, stupid, you never had representation. Please tell me, what representation do you have now? Negro Jim Clyburn's been in office since the beginning of time, and that scumbag's district is one of, if not the poorest congressional district in America. But Negro Jim isn't poor, and neither is his daughter, who was on the FCC. They're both doing real good. And when you make demands of Negro Jim, what does he do? He yells at you, he talks down to you, he lectures you, he tells you that your demands are bad politics. How is Negro Jim Clyburn's behavior toward Black voters any different or any better than what you would expect from a Lindsey Graham or any other Republican? He's only concerned with protecting his own position in the white political machine. I want you to think about all the policies the Republicans have done in the state of South Carolina or nationally or anywhere else for that matter. What has Jim Clyburn done to stop them? What have any of these DNC bootlicks done? You look kind of slow panicking that this is going to be the end of Black representation when you literally can't name anything that these representatives have done for you. This is the same thing that I had to tell people about the Orange Man when he was running for office. Please tell me, what is it that you're so terrified the Republicans are going to do that the Democrats haven't been allowing them to do the whole time? Oh, they're going to strike down the Voting Rights Act. They've been attacking it since 2013. What have the Democrats done about that? Oh, they're going to defund the schools. Have you seen what's been happening in Chicago, a Democrat stronghold? Please tell me what policy you're so terrified of from the Republicans that the Democrats haven't already been doing, or at the very least, that the Democrats haven't been letting the Republicans do. All of the stuff the Republicans have been doing, it hasn't been happening in a vacuum. It's been happening literally right in front of the Democrats, in many cases when Democrats have been the majority in Congress. A Voting Rights Act means very little when the only choice Black voters have is one party that says they won't do anything for us and the other party that says they can't do anything for us. Democrats have been catering to the illegal aliens, to the white female vote and the LGBT vote and everybody else. That's who they've been trying to make a new voter base out of. Then Black people voice our demands and Democrats are dismissive at best and blatantly disrespectful at worst. And you have fools out here, most of them DNC shills and plants, telling us that this is our representation. Well, you know, I'd rather have to contend with an honest enemy than waste my time trying to work with a false friend. Tell these Democrat politicians to go to the immigrants, go to Little Tokyo, go to Little Hialeah, go to the barrios, and tell those constituents to take care of this issue, because that's who the Democrats went all in for. They bet all their chips on these immigrant groups, all of these non-Black constituencies. The Democrats bet everything on them. So go ahead and see if those same constituencies who voted for Trump 3 times in a row, see if they'll vote for you now. Democrats didn't make any political gains for us. We did that for ourselves. And that's the unspoken part about all of these fakers, phonies, frauds, and fools out here trying to say, well, we're going to lose our representation. Hey, stupid. How did the Voting Rights Act even get on the books in the first place? There was no Congressional Black Caucus in 1965. They didn't come about until 1971. So how did the Voting Rights Act come about in the first place? It came about because of the activists, people at the grassroots level. That's how it came about. But then as soon as it got put on the books, we had all of these self-serving con men who got in there. And the only thing that they did was to line their own pockets and enhance the position of themselves and their family members. They made sure that the progress of the 60s, the momentum of the civil rights movement came to an end and went no further. They have been active collaborators in white supremacy being able to reassert itself. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, these were just the first steps of what was supposed to be a far larger plan, a far larger agenda. Dr. King himself talked about that. But you know who hasn't been talking about that? The Congressional Black Caucus, and they haven't been doing anything about it either. Breaking the backs of the police unions and finally getting the cops put in prison where they belong, that didn't happen because of the Congressional Black Caucus. That wasn't the result of Democrats passing any laws. Democrats were the main ones telling us that they couldn't do anything. Qualified immunity, I mean, there's nothing we can do. The changes came when people took to the streets and began punishing the police themselves. Family, things are going to have to come to a head because both parties are against us. The problem has never been that Democrats haven't had enough votes in Congress or that they haven't had enough time. The problem is they have been opposed to a Black agenda. They've been opposed to anything for us. Their job was to get you on a treadmill to nowhere and to keep you on it forever through lies. Democrats have been working hand in hand with Republicans to subjugate Black people since the so-called Great Compromise of 1877. You'll recall that's when Democrats and Republicans entered into a devil's bargain to get on code against us. They were burying the hatchet from the Civil War and that they would play both ends against the middle. And they've been running that political game ever since, the political equivalent of good cop, bad cop. With the Republicans being good cop in the 19th century and then switching places in the 20th and the Democrats pretending to be the good cop. That's what they've been running on us. That's the game they've been running. Democrats have been told that they must produce for Black voters, and they refused. Asians got a hate crime law and didn't have to get out there and march or demonstrate. Didn't take years to do it. Nobody talking about a study or anything. They got COVID money. The LGBT lobby got their federal law. The immigrants got all kinds of goodies and giveaways in Democrat cities like Chicago, while they tell Black voters, well, we can't do nothing for you. And at the exact same time, those same Democrats have been making sure that they would fund and set up and establish all of these hostile racist foreigners in Black neighborhoods. Democrats have done nothing for Black voters. They've done everything for non-Black voters. That was their entire plan. They've been hell-bound and determined to do this, just like the Republicans have been hell-bound and determined that they would get Federalist Society flunkies on the federal bench. And this is the result. They bet everything on these non-Black groups. I say let them keep all of these Democrats in office. The GOP has been on a war footing. So why haven't the Democrats? The Congressional Black Caucus has been completely casual about all this, and now they're about to become casualties. Even now, what are Democrats saying that they're going to do? What are they actually going to do? Having refused to even talk about the Voting Rights Act and not even bothering to put any legislation in place to protect it since Shelby v. Holder, Democrats are now still offering empty rhetoric. It's just the same old, look at what these mean old Republicans are doing, now vote for us. And what are the Democrats going to do about any of this? They haven't said. Now, there's one more thing that needs to be mentioned. The GOP might have outsmarted themselves on this one because everyone always underestimates or dismisses the pivotal factor in these political events, the Black factor. What's happening here could very well ultimately prove to be beneficial for Black voters, but not because the Democrats or the Republicans want it to be. And whatever benefit comes from it wouldn't be quick and easy. But hear me out. In order to break the policy gridlock, there needs to be a hard reset. In 2020, we saw what happened when the illusions fell from people's eyes. All the Democrat rhetoric just died before everybody's eyes, when the white right overplayed their hand. I'm not saying that there's going to be mass demonstrations or even uprisings like 6 years ago. What I'm saying is that for the longest time, Democrats and Republicans have been able to play off of each other with the lie that, oh, those mean old Republicans, they're trying to stand in the way of your rights, but Democrats, we're going to be standing up for your rights, while in truth, they didn't do a doggone thing at all. And for generations now, there's been stagnant policy by design. Things had to come to a head in the 1960s in order to break the political gridlock back then. And the same thing's going to be required now. Policy regarding punishing the police couldn't be addressed without the country being forced to confront the issue head on. And you'll recall Democrats had absolutely nothing to do with that. They were the main ones pleading helplessness and hiding behind the lie that, well, there's nothing we can do because of qualified immunity, etc. Well, qualified immunity is still on the books, but the thugs in blue are in cages without the Democrats' help. The Congressional Black Caucus didn't bring us the reforms of the 60s. The CBC didn't even exist then. They were the result of the Voting Rights Act, not the cause of it, and they've done absolutely nothing to protect it. They only exist because of the activists who fought to get that legislation passed. They were the ones who passed it. If you're really concerned about voter district maps, then you need to be concerned about the composition of these state legislatures. But the problem for the Democrats happens to be that in the last 20 years or so, it's gotten a lot harder to be finding Negroes who are going to be compliant with the DNC program. It's been harder and harder to find voters who can get enthused about turning out to vote for nothing. That's the reason why at the state level, Democrats know that they could capture a number of seats, but they're looking and going, well, we want to do it the right way with the right people. Well, what's the right way? Well, in a way that doesn't change the status quo. And who are the right people? Well, people like Cleo Fields and the rest of these do-nothing Negroes, those are the right people. You know, people who'll take orders. The white Democrat establishment, with help from the white media and their black flunkies at the local level, they caused us to take a wrong turn a few generations back. They convinced us that they were responsible for things that they had nothing to do with. And then once black people voted for them, they elevated a few self-interested puppets, people like John Lewis, Jim Clyburn, and others, who used the momentum of the civil rights movement to secure a lifestyle of comfort and wealth for themselves, while completely ignoring the black voters who it was supposed to really be about. We need a hard reset. Now, that's not going to be pleasant, any more than the uprisings of 2020 and the years prior to it were. But the reality is the Democrats used the Voting Rights Act to put hand-picked flunkies in office, and then these puppets ignored us and told us we had to either put up with them or get nothing at all, when the reality was they never gave us anything to begin with. The next phase after the civil rights movement was supposed to be to cut the check. Money was supposed to change hands. But that never happened. The CBC came along and put us on a treadmill to nowhere. And they were sitting there talking that stupid talk that the black boomers fell for, black faces in high places. But no matter how high these Negroes got, we never got anything. Black farmers were still left with nothing for generations. Redlining continued and nobody even said anything about it. The targeting of black economic enclaves for targeted deprivation continued apace, blatant violations of our most basic rights. And exactly who's been representing us the last 55 years while all this has been going on? Getting these do-nothings out of the box, that's going to force black people to seek real representation, but this time with the demands coming first. And when that happens, don't be surprised when the few surviving members of the CBC, especially the immigrants and foreign flags, don't be surprised when those clowns stop even pretending that they weren't against us. Oh, you think Jim Clyburn showed his whole wrinkled, rusty rump? You ain't seen nothing yet. They aren't the ones who are in these states of the old Confederacy, so as they see it, this is an opportunity for the foreign flags to lie and claim that they are now the rightful inheritors of the civil rights movement. Expect to see that. Expect to see immigrants like Stephen Horsford and others who only showed up here yesterday and who never gave a damn about the FBA struggle. Expect them to suddenly start beating their chest and claiming, we shall overcome, and remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Kamala Harris made a guest appearance there, as you'll recall. And we remember busing and the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. Expect those foreign flags, those tethers, expect them to now be going heavy to say, we're just like those civil rights activists. In fact, we're their rightful inheritors. I mean, all of these FBA bootlicks, they're out the paint. They're gone from Congress. But you know, those of us who are immigrants, we understand the struggle too. In fact, we understand it better than these foundational Black Americans did because we had to overcome so much and blah, blah, blah. Expect them to start doing that shamelessly. People who have no connection to us are going to start trying to pretend like it was them out there the whole time. You know, like Kamala Harris did when she talked about school busing in the 1970s. And the white media, both the white right and the white left, are not going to challenge them on that. Expect to see that happen as some of these bootlicks in the CBC get trotted out back to the private sector. But for too long, these bootlick Negroes for the Democrats, they've been allowed to get our vote without actually having to do anything for it. And they got the nerve to brag that too many people died for your right to vote. Yes, and the Democrats have done absolutely nothing to punish the people who killed those Black activists. Not one drop of that precious Black blood has ever been avenged. So what the hell are they talking about? Too many people died. Yeah, and you let the killers run around free. They did nothing to prove that our votes would translate into policies to empower us. Instead, we had racist and segregation supporters like Joe Biden who put laws on the books meant to target us, laws every bit as racist as anything the Republicans ever pushed. This is the very definition of controlled opposition. They claim to be opponents of anti-Black racism when in reality, they're the most ardent supporters of it. But here's something that I want you to consider. Well, you got these Democrats and these CBC bootlicks sitting here with their knees knocking and telling you that surely this is going to be the end of Black America. What if the power isn't the Democrats and never was? What if the power was always you? This is why I say that the Black grassroots needs to focus on getting people into the game. Yes, Congress matters, but the main problems that we face are at the local level. These voter district maps that they're so scared and worried about, they're not drawn up at the national level, they're drawn up at the state level. And part of getting into politics means climbing the political ladder. You climb the political food chain, but you got to start somewhere. You see, you got people on the white right talking about, quote unquote, infiltrating their people into political offices. And they think to themselves that that's a game that they can play because right now there is no substantive opposition because Black folks have been waiting for the Democrats to do something. Well, you see what the Democrats did. They sat on their hands till the Republicans ran them out. Understand that once you take ground, you disrupt the process of these other bad actors out here who think to themselves that they're going to be climbing the political ladder, that they're going to be rising up the political food chain. That's part of political warfare. You're denying them the spaces and the offices that they need, and you're entrenching yourself, and you're also entrenching your position. And that makes it possible for you to exert force on those in higher office. Remember, at the end of the day, you got those senators and congressmen. When it comes time for them to run or try to get support for their LGBT policies and such, who do they go to? They go to people at the local level. They understand how the game is played. And as long as Black people have been content to sit on our hands and let them dictate to us what bootlick they're going to claim represents us, they've been allowed to get away with this. They're out here talking about how the Black voters are going to be under siege. When the hell have we not been under siege? We've been under siege for half a millennium. In the last 150 years, we've been under siege, attacked nonstop. And what the hell have these people done about it other than say, vote for us in November? It's time for that to change. So that's what I'm saying. This Supreme Court ruling is not a good thing for us. Republicans did it specifically because they're trying to target us, and the Democrats have allowed them. That's the entire point. The Democrats have had generations now to stonewall this stuff, push back against it, to entrench these laws, and they've done nothing with it. And that's deliberate. So we recognize that there's a problem here, but what I'm trying to tell you is this Democratic Party and their Negro bootlicks, they're not the answer. So believe it or not, I do at base agree with what the CBC and these leftists and all of these commentators are doing and saying, oh my God, what's happening with the Voting Rights Act? This is a crisis, I tell you. Yes, it is. But you know what? As that popular political expression goes, in China, the ideogram that has to do with crisis is comprised of two symbols, danger and opportunity. Good evening and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cornell Sly, R. Laz, Mo Hammond, James Hampton, and Sharon Doyle. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor. Shout out to Professor Black True.
Certified foundational Black.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on what the good professor laid out on, which we're able to hear at least? Shabaka, you're muted.
Okay. He laid down nothing but facts. You know what I'm saying? And then these Democratic shields, man, we've been following them with that bullshit, man. What's that, 161 years now? So
combined.
Yeah, combined. So it clearly tells us that these individuals do not have our interest at heart. So we need to turn our back on these Democratic shields.
Neither one of these parties have our best interests in mind. That's why we got to create our own party, which we have done, and that is the Reparations Freedmen Party, or the Freedmen Reparations Party. Shout out to our brother church. And we got Sister Val in the building. Certified salute, Sister Val.
Okay. Yeah, salute. Okay, and then also too, I did share the link here on Stinky Bird or Twitter as well too. Okay, so what it is, ladies?
Fear-mongering. Oh, our voting rights are gone. Oh, this is what we were talking about, putting back in chains.
Yeah, exactly.
But they allowed this shit for 161
years. Yeah, I just did the math on it right now, man. Okay, so it should be clearly obvious, man, for the last 161 years for us to be self-sufficient. And we were, like with the Black Wall Street, you saw what they came and done with it. Okay, so if we were to have future Wall Streets or future Black business districts or whatever, we got to come up with some type of method to protect our interest. You see what I'm saying? Okay, now, fortunately, man, your generation, Brother Che, you all are done with them Democrats. My generation now, vote Democrat. Look what they brought us. Nothing. They brought us, what's that? The 3 strikes law. To match.
Biden brought us that the architect of mass incarceration. That's who brought us.
Yes, sir. And I was just about to say that. You see what I mean? So what it is Black family, don't nobody spend money like we do. Okay. So what we need to do is start having our youth, studying some economics, some accounting, man, building up our own Black business districts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, get them in some STEM.
Exactly.
And some trade.
Yes, sir. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Hell, after all, we're the original STEM. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. How the hell you think we built the pyramids? How the hell did they think we circumnavigated the globe? You see what I'm saying? Then when you look at what's the movie there with Taraji P with the rocket? What's that? Hidden Figures, I believe. You see?
Hidden Figures was Hollywood's response to Hidden Colors. Hidden Colors came out before Hidden Figures.
Okay. You see, so that's what we need to do, and then if the generations after me do that, I think when I make the ultimate trip, then I could rest in peace. You see what I mean?
Oh, we're gonna make it happen, Shabaka.
Yeah, I want to see y'all come up, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to see y'all come up. I want to see us come up. I want to see, the little ones in my family come up. You see what I mean? So therefore, we got to turn our back.
Exactly,
on
Cal.
these ass scratchers. You see what I'm saying? Exactly, Cal Dog. Everything stems from us. Love that saying, sir. You know what I mean? And then too.
Oh, we got Chris in here. Who's this?
Okay, that's right about Obama. Okay, catwalk. Okay, now catwalk. Okay, yeah. See, so Osambo, as you rightfully call him, man, was more concerned about a motherfucker getting ketchup stuck up his ass menstruating than as opposed to the policy enforcers killing us.
He gave more protections. He gave the police more protections, and he gave illegals. He gave illegals DACA, and he gave the LGBTQ their own shit.
Right. Exactly. And then for those of you that own stock in Spirit Airlines, you might as well tear it up, man. They're out of business.
They went, it's official?
Yeah. They done, man. They are done. You know what I'm saying? So you might as well off your
poor service anyway. It was poor quality, poor service.
Yeah, that's what I heard. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, is that they're trying to do all this marketing and everything over the internet. You know what I mean? So even if you put up pseudo names or stuff like that, they know who you are, man, because that's is why they got all this shit cross-filed to your phone. You see, because you don't in some places that you got to show your ID to get you a phone.
Yep.
Exactly. So they know exactly who we are. You see,
you got to show your ID for everything, but all of a sudden when it comes to voting, oh my God, you have to show your ID. No, that's for them illegals. They're trying to get them illegals the right to vote.
Exactly. And then on top of it, like the sister told me at the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do, brother? You're going to die on your feet or live on your knees.
Yeah, so we're going to get into these demo rats, Shabaka.
Yeah, man. Let's crumb bomb on all of them, man. You know what I'm saying?
So the next clip is our brother, Black Alpha Network. He gonna get on how Black
shout out. Yeah, shout out. Yeah, and also too, Brother Che, we want to shout out Word Radio out of Philadelphia, WURD.
Yeah, our brother Black Truth United, he's not Black Truth United, Black Alpha Network. He's based out of the South. He's in Georgia. Savannah, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoa, I think I've been through Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so therefore for all y'all. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Brother Che. I don't want to get to rambling. Go ahead, brother. Carry on.
Right now, I need you to turn your speakers up because Black Alpha about to cook. Let's go. If it's vote blue, then it's F you. If it's no matter who, then it's F you. And if they don't like what we got to say, then it's F them too. All of them. And the Democratic Shield's mad as hell right now. They crashing out, melting down, embarrassing themselves. What's this one Shield's name? Is it Gagatha Tweaks? Is that what it is, family? Is it Gagatha Tweaks or no? Is it Transbatha Tweaks? Y'all let me know. Help your boy Alpha out. Put it in the comment section and let me know something. Because I seen them hide their forehead. I done seen them hide their hairline, but now they hiding their throat line. Damn. So I just want to be specific. And I want to know who I'm referencing. Is it them or they, him or her, a ma'am or a sir? I think it's a sir. So, sir, listen, I came here to talk to Drew, not Drew Paul. They don't want no problems. So they was running around here saying, there's a black man who said something about Kamala and I didn't like it. And I said, yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. There is a black man that said something about Kamala. But the question is, which black man are you referring to? Me or you? Because it's apparent we both black men. I just stayed one. And isn't that indicative of the Democratic Party? The only thing the Democratic Party has right now is fish fry, bathtub collard greens, and a box of Skittles. That's it. Just like that other Democratic Shield that be running around here. Y'all know the one that was taking pictures in his drawers with stains in them? What's his name? Amazing Dukas? Is that what it is, fam? You can't make this up. But I'm going to tell you what they can't make up. They can't make up the ground. They can't make up the facts. They can't make up the game. Certifieds control all that. Oh, and by the way, Kamala. They was running around here talking about something. You pronouncing her name wrong. No, I pronounced it right in my foundational Black American vernacular. We don't speak Punjabi passion and we don't eat collard greens out the bathtub. If you do that, then access denied. And you ain't black, Camilla. So collard green Kamala is collard green Kamala. And that's what it is because I'm FBA and I said so. I speak FBA and that's all goddamn day. And we don't give a damn what a Democrat got to say. So they've been sending out all these little shields left and right, and they've been mad, they've been upset, they've been crashing out, they've been melting down, and we did that. And we did that by standing on certified business. And now everybody want to stay foundational. Did y'all see the little statement that Kamala Harris just put out? And she put foundational equity in it. And then right underneath that, she said black and brown. And that's why I told her, you ain't going to take our ancestors' legacy and give it to illegals. See, we check these people in broad daylight when the cameras is rolling, and then we present it to the world, and the world throws up that certified salute because everybody want to be us. And that's why these folks so upset. Remember, family, it wouldn't hurt so much if it wasn't true. And let me tell you what's true. What's true is the Democratic plantation don't exist no more. The Democratic con games don't exist no more. And eventually, the Democratic Party won't exist no more. So that means they all gonna be socially, politically homeless. Now, let me get back to Mr. Gagatha, or shall I say TSTB, and y'all know what the TS stand for. She talking about you paid $400 to go see Kamala. And then I dropped the receipt to show that she's about $350 wrong. Just like them Coke bottles cost about $350 and weigh about 350 pounds. $400? Kamala didn't even have 400 people in attendance. There was more people who worked security than they were in them seats because the seats were empty. The theater was empty. The building was empty. just like they policies are empty, just like that mind is empty. Democratic shields is people without thoughts, without minds, without facts, and they about to be without votes. Damn, it's terrible to be them, and it's great to be us. Don't be mad that Black Alpha is a legend. Don't be mad that the people love Black Alpha. Don't be mad that I went more viral than you in one day, than you went your whole career. Matter of fact, I went more viral in 20 seconds than she or he has went in his whole entire career. Damn, a 20-second clip through your career in a headline. Told you they ain't got no motion. We got all the motion. They ain't got no traction. We got all the traction. They ain't got no influence. We got it all. There ain't enough to share no more. What DMX said, fam, we right here. This is ours and we don't share. I mean, family, imagine being a podcaster that just talks and you're still wrong. Imagine being a podcaster and you can't get Black folks to cast votes. Imagine being an influencer and you ain't got no influence. That sounds like loss. Somebody come get their auntie, or I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize. Somebody come get their uncle. The drunk uncles can no longer come to the cookout. Nope, Drunk uncle, you need to put that vodka, that scotch down. Go to the Democratic plantation. Get you some vodka and some Skittles. I'm sure you love that over there, but you can't do that over here because we run it over here. What you're seeing is a prime example of the new era, the new generation, the new wave, Black Alpha. And what you saw is the old era, TSTB. Say all that in your mind, family. Enjoy the laugh. So no, sir. No, sir. You get no play over here. These folks are not going to disrespect us. They're not going to talk down to us. The plantation overseer, the plantation sheriff that runs around here and tries to cuss out Black folks because we ain't going for the con games and trick bags of the Democrats. Them days is over. It's just like a Democratic shield. They always the last ones to know. Clyburn still running around here thinking it's the old days. Roland Martin running around here still thinking it's the old days. But guess what? We put them all out of business. We putting them all out of business. And I'm talking to all my certifieds listening right now. Yes, I'm talking to you. You right now are residing over the reparations generation, and we putting them all out of business. That's why they melting down. And that's why I'm embarrassing them, because it's all easy work. But guess what? It's all good. I know McDonald's is hiring. I know Burger King is hiring. They can go get them an application. Roland probably get about 20 applications. He gonna make sure that he work at a fast food chain. And to Mr. TSTB, I'm sure the Starburst community is holding a convention. You can get you a nice little job there, but you can't operate over the foundational Black American community. Nah, it don't work that way, family. Pop your collar. What I tell everybody before, finish this line for me in the comment section. We don't hide. We don't run. We out here. We on one. You know, a party ain't a party if we don't come. And that's what it is, fam. They need us, and don't nothing move without us. So they hopping on their little shows and they don't get no views because of us. It's the same old outdated people that ain't moving nothing, that ain't speaking to nobody. You think the average certified foundational Black American out here in the streets give a damn about Mr. TSTB? Really? Nah. And you never see these people outside enough for people to identify with them anyway. We done put all these people.
Yeah, we ain't voting. Talking about vote while you can. If you don't go somewhere with that bull crap, Richard, more head. Hell
no. Man, no, Richard, you got to check the spot, man, with that. We ain't about that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't about that. You got to shake the spot, homie.
You laughing. This ain't
Straight
no
out.
joke. You got to go.
Yeah, this ain't no joke. Hey, man, we'll bop you upside the head with the wrench, man. Show them the door.
There you go. Permanent vacation.
Yep. Bye-bye. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's because, okay, as they say, insanity is banging your head against a wall expecting a different result every time.
Cloth in the building, certified salute. Thank you for tapping back in.
Greetings. Okay, cut from a different cloth, 1241. Thank you for joining us. Please share our link out if you can, the YouTube link. And then the cold part about it is, it seems to me, okay, particularly, man, when I look at these individuals in my age group, man, it seems to me that they recognize the fact, hey, this didn't work. You see what I mean? So we got to be innovative and get something else going on. Like You know, DEI being a thing of the past, best time Black family to build up our own businesses. Politicians are prostitutes, not you, Brother Che, because you for real. Right. But politicians are prostitutes. We build up that wealth, man. Hey, we could put them out on the corner and have them, you know, hoeing for our interests. You know what I'm saying? I hate to be so vulgar about it, but it's real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Oh, and we got gradual decay. Kamala Harris supported Biden's great victim until the Democrats offered her VP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You see?
To hell with her.
Exactly. And she looking like she's sitting there at the bartender right now getting straight smashed. Ain't even drinking the shit out of a glass. She said, give her the whole damn fifth.
She's taking the whole fifth to the dome.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it. Yeah, go ahead.
In the COON unemployment line. Yes, that unemployment line had about 30 people. Now it's got about 30 million. Because as the Yes We Can era went out and the Hell to the No era came in, a lot of folks left right along with it. We did that. And y'all notice how immediately this person went into the black man did this, the black man did that. What about all my certified foundational Black American women who don't F with the Democratic Party? Oh, you just jump over them. But let me tell you something. All my certified sisters, they stand with their certified brothers, and we stand against all the Democratic shills. You don't want to talk about that, though, do you? Because all they got is gender wars, the Republicans did it excuse, and Temu fingernails. How do you get your fingernails from Temu? God damn. Our certified foundational Black American women reject the Democratic shills. And they're letting them know, you don't speak for us. That's why the Democrats is falling off that black girl magic. They can't play them games no more. Because every time they say something about the Black woman, we got more Black women on our side than their side. The grassroots runs everything, and we run them out the paint. Don't blame Black Alpha. Don't blame me. It's not my fault that Kamala Harris, who's the ex-vice president, couldn't even fill up a small theater. Family, do you know how small that theater is? That is a sea-level size theater. The rooftop was empty. Nobody was there. In the balcony, dressed up as empty seats. The left section, nobody was there, dressed up as empty seats. The right section, nobody was there, dressed up as empty seats. The middle, empty seats. And this is who you trying to tell Black Americans we need to get behind? She couldn't even get enough people behind her to fill up a theater. How's she gonna get enough people behind her to fill up the ballot box? Oh, you don't like that, do you, Mr. TB? Mr. TB don't like it. But it's all good, though, because just like I said at the rally for reparations, FBA outside, you ain't got to like it, you ain't got to love it, but you better respect it because you damn sure can't check it. See, they mad because we everywhere and we got the receipts. So whenever they try to tell us a lie, we can put up the photographs, cancel it. That's why they so upset. What I did was throw a wrench in the whole game. And I showed everybody that Black Americans, we ain't rocking with them in masses. No, you going to have the same biscuit crumb eating, chasing folk, but you ain't going to have no real certified people. And there's a difference. They mad that Kamala thought that she was going to come down here and run that use his goods, use his smarts, use his importance person. She did the movie The Help. And if I wasn't there to record it, nobody would have known. But guess what? I was there, recorded it, and now the whole world know. And it went viral. That's why I tell everybody, I did more in that 15 seconds that they've done their whole career. It's got to hurt. But you know what? You got to be quicker than that. That's real rough. The grassroots runs everything, and these folks just got to deal with it. Let me tell you what else she got to deal with. She got to deal with the fact that her career is to sit down, press play with press-on nails that look cracked, by the way, and speak plantation babble to a bunch of certified foundational Black Americans that ain't listening. Nobody's listening to a party that tells you what they can't do, what they won't do, but what we better do. Shit, they better sit down and stay down. And really, that's what they do because they sit down and they don't ever go nowhere. You don't see these people anywhere outside. Nope. Tell me the time you seen a Democrat outside doing anything. All they do is sit in their chair, make videos, and cry about certified Black Americans dominating. But remember, this is the same party that tells you Kamala Harris is a Black woman but Black Americans are African. What? This is the same party that tells you you can't get a hate crime protection, but Lucy Liu can. You can't get tangibles, but Julio the illegal, he's the first in line. But now we telling them they can't get our vote, but the couch can. Oh, the couch whooping them up. Oh, that's why they mad. Oh, they upset, family. Because when I checked Kamala, that was just an extension of what we did on election day. Team couch, party couch is whooping them up and they can't take it. What's more popular in Black America? The Democratic Party or the couch in your living room? The couch in your living room every day and twice on Sundays. How you getting beat by a sofa? Family, our furniture got a brighter future than them. My recliner gonna get more votes because they tried everything. Y'all's is gonna get deported. They coming after us next. They went by, they went by, they went by. They was wrong, we were right. Trump gonna put y'all back in chains. It's gonna be slavery again. They went by, they went by, they went by. We were right. They done ran out of everything. That's why they so mad. And like I say, delineation breeds desperation. When you see Mr. TSTB getting mad at Black Alpha, this man talking crazy. This man didn't pronounce her name right. This man was disrespectful. This man paid $400. Well, you, man, are terrified because that Democratic Shield dark money done dried up, ain't it? Thank me later. And if you've seen one Democratic Shield, you've seen them all. You see the look on their face, fam? If you can see past them big old Coke bottles. What about Kamala? Did you see Kamala when I was talking to her? When she put the microphone down and was shook? What that really was delineation and regulating in Black Alpha form, speaking for foundational Black American Renaissance. The delineation and regulating message being dropped on their front doorstep. We don't put them all on notice. They can't go around here no more and say they don't know what we talking about. Who is these FBAs? These B's online. No, we outside, you online, because we still ain't seen y'all nowhere. Y'all see us by the thousands. How you know? Because we be pulling up in the summer, pulling up in the spring, pulling up in the fall, pulling up in the winter. That's a full year-round pull-up. Al Sharpton's perm done blew off, Jasmine Crockett's wig done blew off, and Gagatha's extensions done untwisted. Damn. And the smoke is real. Folks is like, did they try to engage with you? Did they try to talk to you? Ain't no talk. Because we been trying to talk. But remember, every time we do, they say things like, why are you fucking with me? Remember? Clyburn disrespectful? Nah, fam, they don't want to talk, so we go talk to them. Don't come to me now with the let's have a conversation. No, because when we wanted to conversate, you told us to vote blue no matter who or vote.
Black smokers only. What do you think this is? New Jack City? Crack smokers only. If you don't take
who is this? Man, shake the spot, Luis.
Yeah, take
shake
your
the
life.
spot, man. Shake the spot, man. We appreciate you seeing us, man, but shake the spot. Now, Brother Che, with idiots like that, tells me that we are getting somewhere. Yeah.
And shut up. Remember that? So I told Kamala Harris, we ain't voting for you until we get paid. Remember that? Yeah. Remember that. I made it clear for the world to know. We ain't voting for you. We ain't voting for nobody until we get paid. It's cut the check. You talking about come to the table and talk. Nah, come to the table with a bag. That's it. See, we done ruined Kamala Harris's campaign for 2028 and 2026. And now you just seen the Supreme Court come back with the redistricting, and that's got the Democrats even more scared. Man, it's a horrible time for them. Because you're going to have to work for them votes. You're going to have to go out there and meet the demands of Black Americans. You can't just hijack the voter box no more. You can't hijack our votes anymore. You can't just hijack our loyalty anymore. You can't just hijack our policies anymore. You're going to have to pay up. Cut the check because we done cut the cord. It's not about what we can do for the Democratic Party. It's about what the Democratic Party better do for us. You owe us. We don't owe you a damn thing. Only thing we owe the Democratic Party is an election night on the couch, eating popcorn, watching them crash and burn. I don't want to hear your Republican excuses. I don't want to hear, what about the Republicans? What about my money? What about the blacks and browns? What about my money? What about the people of color? What about my money? What about the minorities? What about my money? What about the Voter Rights Act? No, what about my money? And you better act quickly. See, we got all the power and we've been had all the power. It just took this reparations generation to flex our muscle. Now we utilizing it. This why they sending out all the sassy shills. And you see how quick we ruin them and send them right on back to the Democratic plantation, broken, the new ones, the old ones, the ones in between. All of them get this FBA work. Conscious Fleet, check. Aflini, check. Al Sharpton, check. Benjamin Chump, check. Hakeem Jeffries, check. Jasmine Crockett, check. Plies, check. Two-Tooth Luke, check. Reese Colbert, check. Roland Martin, check. Ray Carr, check. Bakari Sellers, check. Van Jones, check. Barack Obama, check. Michelle Obama, check. The CBC, check. The NAACP, check. Gagala, check. Transcolor, check. Extensions, check. Glasses, check. Lashes, check. All of them checked until they cut the check. FBA all day. Checkmate.
So this person's fear mongering in the chat, Shabaka.
Oh, Danielle, that's us. They are saving us for last, and they pay $50 billion to the Marines in order thousands and thousands of incarcerations, build up all the concentration camps to fry us all. Okay. Daniel Giante, who's us? Specify.
Right.
Who's us?
Where your family from? Who is us?
Yeah. Yeah, Cal Dog said it right. Yeah, the shields are trying to come together like Voltron against us. Yeah, got to laugh to keep from crying on that one. Yeah, everybody hates us. We are the most hated people in the United States of America, if not the European world or the whole Western world. You know what I mean? Okay, so that just goes to show is that we definitely got some value within ourselves, is because everybody wants us on their side. You see, let's stay on our own side. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay on our own side.
Blacks, you gotta be more specific. Blacks like who? Blacks from where? Where are you talking about?
All right, you have to be more specific when you say blacks in the U.S. and Europe, on the continent, all over the world. What is Trump going to do about it? What has he done about it?
What did he promise about it? Like, what did he promise to do about it? Nothing. He said we built the country and that we need to get our proper recognition. He gonna cut the check.
Yeah,
that's what he gonna do.
Yeah,
$5 Indian bone.
Yeah, $5 Indians. Damn.
Indiana Bones. SK Indiana Bones. That's what he gonna do about it.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna cut the goddamn check. That's what he gonna do. Just to spike rats. See, I told you I have nothing to lose. You said what you gotta lose?
Yeah. Okay.
And he tripping. The nations have turned against one another while FBA is watching. Yep. Exactly. Cut from a different cloth.
Cut from a different cloth. Also, too, cut from a different cloth. How did you hear about us? Just doing some.
Oh, cut. He's
brother.
Cut. He's from the New Blacc Media. I see him in all kinds of chats.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for joining us. Cut from a different cloth. Welcome. You know, so therefore, man, like I said, man, is that we got to go out here and do for ourselves. Like I said, okay, with all this Trump rhetoric, okay, he left a flank wide open for us, you know, to counterman on. You know what I mean? One of them is getting rid of the DEI. Okay, so what that means is, okay, that's the perfect opportunity right there. Okay, cut.
My apologies, sister. Thank you for tapping in. I didn't know you were a sister or brother. Okay, got you.
Okay, and how did you hear about us? Okay, cut from a different cloth.
She's been tapped in with us for a minute, Shabaka.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. Okay. So once again, you know, these Democratic shields. Huh?
She's been tapped in with us for a minute, but she ain't been around lately.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. All right. Welcome. So therefore, so these Democratic shields, okay, you know, they got to go, and we need to put their asses on blast. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And let it be known and make it perfectly clear that they do not represent us. You see? Because how long has it been, Brother Jay? We've been voting for these Democrats, man, damn near 70 years that I know of.
Well, recently, 60 years, but total is 161 years.
Okay, exactly. And it's the
200
Democrats
that this country's been in existence.
Yeah, and it's the Democrats, you know, who brought us the Ku Klux Klan. You know, okay. Now, who is this here? SK Indiana Bone. Sure, maybe Black America gets their roses, but what actual changes will do anything about racism in the workplace, systemic racism, and health disparity? Well, you see, to answer your question like that, that's why we got to become
anti-FBA hate crime law. For one, we need to end the qualified immunity in all 50 states.
Right. And then hold the policy enforcers accountable. You know what I'm saying? And what have you, because we all know how they originated. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, the slave patrol.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. What actual changes will do anything about racism in the workplace, systemic racism, and health disparity? Well, this is the more reason why we as a people got to become self-sufficient.
We'll be able to employ ourselves, employ our people, feed ourselves, feed our people. Like, what are you talking about? We won't even have to rely on their bullcrap system. They just need to cut the damn check, and we can do our own system. We can have our own table. Like Franklin or Charlie Brown, I want my own goddamn table. I'm sick of sitting at their table begging for crumbs. We need our own goddamn table. Certified salute. Easy's in the building.
Okay. Hey, Keezy. All right. How you be? All righty. Okay. He says he's tapping in Black first. Yeah, cool. Keezy's always a pleasure. Segregation was the worst thing happened to us. Okay. Cut from a different cloth. Okay.
No,
all right.
Integration. I think you mean integration.
Okay. I think you mean integration. Yeah. Because with segregation, that's how we built up the Black Wall Street. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know? How many Black people, just people of color in general, are in Trump's inner circle? Okay,
we don't do people of color.
Yeah, we don't use that term here.
We don't use those broad, ambiguous terms. And when you talk about Black people, who are you talking about?
Exactly. See, it's because it didn't work.
Language over here.
Okay, desegregation.
Oh, desegregation.
Okay, now, only thing like Malcolm X has said, okay, about desegregation is where he was right, where you could sit up there and go to the same bathroom and share a toilet with a white man. You know, that's bullshit. He said we got to be self-sufficient. You see what I mean?
That's what it was.
Yeah, exactly.
We had our own infrastructure. We had our own factories, our own companies, our own everything.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. So then, to prove that point even further, Brother Che, look at the bacc decision of California, where the white fellow, you know, cites quote unquote reverse discrimination. So when you use the term reverse discrimination, that means that you are acknowledging that discrimination exists.
That's why we got to do things lineage based and not race based.
Okay, now this James 4 before. Wait a minute. Okay, Black America has had the lowest unemployment in history under Trump. That's not true.
When hasn't Black unemployment been low?
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah. Okay, Danielle Giante says, but completely forgotten about Doomsday Leviat. They missed trying to blow her eyes out in Venezuela. They are 59 years ahead and prepared. You're going to have to specify on that, okay? All right, yeah, we did have hospitals and hotels. Yeah, we did. like the King Drew Medical Center out there in Watts. Okay.
That was Murder King. That was Murder King.
Yep.
That was Killer King. You did not go to
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, so Professor, Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on these Democrats losing their freaking minds over the latest Supreme Court decision, which puts CBC seats at risk. Will it change anything?
Mm-hmm. And then, just like Cool Kesey says right here, what does it matter how many blacks
you go along to get along with the
around? Where's the
and now
black
the system
policy?
is possibly kicking you out because they don't want you around. See, this is the thing. This is what you're dealing with the Republicans right now.
Exactly, the lunatic.
I'm gonna go back to
we got
Nick Fuentes, if you know who he is, right? The anti-black Nick Fuentes.
Member.
He said something a while back.
Libertarian.
I'm noticing they kind of going with that. He was talking about all the bootlicks and the sellouts. He said, we don't need them speaking for us.
Shout out to the end.
He said they're making all this money off of us. He said we can speak for ourselves. We don't need them. And he really went hard on they don't need y'all speaking for them no more. They can speak for themselves. And I've noticed after he said that, and more of them start taking that ideology, what he said, slowly but surely, they've been pushing y'all out. Ain't that right, Candace Owens?
Mm-hmm.
Would you think the Congressional Black Caucus is not in the same position as Candace Owens?
You want to get on?
No, they didn't say the things she said, but what the purpose she served is the same as the Congressional Black Caucus. No, none of them have said incendiary things like Candace Owens has said. No. They have never said nothing like that, like she said in the past, like George Floyd or Breonna Taylor, or any black. No, they've never done that.
Say hi, Ruru.
But when the rubber meets the road, Candace Owens was put there to serve the interests of white supremacy. The Congressional Black Caucus have proven themselves to serve the interests of white supremacy. Look at how they vote on things.
Say hi to the people.
They vote on things to promote the system. They don't stand 10 toes down with us.
Nope.
When you had that Asian hate bill that came up to create a special liaison in the DOJ to monitor hate crimes against Asians, none of them stood up and said, hey, the number one victim of hate crime, which is FBA,
son,
we need a liaison too in the DOJ for black people.
Hey, son.
They didn't do nothing. They never stand 10 toes down for black people.
Never.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, what are you doing?
So why would we get mad about you losing your seats? You know my attitude. It needs to be just no more Congressional Black Caucus and Bill of Freedmen's Caucus.
Yeah.
That's nothing but the freedmen.
That's right.
Who has a freedman identity and a freedman agenda and will go into Congress and fight for freedmen and the agenda of the freedmen that built this country.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
Because clearly that name, Congressional Black Caucus, that name needs to go. It needs to be a freedman caucus with grassroots people that's getting in there, put in by the grassroots and serve the interests of the people and not corporations, not foreign powers.
Right.
That Black America can vote in.
But
this not
there,
this.
Uncle Phil build up our own business.
That's what I believe. All things work together for the good. Always remember that. For those who serve the Lord and called according to His purpose, I believe in that. So even with the Supreme Court doing what they doing at the time they did it, I believe in the end it's going to work out even better for black people. I don't think it's going to be bad for us. No. Because you know what? Before we had a Voting Rights Act and a Civil Rights Act, before we had any of that, go look at our history. Go look at before we had all that, how much we were together a lot more,
And
how much more businesses we created, how we stuck together as a community.
Right.
When we have even any of that.
Magazine was a classic example of that until
Beyond
they
what you,
sold it.
some of that lulled us to sleep, and we went from depending on the community to depending on our quote unquote representation, and our representation has been captured by corporations and special interest groups. So they don't serve the community. They may look like the community. They may sound like the community. They may even come from the same neighborhoods as the community, but they're not there to serve the community. They're there to serve corporations, special interest groups, foreign powers, etc. That's it. They don't stand for nothing as a caucus. They don't vote as a block.
But the dog is psycho.
It's sad to watch. What was that Jennifer Welsh, that particular podcast?
Lady Chase.
She's asking Hakeem Jeffries about AIPAC, and you should have watched how he was dancing about that, answering that. No. It wasn't Hakeem Jeffries. Wrong person. Sorry. Cory Booker.
Right.
She's asking Cory Booker about AIPAC and the way he was dancing around the question, scared. I say, see, that shouldn't even be a question for him. He should be serving black people in his particular community. Now, I know as a senator, you got more than black people, but one of the things you should be serving is black people, not special interest groups, not foreign powers. That's why how I feel, all of them can go. Because what have we been getting as a community with the Congressional Black Caucus being in that place? And then I saw what you said, Kellen. Boulay Martin say they don't even call him back. Listen, it lets you know how they won't even call Boulay Martin back. They won't even answer him, and he's the top Democrat promoter. They won't even call him back. You know why, Boulay Martin, they won't call you back? Because they only need you around election time, sir.
Dog, nummy.
So they'll come around that time, and then after that they'll disappear. They don't talk to you because they got their votes. They doing it. They getting their checks
to help train the dog.
They getting their set asides. Because listen, what job do you know? And this is just about all of them, so I can't say it's one or two of them. What job do you know you get? And let's say if your job paid you $50,000 a year, and I say that's what they get paid. But I'm gonna give you an average, something small. You start your job, the salary of $50,000 a year. Everybody knows that. Then we look up in about 4 years, you're worth $1 million, and you're like, how you worth $1 million after having that job for 4 years? You didn't even get no raises to get up to that high. Then you look up another 4 years, you worth $10 million. It's like, hold on, bro. Hold on. 8 years ago, you were struggling.
Yeah.
And this job pays you $50,000. I'm looking up 8 years later, and you got $10 million. Did you hit the lottery? Like, what happened? How are you getting all this money with a $50,000 a year job? That don't make sense. You don't have enough money to invest like that. Even if you did invest everything you own and you lived on ramen noodles or whatever, right?
What was the dog's name?
And then slept on an air mattress. You want to invest all your money. That is not even most time. That's not going to happen unless you hit the Powerball.
Right.
But everybody don't hit the Powerball, right? Like a majority of them people in Congress they become mega rich when they in there because it's corruption, and the black ones are corrupt too. Maybe some more than others, but the black ones are just as corrupt. And my main thing is, you haven't done nothing for black people. Where's the bills you have passed for black people? You people, that's 19 of you who's scared that your seat may be gone. What bills have you passed for black people? Which one of y'all have promoted reparations in the form of cash payments?
Zero.
Not a study, because you'll support a study because your white liberal Democrats say they support a study.
Yeah.
Right.
No, well, that's pacification there, Uncle Phil.
No,
that's a pacifier, like Malcolm X said.
Stalling.
What'd you say? You say just permanent. You say, oh yeah, no permanent friends, no permanent interest. Right. Yeah, we know about insider trading. Now, what time it is? With that being said, real quick, when we come back, we're gonna get into what the Republicans are doing now. Right after this, what they've been doing, they're probably gonna do this in every Republican state, including the one I live in, Texas. I definitely see that coming. I'd be shocked if they didn't do this. But let's go ahead on and we got less than 30 days now, less than 30 days. And we will be at the Ohio Black Expo in Columbus, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, come on out. We'll be out there on the 23rd on the empowerment stage. Make sure you bring your friends and family out there. You can go to OhioBlackExpo.com to get all the information. But let's cue this up if you didn't know about
It's
it.
the Unity Reunion Parade Cookout Line Dance Party Backyard Barbecue Fish Fry Vegan Soul Black Business Food Truck Networking Outdoor Concert Music Festival Celebration of the Year.
Big boy wants to be on camera again. Say hi, Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru. Amaru.
You hear Shabaka? Shabaka's talking to you.
Amaru. Amaru.
See how talking to me.
Yeah, get finny now.
Baby Bobcat.
Yeah. Well, Amaru getting big too. Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Big now. Amaru. All right. What are your thoughts on what the Uncle Phil just laid out for us?
Okay. Well, he's right. Okay. About the what now, Brother Che?
The Congressional Black Caucus, otherwise known as the Immigrant Caucus, losing their seats.
Okay, that's great news, man. That is great news. You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't do shit for us. They never had intentions of doing anything for us. They just sitting up there doing a bunch of grandstanding. You know what I'm saying? All right. Okay. So only thing I could say is like Goddess Navi said right here, fuck them. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? I hate to put it in, I hate to put it in such blatant terms, but fuck them because they ain't never had our interests.
Right.
They ain't never had our interests. You ain't seen not one of them CBCs talking about introducing an anti-black hate crime bill, number one. You never heard none of them sit up there talking about, hey, prosecute these guys like Shav and Stacey Koon and them under federal laws and give them some hard time. Put them in the feds. You got to do 80% of the time. You ain't never heard them mention that.
Never.
Can we just all get along? And 1992 should have been a clear message. You know what I'm saying? But can we just all get along?
See them on the screen. This is their plea to Black America.
If we can represent a district.
We're gonna lose our seats. What are we gonna do? So, Brother Water God's gonna give us an update on that. He was live earlier.
Yeah, and they still get their damn pensions that I think they should lose.
Yeah. So all these bootlicks up here.
Mm-hmm.
Congressional Black Caucus, or a good segment of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a bunch of immigrants, and they don't do anything for Black people, let alone FBAs.
Mm-hmm.
They do stuff for illegal immigrants and LGBTQ and everybody else, and there's Hakeem, Timu, Osambo.
Mm-hmm. And ain't that there old Al Green standing right there to the right of Hakeem right there?
Mm-hmm.
Right there, you see? And if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Che, didn't he try to introduce the reparations and they kicked him out to Congress, I believe?
No, that was John Conyers.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, ain't none of these clowns on the screen try to introduce anything reparations besides a study.
Besides the study. So they could drag that shit on for the next 50 goddamn years. You see what I'm saying? And then, like Sister was saying, it was all done by design. 1992 was the best example of to not fuck around and find out. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Brother Water God's going to update on these CBC members begging Black voters after the new Supreme Court ruling.
Damn cow dog, they look like a cast from Tyler Perry play.
Yeah.
Damn.
That is not majority.
Absolutely.
So let's not have a binary conversation about only black people can represent black seats. Because when we do represent a district, the entirety of the district rises. This is a larger issue.
That's where the
This is a
goddamn
larger issue
problem
about
is
snatching
right there.
democracy
Well,
from the
you already
hands
said
of
it, lady,
voters across
that you're
this
going to sit up
country.
there and work
And
for
continuing
everybody
to
else to
demoralize and
at
marginalize
the
the black vote.
expense
So this is
of
a call to action. If you are black, if
lady,
you love
it's a
anything
call
that
to
is black,
bullshit.
you need to be working to get everybody registered to vote. Because your vote's on the line next.
Might have to drop a dime on this.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
Exactly. Damn tree. Now let me see. I saw Ali Little Richard, Tab Calloway.
All right, y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and to better understand the self. So check this out. The Congressional Black Caucus just had a little conference. I ain't hear the word reparations one time. I mean, one time through this whole 34 minutes. I just wasted 34 minutes. Make sure y'all bless the Cash App, man. Y'all hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm gonna go over y'all some points. They said y'all hear what they said. The act, the first thing they pushing is for voters instead of reparations. I'm gonna go over some clips that they got this same tetherism talk. We're gonna go over that. Check it out.
This is not the court that expanded freedom and moved this nation closer to its ideals. This is a court that is turning back its back on that legacy and on the people it is supposed to serve. But we're not powerless and we're not backing down. The Congressional Black Caucus is prepared to take any measure necessary to protect black voters in this country. We are demanding an immediate vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and we will not accept delay, obstruction, or excuses. We will
Lady, you're full of shit.
And we will go further. We will fight for Supreme Court reform. We will pursue term limits for justices. And we will do what it takes to restore integrity, accountability, and trust, because no institution is above the people it serves. So let me be clear. This fight is not just about Black America. It is about the future of American democracy itself.
Gotta always include us with everybody else.
Melanin.
I just said that in one of my videos. Something just can't be about us.
So to anyone who thinks that we will be discouraged, to anyone who believes that we will be silenced, to anyone who hopes we will sit this moment out, you are mistaken. We will organize, we will mobilize, and we will fight. When November comes, and we show up in numbers too big to ignore and too powerful to suppress, we're not going back. We will not be moved, and we will not stop until this democracy works for all of us.
Damn democracy.
We're not going back. Having said that, it is my honor to now bring to the podium Representative Troy Carter of Louisiana.
John Robert Voting Rights Act is the measure that will get us back onto a level playing field where all Americans are treated equally. Thank you.
Nigga, give me a break, man. Quit smoking.
We now bring to the podium Congresswoman Sewell of Alabama.
What she paid for her degree at, family? This ain't how she got up there.
Right.
It just seems like they delusional.
Mm-hmm.
And listen to how they
trying to get
they
still on the plantation, man. Just prove your point, sir. You see what I'm saying?
A surfaceless, non-American woman.
We need an anti-Yassa Boston bill. We need a
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Congresswoman Sewell. I represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District. We fondly call ourselves Alabama's Civil Rights District, which includes the historic cities of Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. Today, the far-right Supreme Court has dealt a devastating blow to our democracy and to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It will pave the way for the greatest reduction in representation for Black and minority voters since the years following Reconstruction. What the court did today makes it easier for bad state actors to silence the voices of Black voters and harder to challenge the discrimination in court. The court just gave states permission to use partisan gerrymandering as a wholesale excuse to deny Black and minority voters a voice in our democracy. I'm going to repeat that. The court just gave license to states to use partisan gerrymandering as an excuse to discriminate against the voices of the minority in government. We should not mince words. This is the height of hypocrisy from the court. They just prioritize partisan politics over the sacred principle of fair representation, and the decision will have far-reaching consequences. It will not only suppress minority votes in the halls of Congress, but it will erode minority representation in state houses, city councils, and even school boards across this nation. With this decision, the extremists on the Supreme Court have completed their decades-long crusade to gut the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They willingly dismiss generations of legal precedent, of congressional intent, and the will of the American people. In doing so, they have given a green light to Donald Trump's partisan voter suppression scheme. Instead of responding to the will of the people and changing course, Trump and Republicans are trying to erode our democracy and suppress the vote to escape accountability at the ballot box. They're looking to steal the election. And we in the Congressional Black Caucus say no. We say hell no. Not without a fight. I am a daughter of Selma, Alabama, and I grew up in the shadow of the civil rights movement. The foot soldiers who marched across that bridge were my neighbors, my church members, my parishioners, and my babysitters. I am here to tell you that the progress secured by those foot soldiers is being erased before our very eyes.
I'm a Black
and
man
we
in
say
America.
no.
Please, Muhammad
We say hell
You
no.
see why I feel
Not on
right.
our watch. We cannot stand by while extremists try to silence the voices of Black and minority voters. We have an urgent obligation to act. Now more than ever, we need communities across this nation to mobilize in state legislatures, in the courts, and at the ballot box.
Melanated is too broad and ambiguous. We need something specifically for us. That's why we use FBA. That's why we use Freeman.
What I'm saying, brother Jay.
Minorities, we don't do that.
That's
there.
what I'm saying. Right. Yeah, people of color and all that bullshit.
Melanated, we're all melanated. So that's too broad. Kamala
And it's
Harris.
too ambiguous.
Kamala Harris is melanated. She's not one of us, though. So that's why we don't
I'm
use.
not gonna do it strictly for Black people now.
We use Black because we made Black popular and cool. We popularized Black. All these other groups said, me no Black, me no Black. They only Black when it's convenient or when it's February. We're Black 365 days a year and 366 on a leap year.
Exactly.
We need to vote like we've
find
never
out that all colors
Here in
come
Congress,
from
we are
Black.
fighting back. This week, we launched a series of nationwide convenings led by the Southern Poverty Law Center and the House administration to hear from voters across this nation about the attacks on voting rights and the modern-day barriers to the ballot box. Their testimony will help us and inform us in our legislative duties to revise and pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act
Already did that.
with the goal of fully restoring the protections of the Voting Rights Act. The right to vote is the bloodline of our democracy. And in the spirit
Our legal status in this country then is freedmen. That's why we use freedmen as well. That is our legal status. So we don't need the Moorish talk. We just need to get our damn reparations as a distinct ethnic group and lineage in this country. I know that's right, Cow Dog. I'm close to you in age, and we'll get busy too.
of John Lewis, we will continue to get into some good trouble.
That's right.
Until this democracy lives up to its creed of equality and justice.
With that,
we bring our leader, the leader of the Democratic. Oh, sorry. Sorry. With that, we bring the leader, Cleopas Fields from Louisiana, who directly is impacted by this Calais case.
Chairwoman Blacc and all of the distinguished members of the Congressional Black.
Not Timu on Sambo.
Caucus. Today's decision by this illegitimate Supreme Court majority strikes a blow against the Voting Rights Act and is designed to undermine the ability of communities of color all across this country to elect their candidate of choice. But we're not here to step back, we're here to fight back. Now, when this decision came out earlier today, it's an unacceptable decision, but not an unexpected decision. Because this isn't even really the Roberts Court. It's the Trump Court.
Yes, yes.
And what we would expect from the Trump Court is an effort to continue their scheme to suppress the vote and rig the midterm elections and beyond. Because these extremists have failed America in every possible way. They failed on the economy, they failed.
Yeah, you're aware that the Black Laws Dictionary was created by white people, right? White supremacists.
Exactly.
On healthcare, they're failing as it relates to this reckless and costly war of choice. The extremists have completely and totally failed America.
Exactly, Cal Dog.
So they've
That's
concluded,
exactly what they
aided and
want.
abetted by the Trump court that they have to cheat to win.
Yes.
But the reality of our experience, our journey, now more than 400 years, is that we view a setback, and this is one, but we view setbacks as nothing more than a setup for a comeback.
That's right.
And America has the great opportunity to keep the comeback going by exercising your right to vote in November and making it clear that it's not Donald Trump or his Supreme Court majority that should be the ones to decide who gets to represent you in Congress. It's the American people. Now, they've tried to do everything they can, particularly in the aftermath of the 2008 election. They're trying to do everything that they can to eliminate and erase our journey, our struggle, our march in this country.
That was a big
hit in 1968. And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here.
That's right.
And we're not going anywhere.
No,
and we believe in this country.
That's music over time. Get off that dope
But
and
we
alcohol,
recognize
man.
that what we've been given is a march toward a more
Damn
perfect
full of
union.
fucking ass.
And at this moment in time, we're
bullshit.
urging everyone to summon the courage, the character, and the conviction of those heroes like John Lewis and Rosa Parks and so many others upon whose shoulders we stand. They had to fight through moments of turbulence, trials and tribulations. But every single time, they fought through those moments and were able to usher in a new era of progress. And that's what this moment represents right now. It's turbulent.
Wrong platform, brutal.
It's chaotic. It's extreme.
Get the fuck out of here,
For
Trick.
all of us, are going to summon that courage, that character, that conviction, and show up and stand up and speak up for what we know is right to get this situation turned around. We'll not let their scheme to make the midterm election and beyond be successful.
He deserves to go right straight to fucking jail.
He's the GOAT. What? He's the GOAT.
Yeah, man, knock that clown upside the head, man.
They're on the vertical, Sabaki. Any other mob?
Huh?
Yeah, he's a Magite.
Yeah, you're on the wrong page here, man, because the only thing you're gonna do is get disrespected royally.
Oh, baby almost fell off the counter.
Okay, now Dump is the best president ever. Now explain to me this here brutal facts, okay? All right, this is a 34-count convicted felon, a dope fiend, a damn rapist who goes up there and says, grab the woman by the kitty cat, man, that there is a sexual assault.
Right.
So get your stupid ass up out of here, man. And oh, wait a minute, I know something better yet than that there. Say brutal facts. You want the link? Why don't you come up here, man, and join us with your bullshit? I'll debate you, and I'll humiliate your ass.
You got to come on camera. You can't be trolling.
Yeah, man, yeah, that's it, man. That's it. Want the link?
But here, just say the word, and we'll drop the link for you.
Yeah, man, and we'll have you up here, man, and we're going to degrade your ass. Earth calling brutal facts once.
Oh, Cow Dog got him out of here.
Okay, right on, Cow Dog. Yeah, right on, man. Yeah. Cow Dog told him to shake the spot. Love it. You know. Right on, Cow Dog. Appreciate you, brother. Now, the cold part about it is here, people, putting all nonsense aside. Okay, I went out there and voted. I've been to jail registering people to vote. I've been assaulted registering people to vote. I had to defend myself for registering people to vote. But what did I gain? Except a damn jail record and bruised knuckles.
Yep.
What did I gain?
That's
what
it.
Did I gain? And the only person I see voting for is Jesse Paris. Okay. That's the only person I see worth taking your time, getting registered, and go cast your vote for him. Kamala Harris, you're garbage. Gruesome Newsom, you belong in jail. All you politicians in California, you know, particularly you black ones, you guys need to go up there and go to Hollywood.
Yeah.
Play politician, you know what I'm saying? And then also too, for the brother who we was talking about there, Brother Che, about Culver City, MGM, MGM Pictures, you owe reparations too for that bullshit movie you made, Gone with the Wind. Where Clark Gable said that famous line to Vivian Lee, you got a broken down wagon and a crippled old man and a simple-minded dark. Now, when I said that there on Facebook, they suspended me for about 30 days. You know? So, but they were stating how they honestly feel. You see?
Yeah.
You know, so MGM out there in Culver City, you owe reparations too. Oh, and wait a minute. I just thought about something, Brother Che. So does Paramount. Didn't they bring us D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation?
Yep. That was aired at the White House.
Yeah. I forgot about that way back in 1915.
Yep. By what's the damn name? Monroe?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Yeah.
Was it Monroe? That was the president at the time. James.
You talking about in 1915?
Yeah.
No, I think that was a dude named Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson,
yeah. And then and the banks owe us too. Okay, now who's this here? Yeah, cut from a different cause. Yep, the banks owes us too now, and the insurance companies on that because they insured the slave ships. Yeah, you see, they sure did. And then too, Brother Che, I'm going over paperwork, man, to get the total count, man, of how many of us was brought here. So I haven't forgot about that, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, now, okay.
And when we take back the majority in the aftermath of the November 2026 election, one of our first acts is going to be to make sure we pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in America once and for all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Let me thank all of my colleagues standing here shoulder to shoulder. More would have been here had we not just heard this decision. But I want to open up now for any questions from the press. Yes, could you state your name and your outlet?
Cheyenne Daniels with Politico. 2 questions, if that's okay. I'm hearing lots about the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, potentially revisions to it. What would revisions look like? And frankly, what is the support from the Republican side, or does this have to wait until Democrats win back either chamber? And if so, with this ruling today and with the redistricting that we are already hearing GOP members saying they want to get the ball rolling on, what's the likelihood Democrats can actually win either chamber in November now?
Well, listen, we cannot give up. We're not going to give up. When we talk about revising it, we talk about revising it to meet the standards that were set by Calais, by Shelby, dealing with some of the issues that align with enforcement, dealing with the fact that we want to bring back pre-clearance. And in order to do that, we need a modern day formula for determining which states are bad actors. In fact, the bill that we filed this year goes back to 1998, and it still covers about 7 or 8 states that have had, egregious behavior when it comes to voting discrimination. Guess what I'm saying is that voting discrimination is egregious. And the Voting Rights Act, while not totally eliminated by the Supreme Court case today, it was definitely gutted. But here's what I know for a fact. There's no way that the Supreme Court or that this Congress cannot let egregious state actors violate voter discrimination without having a remedy. And those remedies come from the Voting Rights Act. I think more than ever, it's now time for Congress to act. I mean, that's what the Supreme Court said in the Shelby decision, waiting on Congress to come with a modern day formula, not a formula that discriminates against discriminations that happened in the 1960s or 70s, but modern day discrimination. And we've seen that abound, whether that's requiring people to pay their bail, the cost of court costs in order to get their right to vote unsuspended. That's a modern day poll tax is what it is. Or the SAVE Act that the Republicans are trying to ram down our throat. You know and I know that a passport costs $110. And I have a lot of members of my constituency that can't afford that. So there are definitely modern day suppression tactics that the Republicans and extremists have made alive and well. And we seek to address those in the Voting Rights Act, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And so we know that we can't just submit the same thing. We must revise it in order to reflect court cases that have tried to get it.
On the midterm aspect of that question, let me be very clear about one thing. We are not going to let the extremists successfully rig the midterm election. We will not allow them.
Shit, we got church in the building. Salute. Certified salute to Church of Black Power. We got Church of Black Power in the building. Shabaki. Keep up the good work. I got your logo up.
Shout out to Church of Black Power. Shout out to you, Church of Black Power. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. So we're going over to CBC and how they freaking out, losing their minds. Our brother Water God TV giving us a quick update on them begging us after this new Supreme Court ruling. You know, you covered it on your platform already. We need to get some dirt on them and let the people know this and who they are representing. Yeah, we need our version of Black Voter Watch. We need the FBA Voter Watch. Somebody need to come up with that so we can put all these candidates on blast all these incumbents on blast and show their record for doing for Black people. Like they have a record on that Black Voter Watch for who's more Democratic, who needs somebody that's more pro-Black. What pro-Black legislation, pro-FBA legislation are you implementing or working to implement? Otherwise, you get an F-. So our brothers working on our own independent party called the Freedmen Reparations Party. So I have the logo. This is what the logo is right here. So salute to church. Let me get back to Water God and the Congressional Black Caucus.
To artificially hold power as a result of a racial gerrymander, a partisan gerrymander, or DeSantis dummymander. It doesn't matter what it is. We're not going to let them prevail. And we're not just talking about that. We faced this same very question about a year ago when Donald Trump and Republicans launched this scheme to gerrymander congressional maps all across the country and snatch away, according to what people objectively said, it's going to be 10, 12, or 15 seats with folks claiming that Democrats could do nothing about it. But we stand here today having fought back all over the place, in Texas, in California, in Utah, in Ohio, in New Hampshire, in Nebraska, in Missouri, in Indiana, and most recently in Virginia. And Democrats haven't lost the gerrymandering battle, we're winning it. And everybody understands that, regardless of what they do in Florida, where we'll continue to push back. So don't let any MAGA extremists fool you about what may ultimately result from this decision, particularly as it relates to the next few months.
This clown don't believe that bullshit himself,
Because
man.
we're going to fight back in the Deep South and all over the country. And when it's all said and done, we're going to win.
You're going to lose.
Allie Mutnick with Punchbowl. Would you support a push from blue states, New York, California, New Jersey, to unravel their existing BRA districts in order to erase Republican seats in those states, even if it could mean less Black representation?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Would you support a push
I heard parts of it.
Yeah, so like New York, New Jersey, California, if they unravel their VRA seats in order to pick up Republican seats in those states, like, is that a response that you would endorse?
To pick up Republican seats?
No, Democratic states. Look, I can't speak for all of the Black caucus, but we're already in a race to the bottom that we're winning, by the way, on gerrymandering. And what this decision says is that it values partisan politics over discrimination. It's really, 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 it takes us back. And so to the extent that it's inviting red states to totally
Don't take us back nowhere. All it means is that you Democrats are going to have to actually compete for the Black vote. The days are over of you thinking you got the Black vote in your back pocket. Them days is over. You're going to actually have to compete against Republicans and independents for the Black vote. So this opens up the door for candidates such as myself, such as Greg Marcel Dixon, and whoever else decides to run for us to actually have a fighting chance of winning a seat or two or several seats.
Right. Yeah.
take away all the Democratic seats and be totally red. It also encourages blue states to do exactly the same. So I can't speak for my chairwoman, but I take 52 seats from California. I sure would. And 17 seats from Illinois. Because at the end of the day, they're rigging this election to try to win. And we just can't sit back here and do nothing. We're going to play their game and we're going to beat them at it.
Yeah, that's good.
And let's
No,
be
you're
clear, in
not.
California, for example, the 3 seats that are represented by Black people, those are not majority African American seats. We have proven that we can represent a district that is not majority Black.
Absolutely.
So let's not have a binary conversation about only Black people can represent Black seats. Because when we do represent a district,
Here we go with that bullshit. We can't be the representative for just Black people. We gotta represent
Right.
the whole district. We can't do nothing specifically for Black people. No.
Yeah, exactly, Brother Che. And I honestly believe if we had some Black candidates at the federal level, right?
Right.
Okay, they came up there and said that we're going to do something specifically for Black people. I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts, man, it will have a countermand effect. And what I mean by that is that you would have more whites who would come out there and vote for that agenda. Okay, it's just a theory. Okay, and we have B Media who said, what now? What did B Media say? Okay, all right, let me see here. Okay, let's see here. Daniel Gianti. David Wynn Milker left Mache on TikTok for Black America. They use a doctor to get rid of him, just as they done to Michael Jackson. Oh, patent owner to American flag and ex-president of Hawaii. Okay, what have the Black Caucus did for us? Nothing.
Nothing.
And they know it's over. Okay, and they know it's over. And that's for real. So the more reason. Yeah, and the more reason, people, for us to become self-sufficient. We could do it.
And we need to replace the clowns with our own candidates that's from the grassroots. That's FBA. Right. That's Freedman. That's going to do specifically for FBA and Freedman.
Right. They say, and I'll try to get there with y'all,
Not this prepackaged bullshit that you're hearing on your screen. Let me continue this bullshit. We're going to give our dialogue or commentary on it.
the entirety of the district rises. This is a larger issue. This is a larger issue about snatching democracy from the hands of voters across this country and continuing to demoralize and marginalize.
Every time they say democracy, they're full of shit. This is not a democracy.
Exactly.
It's a constitutional republic with the ideal of democracy, but it's not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. So every time I say, we got to save democracy, we got to do, this is not a goddamn democracy.
Right. And then on top of it, too, and not one of these motherfuckers said what they're going to specifically they're going to do for us as far as these killings are concerned.
Because your vote's on the line next.
We're going to fight everywhere, all the time, across the country, in the Deep South, in the North, in the West, in the Midwest. We're going to fight them everywhere, just like we've done. Right. As it relates to the gerrymandering battle that they started that we're finishing.
Yeah.
While at the same time, protecting the ability of African-American communities, Black communities, to elect the candidate of their choice in the face of centuries of racial discrimination. And the nerve of these right-wing extremists on the Supreme Court to pretend as if racial bigotry no longer exists, and then write an opinion that proves the exact opposite.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, at the end of the day,
it's called
the Congressional Black Caucus is at its highest level ever.
Call it for what it is, Hakeem. It's hypocrisy. With your pink tie wearing ass.
In the House of Representatives.
Go to San Francisco.
With several vacancies. Only 11 of those members represent districts where a majority of the constituency are African Americans. 11, do the math. That means we know how to get elected in districts all across the country, y'all, and we will continue to do so. We also recognize that in the Deep South, there's a long history of intentional discrimination
from a different cloth,
against Black communities to try to suppress their ability to elect their candidate of choice. It's irrefutable, unmistakable, and ongoing.
That's exactly
in many instances. Now, this Supreme Court decision spoke to the Voting Rights Act, and they're trying to gut it. But we still have an intentional discrimination claim always available to us under the 14th Amendment.
That's right.
And we'll continue to use it.
I just wanted to, for the press's purposes, that was Sidney Kamlaga, Los Angeles, California, that set the record straight.
But a lot of members here represent districts.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And to be clear, those of us who do represent majority Black districts represent that district. I grew up in that district, Black, white, green, Republican, Democrat. I have my finger on the pulse and I represent
If that's
that
the
entire
green
district.
motherfucker, I'm running like hell because that is somebody from another
If we
planet
live
who is
in
severely
what some
ill.
think exists as a post-racial era.
Okay,
none of this would be needed.
Helen A.
But we don't.
Blackley Jeffries is a disgrace
Particularly
to our
in the
country.
Deep South.
And all
As
we hear
evidenced by the
lies
fact
out of
that
Dems
Louisiana has
now. They
never
funded
had
the
an
KKK
African-American statewide
people
elected
to
official
create more
since
racism.
Reconstruction.
Well, that is
The
a
very
fact.
seat that I hold
They
in the
did
United
fund the
States Congress
KKK.
was elected
It was
by
the Democrats that
John
invented the KKK.
Willis Menard, but never seated in the United States Congress 150 years ago. And 150 years later, we still have yet to have an African-American elected statewide. Listen, as Terry just said, Congressmember Sewell just said very eloquently, I represent white
Is
folk,
he
black
talking
folk,
about-
Democrats, Republicans, I represent everyone that falls within my district. That's not always reciprocated.
The biggest
Hence the
miseducated
need
Tom
for
Blunt.
fairness,
I'm a Sewell. Is that who
equality,
he's
and
mentioning?
an opportunity.
I think so, Shabaki.
My God. Exactly. Bamadla, if I'm saying the name right, Bamadla. But you're in there now and have not represented us in 30 years. That is a fact. Okay, Church of Black Power. Greetings to you, Church of Black Power. Thank you for joining us.
For people that have fair elections.
Are there any further questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Michael Jones with Once Upon a Hill. One of the other challenges that some of you all have expressed is the media environment.
We need somebody in there from the new Blacc Media. And what are your thoughts on reparations, direct lineage cash payments for this foundational Black Americans descendants of America's house slavery freedmen? What are your thoughts on that? We needed somebody in there to ask that very question.
Right.
That we're in, given the fact that, you know, Elon Musk controls X, Republican allies control TikTok, some of the channels that you all are trying to use to reach, you know, low propensity voters. I'm curious how you all are thinking about kind of messaging and organizing, given the current media environment that we're in. How will you all go about reaching folks who, you know, may not be, you know, watching your live streams, reading your press releases, or maybe not always reading the publications we represent? So much of the future of you all success will be reaching voters and turning them out in ways that maybe you haven't been able to in the past. So I'm curious how you all are approaching that.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of partners on the ground. The conversations have been fast and furious today. The extending of our arms into grassroots organizations on the ground in communities across this nation is inevitable. Our clergy connections are deep and run deep. This is a massively devastating decision. Everyone understands the assignment. We are all ready and willing to mobilize and be on the ground in communities across this nation. Many have already completed their primary elections. They're ready to go and gear up. We've got to get voters out. We understand the assignment. Our partners and allies understand the assignment, and we're ready to go, and we're mobilized.
Leah Rudenbrett with Gray Television.
Ready to go. You ready to go to the unemployment office. That's where you're ready to go.
I wonder what your message is to some members on the other side of the aisle who sort of celebrate some of the civil rights leaders that you've talked about. But for example, Speaker Johnson, who often celebrates MLK today, this morning, he said this was, quote, obviously the right result. What is your message to some members who maybe don't see the connect that they should?
Yeah, well, we will continue to make it plain to them. That I think they're acting like they're pretending not to know. They know exactly what this means, and they know exactly what they've been assigned to do by Donald Trump. And so we are very focused on what we must do to counteract. And anyone who wants to join us in this mission, who understand the assignment, are welcome to do so.
Understand the assignment? Nope. The assignment is reparations in the form of direct lineage cash payments. That's what you need to be working on. You keep bringing up the damn dump.
Exactly.
Like, mobilize us to get our souls and booties to the polls. Y'all can keep on dreaming on that, Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Lee Escar, and I'm AP. Can you talk a little bit about the specifics of how this decision will impact 2026 specifically, and what this fight that you're referencing, what does that look like? Are you concerned about individual members? Is this lawsuits? What?
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield.
He
took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Talking like they just giving us orders. Exactly, Keezy.
Exactly.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on the CBC asking?
They all belong in jail. They all need to quit smoking dope. They need a huge reality check, selling us down the fucking toilet like they've been doing for the last 60 goddamn years. And I hate to have to put it like that, man, but that's essentially the facts.
They want us to keep them in office.
Or what? Okay. But Madla says, why would I join you or any other Democrat? They all lie.
Right.
You're getting no argument from me. Cow Dog was saying we need a Trojan horse in the press for times like that to ask real questions about reparations. See, Cow Dog, I would go up there, and if I was to go up there and ask them such questions, man, I'd be arrested.
We need at least one.
See, I'd be arrested.
Like if it was me, this is Jesse with Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance the Revolutionary Agenda. What are you going to do specifically for Black people in your district, specifically for foundational Black Americans? All this Trump talk is not getting us anywhere. What are you going to do specifically for us? You want to stay in office? What tangibles are you going to produce for the foundational Black American freedmen community? Yeah, they pulling our legs as usual, Daniel.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know what I'm saying? That's for sure. Selling us a bunch of bill of goods, selling us molded cheese, selling us fried ice cream and boiled ice cubes.
Right. Yeah, they're talking to illegals. Well, let have them illegals vote for them. Oh, they can't vote.
Yeah.
So y'all got a problem, Democrats. Either produce our tax, or y'all just gonna continue to lose elections. We don't give a damn.
Exactly.
Y'all can lose the next 4 election cycles for all we care. We don't give a damn.
Exactly.
I'm talking about, because I made it clear y'all don't give a damn about our demands. You don't care about our reparations. You want to give illegal immigrant reparations over us, and you think we're gonna go out and vote for you? Hell no.
Hell to the no. Anthony Flint 2608 says it's oval, not over.
What? No, it's over. It's over for the Democrats.
Yeah, let them crash and burn.
Entertainment.
Exactly, Cool Keezy. We ain't taking any more wood nickels.
Exactly.
Daniel Giante. Entertainment what? Wait a minute. Okay, Daniel Giante says entertain MRNT. I don't know what he means by that. While keep
entertainment, it's a sister. She said entertainment while keeping us distracted, still for more mere surprise and disappointments.
Okay. Yeah, but Madla, yeah, we's waking up. Like the Four Tops say, shake me, wake me when it's over.
We's awoke. Awoke. Not to be confused with woke, even though woke just means black. So moving along, Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update on these Democrat candidates being called out for ignoring the black community campaign season.
A brother wants to know, why are Texas Democratic candidates missing in the black community? Check it out.
Y'all not gonna tell me James Tallarico and his team do not see the online chatter. Like, do they care? People are literally getting on here begging y'all to do something, make yourself more visible, because it is people that want to vote for y'all. However, some people feel like y'all need to earn their vote, which is okay. Which means that y'all need to do something. Don't get up there. I think the last thing I seen is what James get up there and ask, what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? Where do I need to meet y'all? So you telling me all your life you spend in Texas, and all the time you spend, trying to do politics, things unless you didn't create no type of coalition with black people. You don't got no connection with black people. You don't know where we be at. Why are you running for senator? I used to create on here, Black Girls Who Brunch. She been emailed James Tallarico and they telling them where they need to go, what churches they need to visit. You know what I'm saying? They haven't did none of that. Then when we bring this up, we got Tallarico supporters getting in the comments telling us what we need to do and how we should handle the situation, instead of saying, oh, dang, let me relay the message that, hey, Mr. James, you're not, reaching out to the black community as you should. And we do need them to win this election. Also, Gina, be more visible. Be more visible, Gina. I don't see you nowhere. I don't even think I seen a commercial from Gina. So, yeah, I think they need to do better.
So as you saw there, he basically is taking James Tallarico, who is running to be the senator. Remember, he bested that of Jasmine Crockett not too long ago in the primaries. And Gina Hinojosa, who is running to be the governor of Texas, also a Democrat. But the complaint is amongst many black folks is, how come they haven't come to the black community to talk to us or to listen to us, right? Or even to try to campaign. Well, I hate to make it so simple, but they already know they got your vote. When I say you, I mean black folks. Let's think about it. Who votes for the Democratic Party more than anybody? It's black folks. I'm saying collectively. Now, maybe not you as a black person or you, but black people in general vote the most for the Democratic Party. So why am I, think about it. Okay, if I'm a Democratic candidate, why do I need to spend money in the black community or even go talk to them when I know they're going to vote for me anyway, right? That's the vote blue no matter who crowd, because my mama did it, my daddy did it, my grandmama did it, and everybody did it. I'm gonna do it too, just for absolutely no reason at all. I'm gonna vote all the way down the ballot, blue, 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 blue. If it's a Democrat, I'm a vote for it. Why do they need to spend money to do that? They've already assumed your vote. We are the only community that they say, hey, you know what? The black voter's a sure thing. You hang a sign or two up or whatever, but and a lot of times we know that on the state and local levels that not just black folks, but a lot of people don't show up. There's a lot of apathy, like, well, why should I do that? What is it really going to matter? And, in our community, and they say, especially in Texas, the black voter turnout on the state and local level is like bizarre low. You know what I mean? So that needs to be fixed. But I just imagine it's low because a lot of black folks are like, well, what is it going to benefit me to do that? Especially now, you see like the Democratic Party, they're romping and stomping for illegal immigration and a whole host of things. Oftentimes in the black community, it is one of the worst communities for a whole host of reasons, right? But it typically is. You have Democratic representation and they just ignore anything in the black community for the most part. So, yeah, young brother, they just more or less like, what's the point?
Exactly.
One thing, they're going to vote for us anyway, right? And we need to go and focus the vote, the efforts on people who may not vote, right? Like the Hispanics, they're kind of like that with their vote. The Asians, they're like that too. White folks, they're like that. Us, Democrats, you know? So yeah, it's common sense. It's about money. It's about mathematics. We don't need to concentrate efforts there for something that's a sure thing. So the thing is this, wagging my finger like Obama, right? Listen, young man, the thing is this, stop allowing them to assume that you're automatically going to do it. Prove them wrong.
Right.
Maybe this time around, say, well, I'm going to go do something else. Whatever that something else is, whether you vote for another party or I don't know, whatever it is you decide to do, prove them wrong and say, hey, maybe you should have came in our community. Maybe you should have came and talked to us and see what our concerns are. Maybe you shouldn't have just assumed that we will vote for you because we didn't, right? That's going to be on us as the Black community to stop allowing them to think, oh, well, I don't need to talk to them. For what? They're already going to do it. So I hope that helps. Anyway, y'all let me know.
And now it's the time to show them they're going to have to work for our goddamn vote. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting blue no matter who. You want our
exactly
vote to do something specifically. You have to put some goddamn tangibles on the table. Otherwise, we're not eating.
Yeah, I'm on the couch.
Or voting. So the couch gonna win again like it did in 2024.
Yeah.
Hit up all them.
Hit up all them.
Assignments means they will never be able to be impeached. Well, so be it.
Yeah, exactly.
Give a damn about any of it. If they're not gonna produce no taxables, then he's just gonna stay in office.
To hell with him.
Damn.
Yeah.
We don't care if they regain the House or the Senate. They just need to get the memo. We're not playing about our tangibles.
Right.
We don't care what else is going on. Cut the goddamn check. Y'all been stalling for goddamn long. When Biden was in office and y'all had both the House and the Senate, y'all told us, oh no, we got to focus on the pandemic. When old Sambo was in office for both terms, in the first term he had both the House and the Senate, y'all said, oh, he can't do nothing just for Black America. He got to do something for all America. So here we are in 2020.
Exactly.
And if you're not going to do nothing for us all the way up to 2100, you're just going to continue to lose. We don't care what they got going on. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Run me my check.
Right. And Cool Keezy says he's been eyeballing the new couch. It looks very comfy.
Right.
Yeah, you're right about that, Cool Keezy. You get no argument from me, sir. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't do it no more. Really, I can't.
Right.
I already made a mistake for the generations after me. Build up some economical wealth. You see what I'm saying? Build up some Black businesses. You see what I'm saying? Because the majority of these politicians are prostitutes. You know?
Yep.
Straight out, political prostitutes.
So go rent and buy one of them to do our bidding.
Exactly.
That's what we got to do. We got to put our own people in. Like I said, I'm on the ballot here in the state of Colorado. You can run in your own locale if you would like, as an independent on a Black First agenda. The choice is yours. Or you can find somebody to run and you can rent and buy them and have them do your bidding for your city, your state.
Yeah.
So moving along, we got the Democrats and the CDC are cooked and crashing out. So Brother Water God gonna give us an update on that. He's out of Virginia, Florida, Shabaki.
Oh, okay.
Well, I appreciate the relationship that I've had with AIPAC from the very beginning of my congressional journey.
Pro-Israel community fully embraced me.
AIPAC played a very important role in my political campaign. I think it really helped it take off.
One of those demands is keep ICE out of sensitive locations. And we've defined that as schools, houses of worship, hospitals, and polling sites. We want an explicit prohibition that ICE can go nowhere near.
And we want a prohibition that the race soldiers can't go anywhere either. And they can't harass, terrorize,
Exactly.
kill us. So where the hell is the anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill? Hakeem Jeffries. Where the hell is the goddamn protections for our lineage, our people group? Why are you talking about ICE and what they're doing to the illegals? We don't give a damn about the damn illegals.
Any polling sites in the United States of America.
Might have to drop a dime on this.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and to better understand the self. So check this out, y'all. In this video, we going over the Democrats is cooked. They crashing out. Okay, a lot of people is exposing their tactics. Okay, and I think it's gonna be very hard for them to win in the midterm.
You know what time it is?
Okay, so we're seeing a lot of them coming at foundational Black Americans, and they're trying to push this voters bill because it is theatrical back and forth going on with the voting in the polls. So they want to protect the polls. But I'm going to show y'all some clips. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Without further ado, let's get it.
Look at this mess. Look at this, guys. Look at this. This is who CTU is. Abolish ICE. When we have 22 million illegals over here, I'm bad.
Sanctuary policy that attracts the easiest way to get rid of sanctuary policies is maybe we should start charging the politicians with crimes that vote for the sanctuary policies and make them accessories to whatever crimes are committed by illegal immigrants in those jurisdictions, because to me they're absolutely complicit in the crime, because it never should have happened in the first place but for those sanctuary policies, but for some politician voting thinking that that's okay.
I just watched Hakeem Jeffries stand in front of the country and tell you something that is provably false. That cornball said the Supreme Court took away Black people's right to vote. I actually had a man talking to another man while in the line, and I had to resist saying something. He was saying, Trump took away Black people's rights to vote today. As a matter of fact, he got rid of affirmative action. Now they're not going to get hired. I thought to myself, stop right there. Not one Black person in Louisiana lost their vote. Not one. Nobody was removed from the rolls. Not one person was blocked from the ballot box. It just did not happen. For the simple out there that believe everything Democrats say, I'm here to tell you the truth.
Everyone, so we knew it was going to happen, and it happened. The United States Supreme Court essentially gutted the Voting Rights Act.
That's a lie.
What does this mean? It means that now in all these different states, a
Lady,
lot of them
go
in the
back
South,
to your bottle.
these
You full of
conservative
shit.
legislatures are going
Go back to your
try
bottle, lady.
to
Go back to your
redraw
bottle.
the
Go
lines,
back to your
redraw the
bottle.
maps around who can vote and who is going to be represented. What now is going to happen is it's going to be more difficult to challenge those laws that get passed that we know are intended to make it more difficult for you to have the representatives that you want at a local level, state level, and congressional level. And here's the bottom line. They know that the power is with the people. And they know that when people vote in their numbers, that's when change comes. This means checking your voter registration status. This means knowing where your polling place is. They will try to make it more difficult, but we cannot be deterred. People ask me, Kamala, why are you optimistic? I'm optimistic because I know the power is with the people. And I know that we're not going to let anybody take our power from us. So let's get out there and let's fight.
I got a question for you, Cam.
It's really simple. You cannot make race the only deciding factor when drawing district lines. That's it. That's constitutional law. That's equal protection.
Yeah, she
But
drunk and high right now, cow dog.
Because what they won't talk about, and I'm about to put you down, what they won't talk about, what they refuse to say out loud, is what's happening in places like New York, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, New Jersey. Republicans are pulling 30, 40, almost 50% of the vote. And you know what these black conservatives get? Nothing. Not a stamp, not a doggone crumb, not one congressional seat in all of New England. Zero, zilch, nada, no seats, no representation, nothing.
I want to put this out there. I'm not going to give my own personal opinion on this because I have my own, right? But I think we need to kind of settle this right now. So what I'm going to ask you guys is, who do you think is the more racist party and why?
What's up, everybody? Zeke here. So that's Steve Loves Ammo, really good friend of mine. And I encourage you, give him a like, follow, let him know that I sent you. So he asked the question, what is the most racist party? And I'm going to answer it. And it's just my perspective, but here we go. I mean, you got the Republicans who are bad. They say some dumb stuff every now and again. You do have the far right who just are angry at everybody. But you also do have the Democrats. And I mean, it's not like they premiered Birth of a Nation at the White House, right? And it's also not like they had a sitting grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan amongst their members, right? And it's not like two of their members eulogized him at his funeral, right? And it's not like that one of those guys who eulogized the grand dragon at the KKK wrote a crime bill that criminalized and sent more black men to prison than any other bill, right?
Right.
Innocent Americans are being killed by illegal aliens, but they want to abolish ICE. Look at this. Look at the foreign flags. This is your modern day progressive, communist, anti-American Democratic Party. Every American citizen should rise up and make sure we never vote for the Democratic Party again.
And it's not like the person who signed the bill is married to another Democrat who said that black men were super predators, right? I mean, and it's not like, you know, one of the sitting presidents in the Democrat Party said that if you don't know if you're going to vote for him, that you ain't black. He also said that black folks don't know how to use the computer, use the internet, and can't pick up IDs, right? Yeah. But then you say, Zeke, why are you bringing up old stuff? Except that there's a Democrat governor right now in New York who said that black kids in the Bronx don't know the word computer. And she also said that black folks, while in church, addressing them, said that don't spend their stimulus money at the liquor store, because she would totally say that to a white congregation, right? Right. Also talk down to black folks a whole lot, the Democrats. You know, they code switch. They feel the need to gangster it up and ghetto it up when they talk to black folks. And they'll get rappers to go and talk to black folks because policy is just was policy, right? And they also say that black folks can't score as well on tests and can't pass the bar. But, I mean, they're totally not racist, right? They're not racist. No, that's not racism. That maybe it is, and black folks vote Democrat over and over and over and over again. Sounds really stupid to me. Zeke Arkham, got your 6. Bye.
The reality is that consumers across the country said, no, we're not going to tolerate that. So we are building to those moments. And right now, there are a lot of attacks on our democracy. I mean, the Republicans just passed a budget resolution that puts another $70 billion into ICE and CBP.
That ain't right.
And that is just wrong. That's on top of the $170 billion that they put in with their big bad betrayal bill last year. Which is why we, the movement, Democrats in the House, Democrats in the Senate, and all of us on the outside said not a dime more for ICE and CBP without massive reforms, because those agencies don't even need to exist. They need to be completely dismantled.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we're successful with that, right? We just funded all of DHS except for ICE and CBP.
Yes, right. That's right.
So that would not have happened without this movement. So today, as we march, let's just count all the ways in our head as we go through, all the ways that we have power. We have power individually, with the decisions we make, with the places we go, with the shops that we frequent, but we also have power as human beings with our networks to bring more people in, to train more people in what it looks like to have effective nonviolent resistance. And that's why I do Resistance Lab. We have our next session Sunday at 11 o'clock. Please sign up, resistancelab.us. We've trained 30,000 people across the country. This is what it's going to take. Ongoing, dedicated, organizing work that lifts other people up, that brings new people in, and that says, when the people fight, we win. When the people fight, we win. And we, the people, are the most powerful institution of any. Because that's what we are. So thank you all so much for being here. Se puede.
Si se puede.
Almost half of the states vote one way.
That's the bitch that want to get the illegals reparations too.
Oh yeah, fuck her, man.
And that entire
Wants to give the illegals reparations.
And among these people are people just like me. People that are conservative, believe in the nuclear family, believe in borders, believe in law and order, believe in Second Amendment rights, believe in Fourth Amendment rights, believe in the Bill of Rights. Men and women who do not think the party expects them how to think. Where's the outrage for those states, Hakeem? Why are you not saying anything about the New England states and the massive black population that's there that has been silenced? No, you haven't said anything because you're just corny like that. You're nowhere to be found. Because this was never about protecting Black Americans. This was never about protecting Americans, period. This is about controlling a voting bloc. If the outcome benefits their power, silence. And if they can stop you from having a congressional seat and you're hurt by their rules, they'll say nothing. If the outcome challenges their control, suddenly they're racist. Racist. President Trump is racist. You started this war. So we're gonna end it. That's the pattern, folks. Do you get it now? People are waking up to it. People are seeing what's happening with their own eyes. The question is simple. Are you going to keep letting these politicians define your voice, America? Are you going to sit there in New England with 0 congressional seats and just be quiet about it? How much longer will your voice be subdued? When are you going to recognize you're being used, America? They race bait, they race hustle, they stir up dissent in America nonstop.
No, just keep losing.
I'm tired of
This is a shame. Our kids should be in school. They shouldn't have had their kids out. Yeah, no. That's a shame. Oh, guys, look at this. They have our kids out here. Look how sad this is. We have our kids out here protesting for their own demise, carrying signs that they had no knowledge about. Look at this. This is sad, guys. Look at this. Parents, look what they have your kids doing. These kids have no clue what they're marching for. No clue. They're marching for all the policies that destroy their communities. You're a modern day Democratic Party. Look, they do not represent Americans. Look at this. Look at this. Chaos. This is what the Progressive Democratic Party represents. Foreigners, foreign flags, anti-Americans. Look at this. No American flags. You don't see no American flags. All you see is foreign flags. Wake up, Americans. The Democratic Party do not represent you. Look at this. Look at this. CTU, look at this. Indoctrination.
Okay, Cal Dog, thank you for joining us, brother. Thank you for joining us.
This is your modern day Democratic Party.
We support us. 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 Illegals go home. 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 Illegals go home.
Thank you.
How you doing, miss?
Hi.
That's on his end.
Sad.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved this problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All his videos.
Okay.
All right, we're talking about the Democrats being cooked.
Blackout. Hey, man, glad to see it happen, man. You know what I'm saying? Glad to see it happen. Go on and let them crash and burn, man. You know what I mean? Because they've been taking us for granted for too damn long.
Okay.
And as you say, tangibles, they never offer any tangibles for Black people in America.
Never.
Vote blue, no matter who. Look at Screwsome. Look at Kamami. Look at Osambo. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do shit for Black people. And not one of these motherfucking Democratic politicians, and I'm saying this here to the whole damn Democratic Party, you ain't did shit about nothing about the unarmed killings of Black people who are unarmed. You never addressed that issue. No way, form, or fashion. And what was that Osambo said that Trayvon would look like him?
Yeah, if he had a son, he would look like Trayvon.
Yeah, you see. So, I mean, man, voting for these buster-ass motherfuckers, man, is a waste of our goddamn time, man. Like I said, that couch is looking real good to me.
Right. I agree.
And then J.D. Vance, he's already going to be the next president after the dumpster, you know. And I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that the dumpster is going to run as a congressman, maybe a U.S. senator. You see what I'm saying? Because didn't we have a few presidents, man, that wound up being elected to Congress, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see. So that's what Dumpster's going to do. So he can keep his influence in there. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know? And we got a comment here in the chat, new comments in the chat. Okay, Mountain Planet says, I'm on the couch with my popcorn. I know that's right.
Right.
And then Danielle says, once again, we are their food chain and always have. How you tell the fallen, this our land, think about what big time, that's what they do not tell us all, okay? All right, then the Church of Black Power. JD won't get the nomination, in my opinion. Okay, Church of Black Power, how come he won't get the nomination? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You know who the nomination would go to, Chad? I forgot about that. It's going to be Dump Jr.
Oh, yeah, Donald Jr.
Yeah, it's going to be Dump Jr. It's going to be the Junior Dump. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All righty. So I see how they got that rigged. Okay.
Or
it'll
the
be
panties.
Dump Jr.
It's either going to be
or the panties.
Marco Rubio or the panties.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But Dump Jr. is going to have his hand in it. Okay, the Church of Black Power says that Asian wife of his, it'll likely be Rubio.
Yep.
Marco. Okay, you know, that Church of Black Power, you know, that just might be a safe bet. Yeah. But regardless, though, of who these damn repubs select, you could best believe Dump is going to have his hands in it. Rather directly or indirectly.
Yeah, that's what we seen last time.
Yeah, exactly. You see? And then the cold part about it is this fervor that's coming across the nation, and all these other fucking groups are coming to us telling us why we need to support them, but they don't want to support our reparations. Well, that happened so long ago. And this is to this stupid motherfucker who was on my like page talking about that. If your sorry ass is up here, Trick, if it wasn't for the free labor, okay, that we gave, okay, that contributed greatly to the gross national product off the shit like cotton we picked, alcohol through sugar cane. You see what I'm saying? And like Malcolm said, and every time you crack that seal on that government, there's a government seal you crack on that bottle. So that there goes to show that they owe us the reparations just on that. They owe us the goddamn reparations on everything. All the intellectual property they stole. And then, okay, we got Signal Corps 8Z in here. How did you hear about a Signal Corps?
They're on
Let's
the
give us some feed.
They're on the vertical. They're on the
okay. Okay.
So people on the phone, they can run right into us.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. Now we got another comment right here. Daniel Giante says, she says, the Antichrist Dump Jr., head of the fallen drunk. Why did you all believe he had all the left crying tears for? They all fear him. He's assigned to do his role. Okay. All righty. Okay. And then, of course, Jared Kushner.
All I want to know is when he going to cut the goddamn check. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? The Antichrist Dump Jr., head of the fallen drunk. Why did you all believe he had all the left crying tears for? They all fear him all. He's assigned to do his role. Okay, so everything what this person is saying is indirectly is for us to become economically self-sufficient. You see, that's what we have to do, Black families, to become economically self-sufficient. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what they really fear, is us becoming economically self-sufficient, is because they still view us as their slaves. You see what I'm saying? And then for you Irish assholes out there, well, what about the Irish? Fuck y'all. You motherfuckers own black slaves too.
All right.
All
right, so moving
along. So that's
what
I'm going to say about you. Yeah, moving right along. Okay.
Town, Houston to be exact.
Okay.
We have a situation down in Houston where an Arab store owner. It's very racist to his black customers. So, Sister Dr. Matthews and Quanell X decided to pay him a visit.
Oh, Quanell X. Yeah, I remember when Quanell X wouldn't pay that white racist white boy a visit and had him pissing his pants. That was funny as hell.
Yeah, so my brother Water God and others in the new Blacc Media want to know, what is their political agenda?
Shortstop. We shouldn't be having these issues. Y'all should be telling our people in Houston, hey man, we need to be going to our people stuff. That's point blank, period. It's like, what more do we need to happen for us to know that we got to be going to our own restaurants, fam?
Might have to drop a dime on this.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
And they came into them people establishment and say, bring him out front. So activists confront Hart's chicken owner after employee allege about some racial stuff. Let's get it.
I already took care of that. Okay, I'll tell you about that. Hey, my brother, how you doing? So that was you. This the brother that was called the N-word.
Black Magic was good, family.
We don't got time for that. Yeah. Don't be running around here calling nobody. No, you need apology and everything. Absolutely. I'm glad you did what you did. I'm glad you did what you did. Yes, sir.
And is he the gentleman?
This is the gentleman who was called the N-word right here. Here he is right here, y'all. This is the one.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Where's the owner? Is he hiding?
Oh, this
How
him?
you doing, sir? We come to talk to you about your employee. What's your name? I mean?
Yeah, like, you know, already I hired something on here. Is the audit fighting. When I said this guy is my good friend and good customer. I'm here on 26 years. And when we go there, I tell her, I don't want it.
Did you fire her?
Yeah, same time.
So she's fired.
Fired the same day.
She will not be working here. She's done.
No, I don't like her. I'm here 2000. I'm living here 1985.
So you assured me, Wallahi,
I'm not
that she is fired.
No, there's too many customers, too many things coming every day. I hire somebody else.
Okay.
He's coming for a
This is the gentleman right here that she called the N-word. She called him the N-word right here. This is your customer who she called the N-word.
I'm here, sir. How long you know me? After this, how long is coming here? I'm here 26 years. And I never had problem with my customer. I live homestead, love my neighbor.
Okay, I got a question for you. So when she was calling him the N-word, because we seen the video.
I'm not here.
That was you.
No,
you was here.
No,
Yes, you
no,
was. No, you was here. And my question is, why didn't you de-escalate that right there?
No, yeah, I did it.
No, you did it after the fact.
No.
You ain't do it right there because see, if I was working here, you're not gonna call nobody no N-word in front of me.
Both people is talking and fighting like this. He pulled the gun and shoot it.
So why you say you were here?
Whoa. Who pulled the gun?
I said, guy, there is too many directions.
Some other guy?
I said, hold on.
Now, on our video, y'all, we did a
Yeah,
live
we
when
don't
we were
get it
talking
from the
about
two church.
this lady. Now, she could be, I don't know, but she connected to Roland Martin. She was on Willie D. Two people that we put on the cancellation list for crossing us. And she's tied to them. Now, it looks like she's, you know, trying to stand on the business, but it could be not right. It could be for other intentions. And that's why we really been scrutinizing her. A lot of people been in the comment section trying to say, nah, she really boots on the ground. We see her out there, but her connection got us thinking otherwise.
You go, I just this guy, I tell you make a video, but you know I take care.
Dog.
I take care of this one.
So you're saying to us,
guy, what's good?
You're
man?
saying to the entire country today that on the day of that incident, you terminated that employee.
Yeah, same time.
Okay.
I worked yesterday. I worked here before yesterday.
All I care about is, did you fire her that day?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, do we have an apology from you for the behavior of your customer and your business?
No, I am my neighbor and my customer.
Well, you need to look to the camera to apologize to black people.
right now.
Apologize to black people for what happened here.
Y'all see how they do it?
Yeah.
Y'all see how they doing that, man? Man, y'all need to be telling them, listen, it don't even matter. Your ass shouldn't have been in there anyway spending our money.
Right.
If you ask me.
That part.
It's too much going on in the country right now. Why are you spending your dollars? Y'all should be knowing that we doing Operation Blackout Shortstop.
Right.
Man, chill. Started watching the Michael Jackson movie and seeing you was on. Salute, fam. Yeah, man. We just talking our talk tonight. But my point is, y'all, they saying this man apologize to the camera. Do all of this instead of saying, you know what? We're not spending our money here.
Right.
That one brother was good, bro.
Yeah, salute to them.
Brother from another mother, man. Shout out to Oakland, family.
Yeah, Panther turn.
Yeah, but let's let them go. But we need real action steps. We don't let and say sorry to the camera to all the black people. I don't give a damn about they sorries.
Right.
We don't care about these people being sorry for what they did. We care about resources, money, finances that's gonna help us.
Right.
Yeah.
Give a damn.
Finance, land, capital.
No, you.
Risk management.
Tell them right now.
I apologize. Everybody, she did anything wrong. I don't accept it. But
And still boycott his ass.
Fresh always.
My friend.
My guy, Quanell. She talking about, tell him you sorry. It's like, bro, what y'all doing this for? Clicks and likes, bro?
Yeah. They got a YouTube channel too.
Like, I'm with y'all. But it's like, why we ain't standing on real business?
Houston Slanger or something.
It should be like, these people say sorry, so we supposed to be like, okay, everything cool. No, we supposed to have a plan, an action plan. What are you even doing coming up here spending your money? That's what I would have asked to do. They call the N-word because you shouldn't have been up here spending your money. Look fishy to me, huh, Tania? That's what I'm saying. Y'all too old for this. Y'all should be telling people that. Y'all should be telling our people, bro, go spend your money somewhere else.
Right.
I'm with you too. Tania, I get them checking, buddy, but it's like they going overboard with it, bro. It's like we don't care about spending money in these places, bro. We had things is crazy for us right now. So y'all just make him say sorry in the camera and then everything good. It's like, bro, what the heck?
So she was fired, that she was done.
About one of his employees, bro.
He doesn't go live. He does short videos.
I appreciate that. Okay.
Why I need my business.
Okay.
I don't need it. People is coming and fight.
Yes.
People is made on me here. I don't say nothing. I don't say.
Now I want to say this to you.
How is this helping us, family? This is theatrical, like you said, Carl Dog. Like,
mm-hmm.
Blackout, shortstop. we shouldn't be having these issues. Y'all should be telling our people in Houston, hey man, we need to be going to our people stuff.
Right.
Right.
That's point blank, period. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah, Che just told me,
what
Cool
more do
Keezy.
we need to happen for us to know that we got to be going to our own restaurants, fam? Don't want none of they chicken. My chicken tastes better. And man, you got people that, bro, they don't even know how to cook the dish. They cooking chicken and stuff that we make. They ain't even got that culture. It's like, I'm tired of our people just going and spending our money wherever, anywhere. It don't matter. It's like, those days to me is over with, fam. I don't co-sign to that.
I don't either.
Old scary belt tactic. That's her belt. Yeah, she got a belt. Don't tell me she got a belt in her hand, family. This is theatrical.
I'm gonna say this to you, Wallahi. If I find out that she's back,
You got a belt in her hand.
You fire me.
I'll fire you.
Yes.
I have your word. That if she gets a job,
Man, they probably paid this man. Man, ain't no goddamn.
Hey,
ain't no way.
You're really laughing.
Y'all see this? He said he gonna fire you. Popeye done fell off hard in Cali. It's full of Mexicans in the back. Y'all grilling them inside of the man.
we can fire you.
One time I fire, second time I don't
So I have your word.
He said we gonna fire you.
Yep.
Just don't patronize that motherfucker's business. He'll crash and burn just off the economical
Tell you
fact.
all you need to know. She's another opportunist. I'm telling you. Paid actors, huh? It's like what they did.
It's never coming back.
Never.
All right, brother. I'm good with that.
I'm
good
telling
with
you,
that.
okay?
Yes, sir. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
One time.
Okay.
Okay.
Inshallah, you'll hold fast to that.
Nice meeting you. Everybody know me a long time. I'm here. And my friend, come here, Steve. This my friend. All is my friend.
Yeah, but some of your people are very rude.
Yeah. Look, I was there before. 4 o'clock, we go to prayer. I got you. I understand.
So they said some of your people are really these people we watching. You seen them? She said some of your people are really they really racist. So what are y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna still go out there and spend your money? It's like they said they sorry. Okay, you gonna go back to spending your money. If that's the case, you might well let them call you whatever they want to call you.
Exactly. He'll get no argument from me on that.
Very rude. Don't spend that. That's my point. You telling us how rude these people is instead of saying, y'all, we don't spend our money at this community. At this point, anybody who say something, you got to be banned and canceled, family. If you say something like, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll go back to spending our money here. It's all good. Just say you sorry to the black people in the camp.
I come in, I look at the video, what I do, I fire.
So let me tell you something.
We charge you
I'm taking you. We're taking you at your word. We're taking you at your word.
I'm not because he was here.
But
he fired. But don't be lying. You fired. You was here.
Why I'm like so?
Because you said you wasn't here, but you was here. We seen you in that video.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So all that we're saying is moving forward. You don't let none of your employees disrespect customers. You intervene and help.
We accept your apology.
She just doing too much now, man. The man done shook his hand. I bet they got something to eat when the camera cut off. Listen, we finna be watching them. They pulling up. New Era Detroit will have shut them down.
Yep.
New Era
No, that's
Detroit,
damn sure.
I just don't see the purpose
That's
of coming
damn
up there
sure.
when somebody been disrespected and you don't have no action for us, no mercy for the hater. Like, bro, y'all supposed to say, hey, we not spending here. Y'all supposed to show us. Y'all supposed to record and say, don't go spend your money here. Let that work. See, we need to see what real boots on the ground do. Because we're going to be in there like, look, it's shut down, family. You spend your money here is a violation of the community. For real. They around here giving passes. Say sorry to the camera so the black people can see you. Man, nobody care about them damn sorry. We want resources. They in our neighborhoods with stores, and we ain't got stores. Bro, this is a perfect time for us to be shaking down. Like, what is they doing?
Right. What are they doing, Water God?
They being all sold.
We accept, 1 second, we accept your apology. 2, make sure she never comes back. 3, we want to make sure that you educate all your employees on proper customer service when they deal with customers, what's tolerated and what's not tolerated.
Yeah, see, I would have been up there telling them to boycott this motherfucker. Shit, that's what I be telling the people. Boycott the motherfucker. Shut them down.
You doing all
For the
this
black
like
business
this gonna benefit us, family. I want you to talk to your employees and tell them how to treat customers. If you don't know how to treat customers at this, if I gotta train you how to treat black customers, fam, black people shouldn't even be spending their money there.
Right.
Right.
This man probably got to look. He probably got another corner store right down the street in the same plaza. He's selling food. It's in his best interest to be like, yeah, man, whatever y'all need. Yeah. Lala Brown, what's good, family? She put, hey, fam, I'm late, but you made it. That's what matters, fam. Principal office talk. For real, man, you know what we do when somebody call us the N-word, bro? That's like fighting words. Yeah. Something got to happen. We supposed to shut him down. And this is the kind of stuff I feel like they're going to be doing. It's like unnecessary, but it gets you attention. It gets eyeballs. Because when I seen this, I'm like, okay, let me see how they stepping on business, but I can tell something ain't right. Something ain't right. Something just ain't right. But yeah, let me let them go, man.
So we have your word, 1 second. We have your word that you will properly educate your customers, your employees, how to treat your customers. Because the customer comes first, right or wrong. So make sure that you do that so we don't have this problem again. We good?
No, y'all ain't speaking for us. That's not where we gonna go with this. We're gonna say we're done. Yeah, they clickbaiting, family. We're gonna say we're done. We don't want no apologies no more, fam. We ain't got no allies. We ain't on this right now. You violate, it's consequences and repercussions. The money's gone. Breeze, what up, family?
Oh, Breeze is over there too.
Salute, fam. Caught up with the channel for a live tonight. S-Biz, okay, guess I need the schedule. Glad to tap. Yeah, I'm gonna put the schedule. Shout out to Shakina. She told me to put the schedule in the chat. I mean in the descriptions. I'm gonna start that. But it's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. But I'm about to start going on live. You know, my team, like I need to be on here every day. So we may have to put that in there. We are buying, not begging. Y'all kids, I appreciate you, all the support you give. It's true, y'all. Like, look, I'm just being honest with them. I like that our people is standing on business, but this looks fishy to me. Yeah. I've been preaching blackout shortstop for the past 2 months. Now we got them on here talking about just say you sorry. Just say you sorry. They trying to get us to unify with the anti-black burritos and tethers. Breeze, put hella fish. And fish. You had a police officer just said the N-word, how they don't like us, and y'all telling people to just say you sorry?
All right, thank you, but I'm good.
I'm here to only see.
I'm good.
Never find anybody, never.
Okay, just want bad reviews too. Just want to make sure that we good there. All right. All right.
Get your people trained, okay?
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums.
Somebody get your people trained. Y'all seem like y'all trained.
All right, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
And listen to me. Let me say this to you. We look forward to you doing something for the community somewhere in the future for the children. We look forward to you doing something for the kids out there.
Man, they should boycott this motherfucker indefinitely, make his ass close up, man, have a black owner go take over that business, particularly if it's in the black community.
Right. You can't train a racist. Shut them down. They playing around, family. They around here trying to get clicks and likes, man. If this was a small hat, they would be trying right. They wouldn't even be playing with him like that. They begging for this man to come spend money with our community. Y'all supposed to told him, look, we're not spending no money here until this. You see what they did to Kyrie Irving? When Kyrie Irving referred that book to the little hats, they made him take a class. They made him pay a $500,000 fine. Fam, like, no. You begging these people like we gotta spend our money with these people.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. And that's bullshit, big homie.
Well, if you do
boycott that motherfucker, and that son bitch will be out of business in less than 60 days and then go on there, take over the shop and establish a black-owned business in there.
Or apology. Y'all could have just came with 1 or 2 persons then if you was gonna do all that. Y'all pulling up like y'all really feeling handle some business. Disgraceful, right, fam? And I peeped this on the last live.
Frank
The whole
Rice?
channel peeped this. Shout out to Tania and everybody. We peeped the kind of like the theatrical, the theatrical things that they doing. And we like, something just don't seem right. Tony Red, what's good, fam? My guy. They gonna find out the hard way. Exactly, Fresh. It's like, there's no way y'all should be advocating for people to spend their dollars with anybody other than their own. If you doing that right now, you suspect. Especially after somebody done called you was racist to you. And they're in Houston. This is one of the blackest cities in the United States right now. Houston, Dallas, the Carolinas, they got the most black people. I can't call it. Okay. Put Drewski would have done better. They won't spend a dime with us, but they won't spend a penny with us. You will never see them at your soul food restaurants. You will never see them, spending no money.
I understand. I got you, but no. We look forward to you helping some kids around here, all right? Maybe we can bring some high school kids and get a job or something. All right.
You're reading anybody, okay? I give you, but you're responsible.
There'll be students. There'll be students, and there'll be good students. And there'll be knowledgeable students who know how to handle customers. All right.
All right.
Okay, Frank Rice, 9520. Good. Thank you for joining us.
Morning, Dr. Candace Matthews, national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author, and also the National Minister of Politics for the new Black Panther Nation. We were here today because we seen a...
Now, hold on. She said the new Black Panther Nation. Now, y'all remember when, what's that dude named
Don't see no
Bird
kids in there.
trying to be the head of the new Black Panther Party? Not the new Black, the Black Panther Party. Now we got this lady claiming the new Black Panther Nation. Ainswell, what's good, family? Ainswell, man, I need you for this, Ainswell. I'm glad you just popped in. This lady is claiming the new Black Panther Party. They the Lions or something now, ain't it? Yeah, they the Lions now because
Exactly,
they failed.
Church of Black Power. Exactly.
But we didn't have nobody claiming that Black Panther Party and saying anything after him until her. She claiming she's a book author, you know, in this whole speech. Hey, I'm a book, you know, I'm a new Black Panther Party. She an activist. I'm with you, Jill. It's too much. But I want to get what Ainsworth think, man, because look, could this have some ties? Where's the big lady, Big Shirley, her name? The Black Panther Party. Yeah, that's what she claiming right now. She claiming the new Black Panther Party. Shirley, her name. But man, Ainsworth was critical on this lady too, though. And if all of us feel the same way, yeah, Tania, Ainsworth, Carl Dog, it was some other people. If we all feel the same about that, it's true. My bad, y'all, my internet. Damn, man. All right, y'all. Okay, I'm still there. All right, y'all. I'm gonna put this up. I'm back. Put Crystal. Okay, they were Answell put it could be Connect. Crystal was the face of the new Black Panther down there in Texas. You think it would be hard to get in contact with her? Nah. Long as you got a check, long as you got a couple $100.
Video that was racist in nature in regards to an employee that we just found that no longer works here to this young man here. Now, mind you, we are at a sensitive time in our country for us to even be dealing with.
And Pops look like a granddad.
So we're not going to normalize nobody calling none of our people the N-word. We're not normalizing that at all. We're coming and we're going to pull up and we want apologies. We want plans of action. We want things that are going to be put in place. So that was exactly what we did when we went out.
Did she say we want apologies? Did she say she want apologies? Y'all heard her, fam? They pulling up for apologies.
When we went inside. So, and I'd like to thank this man for bringing it to light, for us to be able to see this, because otherwise, if we did not have that, this would still be going on. She would still be frying chicken. She'll still be over here disrespecting people that come to patronize this business. We're not normalizing it, and we're not having it in our city, period.
This gentleman came into this restaurant and was absolutely disrespected. But we did what needed to be done. Not lip service, but action, a plan of action. We demanded the immediate termination.
With all due respect, man, boycott the motherfucking definitely, man. That son of a bitch is shut down just off the law of economics. Don't spend your money there.
Them a lot. I salute them.
Don't spend your money with that motherfucker.
They be standing on business. But now that I see the connection to Willie D, to Roland Martin, and they want to get apologies, I know it ain't no real movement like that. You feel me?
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
That poor child came into a brand new restrooms. He told him you can't use the restroom, then took the recording, told him to go around the back and take a poop, recorded the kid taking the poop. Then when the kids got out of school, from Addicts Middle School right here, he was showing them the video laughing. Then he took a picture, still picture, and put it on the front door of this baby naked, making fun of his genitalia.
But then another thing that was shown on the video, this child
perverted ass, sick ass motherfucker
on the
grass.
That is
like, that is inhumane if you ever want to see it.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Come on, Grandma.
Hey, where's the owner? Sir? Where's the owner? I don't want no damn card. Where's the owner? Sir? Yeah, I don't want no business card. I want the owner. How you doing, brother? You shouldn't spend one goddamn dollar in this store.
Y'all shouldn't spend
not a goddamn dollar in this store. But this store is exploiting a young black child, embarrassing a young black child, and told a black child that they could not use the restroom to go and do in the back. And then these no good bastards recorded that child and then took the video and showed it to all of the kids leaving the school, our babies leaving school, and they showing them a video when their classmates poo-pooing, embarrassing this young brother and treating him like he's less than a human. I want the owner. What is this?
Go get your money back.
Yeah, that's a little bit too
No,
much.
get your money back.
I don't want no.
Get your refund. Get your money back.
Where's the owner? Where is the owner? What are we talking about? Are you the owner? Are you the owner? Where's the owner? Because we ain't gonna make no more goddamn money today. Where's the owner?
And give him his refund too.
Where's the owner?
Kind of Epstein stuff y'all got going on.
Do you realize that video is pornographic? that video is sexual in nature? That is a crime? He committed a crime. I want the owner. We ain't making no more money today.
None. We're gonna shut this whole thing down.
You see the flyer right there. We got an event at the Hidden History Museum, May 23rd, Memorial Weekend mic drop, Memorial Day weekend, Saturday the 23rd. Is it May yet? It'll be May in a couple of hours, or in an hour. So yeah, man, y'all got to come on down to the Hidden History Museum. That's hiddenhistorymuseum.com, hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Get your tickets, and also go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com and everybody make a regular contribution to the Hidden History Museum. All right.
We need contributions to
We're going to get some calls
Black
early
Experience Enhanced, bro.
because I'm not going to be on too long. And I do want to chop it up with the family. What I do want to talk about first, fam, where are my Houston people? Where are my Houston people? Down in Houston, there was another situation where our good brother Quanell X and Dr. Candace had to step up. There was another situation where there was a gas station down there owned by this immigrant. Did y'all hear about this? Y'all hear about this? There was a gas station. Where are my Houston people? Y'all know about this? I want to know more about this gas station. What part of town is this on? Anybody in Houston know about this situation? What part of town is the gas station on? I want to know what part of town it's on. But Houston is stepping up, showing out, and I love it. It's on the north side. Raise your hand real quick if you're in Houston and you know about the story. Let me get some people on the ground. Somebody said south side. Okay, come on now. This is why. Hop on up. Somebody in here talking about the south side. Somebody said north side. Somebody said south side. All right. Okay, where you at, Houston? Anybody in Houston? Yeah, they didn't let a kid use the restroom. Oh, you did a video about it earlier. Uppity, hop in, beloved. Sister Uppity, hop in. Where you at, Uppity? Hold on. Because I don't know my way around Houston like that, so I want to have accurate information. Sister Uppity, hop in real quick, if you don't mind. Hey, beloved.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm good. So tell everybody what happened down there in Houston.
So there was a little boy, he's in middle school, he was 13 years old, and the gas station has all brand new bathrooms. And it's really close to the middle school. After school, he needed to do a number 2. And one of the employees was like, no, you can't use our bathroom. You can go outside and wipe your ASS on the grass.
Right.
And so he literally goes outside, because he really has to go. So he goes outside, he uses the bathroom, and he does actually wipe himself on the grass. And the employee records the entire thing. And when all the kids get out, you know how kids get out of a school and they go to a particular corner store. That's just kind of how it goes.
Right.
That's their store. So they all go to that store, and that guy has the video in his hands, and he's showing all of the kids' peers.
Right.
He's showing all of the kids. And then not only did he do that, but he took screenshots, like video stills, and then he posted them as posters on the store's doors.
Wow.
So this is child corn. Corn, remove the C, add a P. You know, we can't say those words because we let TikTok shop.
Right.
But this is absolutely child corn. So that woman, what's her name? Dr. Candace Cowgirl. Y'all help me out in the chat. I don't know her name, but she showed up, and the brother who's a lawyer, they're both activists. They are both in Houston. They shut that thing down so quick. They walked in there and was like, not another dollar, not another red cent. Don't spend nothing in here until you get that store owner in here. Get rid of that employee.
Now,
And
where
my
the
thing
store,
is just
where the
boycott.
store, where the owners of the store? I know they're immigrants. Where are they from?
India.
Oh, okay. There you go, man. Oh, what's the name of this? Do you know the name of the store?
Y'all, it's like Fuel and Go.
Okay.
Some kind of fuel and something thing, but I'm gonna pop out of here. But Tariq, I love when you sing. Today's my birthday, and I used to
that
love
explains
this music.
everything.
Oh, cool. Happy birthday to you, dear. How old are you?
I'm real old. I'm a millennial. I'm there.
Are you like old sugar mama old or?
No.
Okay. You're old enough to still have kids?
Yes.
All right, you ain't that old. Yeah, that womb's still working. You ain't that old. Happy birthday to you, dear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh man, hold on. Destiny, what's up, Destiny, the model?
She that old. Tariq, I'm gonna speak for me and those who think like me. I'm getting a little frustrated. Where do people like me fit? What should we do in these times to not only protect ourselves, but to elevate ourselves? This landmass in this country is not necessarily geared towards helping and securing our well-being. So where do we go? Where do we fit? Is it that we stay or is it that we leave?
Where's your family from, Des?
I'm from Georgia. My family, I have obviously two sides. So one side is from America, one side is from USVI in the Caribbean. I would love to go to St. Croix, USVI, but I don't even want to be in no proximity to the US. So I'm asking to hear what you have to say, because at this point, I don't want to deal with Caucasians and I don't want to deal with Negroids. I'm getting frustrated. It's too much because it's not any movement going on for my community, and I don't have time to waste.
Well, here's the thing, Destiny. There is nowhere to go to escape white supremacy. That's everywhere. It's in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's all in the other Virgin Islands. It's all over. It's all over Africa. Where are you going to go? That's the thing. Where are you going to go?
That's the point. And so since we have nowhere to go, do I turn on the people who are uplifting the Caucasoid and feeding into the system and online talking shit, but in real life they just a part of white supremacy as the next person? What do I do?
Now, what do you want to do? What's your objective?
I
What's your
would
goal?
love to jump ship to China. Anybody.
Oh, you don't want that Chinese anti-blackness. It's just as bad. The only
at
thing
this
worse than
point, what do we do?
all right, let me bring. The only thing worse than a white supremacist is a wannabe. You don't want to get around them wannabes. They're the worst. So we are in the belly of the beast. This is our homeland. We deal with them here. I have no problem dealing with them here and getting them straight here.
Are we really dealing with them though?
Yeah, nobody else is dealing with them. That's why everybody's coming here. Everybody's coming here. The white supremacists, they've decimated all these other groups. Hop on camera. What you doing hiding? Hop on camera.
I'm on camera. Are we
I don't
dealing with
see
them
you.
enough? I got my afro today.
There you go.
Hold
All
up,
right.
let me see. I want to put Soldier Boy up there.
There you
Soldier
go.
Boy
Let's
ain't
see
coming
you.
up.
There
Are we dealing with them? I got my afro today because I'm really feeling it today.
Yes,
Are
indeed.
we dealing with them enough?
Oh yeah, we're dealing with them best as we can.
Is best as we can enough?
Well, there is no other place to go. You understand? No, we can't go to Africa. There's nothing happening there. We're going to run into them running here. Nothing's happening in the Caribbean. So the only people who's standing on business is us over here. So we're the ones thank you, dear. We're the ones that's standing on Black empowerment business on a consecutive basis. So we're the ones doing that. So yeah, we don't have a fleeing mindset. One thing you don't do is just all that running. You got to stand where you are. You got to deal with it. Yeah. There's no place to run to. We're the final boss. All right. It's like a video game. We're the last level. You understand? There's no way to run to, nowhere to go. We stand and fight, stand on business. All right. Respect to her. But again, going back into the situation, again, this is what I'm saying. She said, go to China. You don't want to go to them Asian countries? Hell, those East Indians coming over here doing little janky stuff to Black kids. And shout out to the family out there in Houston for going up there to that gas station. I want to know the name of the actual gas station. See, family, this is why when we deal with white supremacy, we got to deal with that hostile wannabe white supremacy class, like those East Indians. Like I said, they are worse because they're trying to get in the club. You understand? Which is a club they can never fully get into. That's the thing. They're trying to get into the white supremacy club that they can never get into. So they got to go hard body to just be honorary Aryans. They got to go real extra hard body. This is why we as foundational Black Americans, we have not been on that immigration thing or immigration support like that. That shows what we saw in Houston. That shows the parasitic relationship with these people and us. They set up shop in our neighborhoods and extract our resources, build wealth for their families. And then you won't let a Black child use the restroom and then make a joke out of it. And you wonder why the delineation movement is popping like it's popping now? Come on. See, these people think anti-Blackness, that's a currency for them to assimilate. A lot of these people, again, they realize the fastest way to become honoraries because they're never getting the club. But if they can show anti-Black racism, they can get an honorary pat on the head. And hell, that's good enough to them. You see? So this is a collapse of the whole people of color illusion. See, incidents like this, that shatters the myth of the whole people of color coalition. We are always told to support this broad, open-ended immigration thing under the guise of minority solidarity. But this stuff we saw in Houston and other things, we see it all the time, all across the country. Just because somebody is non-white, that don't mean that they are an ally. All right. See, they try to make non-whiteness synonymous with allyship, and that ain't the damn case. It ain't the case. And these people, they become the frontline enforcement for anti-Black policies. So we're not going to support a political umbrella that offers us no protection but demands our cooperation all the time. We're not doing that. And this is why the Democrats are struggling right now. This is why the Democrats are having a problem. See, there's a collapse of the whole BIPOC coalition. There ain't nobody on that. We are very specific about lineage business. We are foundational Black Americans. We're extremely super specific. And this is why we have to be, because all these other groups are against us, and they've been hijacking our foundational Black American civil rights legacy. You see, and we're tired of that. These folks come over here and have full hostility towards us, yet co-opt our civil rights struggles that our foundational Black American family and ancestors fought for, and try to apply it to foreign nationals. Yeah. We were talking about the Freedmen's Bank, and did y'all see that time Kamala started talking about the Freedmen's Bank and how the Freedmen's Bank, there should be some kind of compensation, and then she did this weird pivot to immigrants? She was talking about the history of the Freedmen banks and then started talking about how immigrants need some money. I'm like, how the hell does that, how did you make that correlation? The hell? I was so offended. The hell, what kind of correlation is that? Man, these people are out of their mind with the damn disrespect. They are insane with the disrespect. We ain't on that. Listen, and that whole lesser of two evils strategy, the Democrats are losing a grip on the Black vote because their strategy has been fear-mongering, telling Black people, you got to vote Democrat because the other side is worse. But when we look at the direct, tangible harm occurring in our communities right now, shit, a lot of these immigrants, it's these people doing the dirty work for the white supremacists. So that fear-mongering loses its power. And now when you got these foreign nationals trying to humiliate our children, oh, no. We don't owe loyalty to these people. We don't owe nobody no loyalty to some fake minority coalition. Everybody can get the work. Everybody. And that when we start checking these non-white people on their nonsense, people want to try to play the whole game. Well, y'all sound like the alt-right. Y'all ain't supposed to be checking us. Yeah, we are. If you're doing degrading things to people in our community, you will absolutely get checked. We don't owe you anything. We don't owe nobody nothing. Let's be very clear. We owe nobody nothing. Do I make myself clear? We don't owe the white supremacists nothing. We don't owe the East Indians nothing. We don't owe the Asian community nothing. We don't owe nobody anything. Nobody's done anything for us. We don't owe Africans and Caribbeans nothing either. If we gonna be real, we don't owe you nothing either. We owe nobody nothing. Now, if we choose to be cordial, if we choose to be friendly, that's fine. We don't owe it to you, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm cordial with Black people everywhere. I'm cordial with Africans. I'm cordial with Caribbeans. But this whole thing where we owe you, it's our duty to stand up for you and put the cape on, sit that ass down, because no, it's not. It's not our duty. We owe nobody nothing. We've done enough. You understand? We have done enough, and it's been one-sided. That's why I don't want people coming around us talking about xenophobia, this. Get out of here. That's a projection. Let me talk to the Africans, all these people. The only people who's helped you was us. All right? Y'all running around with that xenophobic nonsense. The only people who helped you was us. We were the only people helping you. throughout history, even though y'all have a history of selling us out, the only people who stood up for you without exploiting you were foundational Black Americans. We were the ones getting folks off your back, the whole shebang. Oh yeah, I saw that video of Rick Fox. What was that about? Where did that happen? Yeah, did y'all see this video of Rick Fox? He was talking to some dudes, sound like some island dudes. Y'all hop on, please. Somebody tell me what's going on with Rick Fox. Was he in the Bahamas? Where was he? And Rick Fox had to jump bad on one of them dudes. Where my people? He was in the Bahamas? Hold on, hop on. Somebody hop on. So Rick Fox is from the island. He was at a Bahama poll station. Is he running for Congress in the Bahamas? He's Bahamian? Okay. Okay, I didn't know he was Bahamian. I just thought he was just light-skinned. So is he in the Bahamas? Because I don't know what it was, but he was there was some dudes who had on some Rick Fox shirts, so it was some guys with him. So he was kind of going back and forth with this other guy. This other guy kind of cursed at him a little bit, like, I don't give a fuck, or shut the fuck up, something like that. But Rick Fox tried to run up on him. They had to hold Rick Fox back. That light-skinned energy kicked in. Yeah, he used to be married to Vanessa Williams. Right. He's Bahamian Canadian. They were arguing about politics. Yeah, Rick got on some light-skinned shit. He had to whoop on him almost. He just came from the Bahamas. Yeah, it was that light-skinned energy. Yeah, it was very interesting. Now, who is this? Speaking of the island. Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm good, brother. One game, please.
Oh God.
Taribi, one game, please.
Man.
We from Syria, you need to food my family.
All right. I ain't about to deal with that. All right. Oh, Lord. I ain't about to deal with that. Okay, let me get some other people in here. All right. Good Lord. Here they go. They're about to drain my energy already. All right. Yeah, I know y'all didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it. They said he was an Arab Klay Thompson. Lord, these people. Fighter for life. What's up, homie? Let's get Fighter for life in the building. Fighter for life. What's up, brother?
Hey, bro. Do you see the photo? Look at the photo.
Oh, Lord. Rohan, get on camera,
Look at the photo, bro. Look at the photo.
Rohan, I can't see the photo, Rohan.
Why not? Wait, let me come away.
It's very small. No, because you might put your Bucci cat on the screen. I don't want to deal with that. Get your fresh carrot face ass up out of here. All right. Rohan is still mad because his pictures got leaked. Lord. He's very upset. His pictures got leaked and he looks like a newborn koala bear. He's just a real funny looking person. Just a funny, strange looking dude. All right. It's a very funny looking dude. Man. That nigga head looks like a bushel of corn. Just a real weird shaped head. Just weird about this dude. Just weird. These tattoos are all weird. Oh, goodness. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Did I see Nick Cannon interview Candace Owens? I haven't seen that. That sounds interesting. I got to look at it. Shout out to my brother Nick. I ain't talked to Nick in a minute. Let me see. Sister Brooke, let me get Sister Brooke in here. Sister Brooke wants to hop on. Where's Sister Brooke? Let me get Sister Brooke in here in a second. All right. If I see her, I can't see her. Sister Brooke, make yourself be known because I cannot see you. All right. Oh. Sister Brooke, where you at, beloved? All right. Let me see. Paramount King, what's up? I don't know. Hold on, let me talk to Paramount King. Paramount King, what's wrong, brother? What's happening? Paramount King, what's on your mind? You sound upset in the chat room. You're going back and forth with people, Paramount King. What's going on? All right. Oh, there's Brooke. There she go. Let me get Brooke up here. Let me get Sister Brooke in the building. All right, Sister Brooke, where you at, beloved?
I'm here.
How you doing, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I have an update, and I wanted to tell you also about what happened at the hearing we had on Saturday.
Okay.
Okay, the update is, family, thanks to the emails that you guys have been so dedicated and sending, we were able to pick up another senator, another sponsor for our bill.
Love it.
Yes, Senator Comrie in Queens, right? So we have another senator as a sponsor for our bill now. The tea on that is that I actually happened to be on a speakerphone when President Devine had the meeting with his representative, which was a Caribbean woman, right? And I know. When I heard her say, like, you know, I consider my kids to be African American. So what does that mean for my children? I got nervous. I was like, oh Lord, that's a wrap. It's over. But President Devine, to his credit, was able to flip it where she felt that it was to her advantage for her to be on our team. And then the next day, she was we see his name on our bill. You can go, if you go to BREUCK calltoaction.com, you'll be able to see the bills and you can see what senators and assembly people have signed on as sponsors and co-sponsors, right?
Oh, that's beautiful. Shout out to brother President Devine.
President Devine is, let me tell you something, because I thought it was a wrap. But you know, so I appreciate that he allows me to listen in so I could learn how to maybe one day do things like that, because like I'll tell you, my face was
Devine be cooking. That brother be cooking, man.
Cooking, okay, with fish grease.
Yes.
And so if you have time, if you would allow me, I'll give you the details on what happened at the hearing on Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. So we had a hearing on Saturday, and so there is this one lady who she hates me. My big sis Keisha, she always tells me that she be giving me dirty looks and stuff behind my back, but in front of my face she be smiling or whatever. But she's with the National Action Network, right? Her name
Lord.
Right, I know. Her name is Dr. Cody, right? And so Dr. Cody, they decided to have her come up and do a presentation, which I don't understand why, because they say she's supposed to be some education expert. But Dr. Cody, she has like a defunct and closed down daycare center. So I don't really understand what the hell, you know, she is in education, but they decided to let her speak, right? And so I tore her apart. If you guys, thank you so much again for reposting my testimony. But if you guys took a look at my testimony from Saturday, I called her by name and tore her apart. And, you know, I didn't even introduce myself or anything. I went straight for her, Dr. Cody. You know what I mean? So she got so upset at what I said to her that she was triggered and got up and yelled at everybody and left right before President Devine, it was his turn to speak. So President Devine kept making jokes. He's never seen anybody rage quit in person, right? He's only seen people do it online. And so she got so upset and just left. And she's the very same person that is, when we're upset at the things that we're hearing and we shout out and you know, because Melrose is famous for that. And we shout out and we, you know, give them what for. She's always the one saying, oh, you guys need to have some decorum. You guys need to do this and you guys need to do that. But this time, honey, I made her so bad.
Wow.
She got up and left with her bad bill behind. And her crusty ass wig. So I just want to thank the family because it was in Newburgh. So I want to thank the family for all the donations that they have sent, and you as well, Tariq. I want to thank you guys. I no longer have to budget, you know, me getting there, how I'm going to get there, how I'm going to pay for it, any of that, because the family always got it handled. Just to let you guys know, just the tolls alone cost $25. That's tolls. I didn't put no gas in the car, nothing yet.
Yes, indeed. So we'll continue to support. There you go.
I appreciate you. And sorry, my camera always has, like, you know, oil and grease and, you know, pink oil moisturizer.
Pink oil moisturizer. We ain't tripping. There you go. All right. Thank you so much, Sister Brooke. That's Sister Brooke in the building. We got the lovely Jazz in here. What's up, Jazz? How you doing, dear?
It's been a long time. I have tether fatigue, Tariq. Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like ever since you came onto the app, all of these like Pan-Africans and Pan-Americans have been like trying to get a new script together. So I was like, you know, let me get my script together too, whatever, you know? My apologies. I didn't see the first part of your live, but I feel like we're here because like a lot of people are playing in our face, right? And I would like to say for the like TikTok FBA, we had a lot of people who keep like, they're like tethering on to like being Jamaican and Guyanese and South African. And for me personally, I don't really care about what they call themselves, right? Because I am not xenophobic. Personally, I just like my community, which is FBA, big FBA in the house. I would like to say these few things. So thank you so much for letting me allow myself to say this. They keep saying that we don't have any culture. And when they go to our culture, they're like, oh, you guys are just rappers and you guys are just entertainers, as if that's not one of our main exports. Like our whole being is like the exportation of like what we do, right? But on top of that, right, if we're talking about going back to the diaspora continent, we have to look at what it means to be Black American with like numbers. So when it comes to Black Americans, when it comes to billionaires, we have like 8 to 10, right? Oprah Winfrey, we have LeBron James, we have Tyler Perry. And that's only like the beginning part, right? We have 8 to 10, right? And then when it comes to our median income, we are killing them when it comes, not killing them, but unaliving, TikTok-friendly language. 56K is our median income. The only country that comes close to that, when we're talking about the diaspora, would possibly be actually Trinidad and Tobago. 20K medium income. 20K income, right? They have no billionaires or whatnot. But beyond that, we are collecting ourselves back to delineating from them being into our politics. I don't think they get that part. They think that when we say delineation, it's just about the tethers and whatever. Yes, absolutely. Like you guys are tethers, not just because you're dark skinned, but we have a lot of whitey tethers too. Right? We have a lot of whitey tethers too. I'm going to land here, but the small heads. We have to start talking with the small heads, Tariq.
Well, I put the white supremacists all in the same category. I don't like to disaggregate them because that's their little trick bag. They like to play hot potato and point to each other based on religion. I don't let them get away with that because they were all stomping down on us together. They put all of that aside to stomp down on us together. So I put them in the same category. So yeah, I don't let them get, that's a weasel. That's for them to weasel out of responsibility. They sit there pointing the finger at each other. Both of you were in on it and both of you are going to pay me. That's my vibe. You understand? That's what I'm on. But anyway, thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate you, dear.
Thank you so much.
The lovely Jazz, beautiful FBA sister. Oh yeah, I don't break them up. Oh, I don't break the white supremacists up. Oh no. And then don't do that. That's a major mistake that Black people make. They try to act like, hey man, it's those Jews. They get both of us, man. That's the real problem. They're against both of us, man. And we need to be against them. Don't you fall for that trick. That is a trick. They will join with them against you every time. The Anglos have never stood with us against them. When have they ever stood with us against them? Let's just look at history. When have they ever stood with us against them? Never. Family, do y'all know? Remember out there in Cincinnati, Ohio, where it was some Russian Jews who came over. Russian small hats. I love TikTok Shop. Let me say that. There were some Russians of that religion who were over there in Cincinnati. I'm talking about foreigners. These were Russian nationals. And they got into it with some black people. Some black people had to put hands on them. All the white supremacists around the country sided with those Russians. Remember? They sided with the Russians against the Black Americans who are of this country. This is what I'm saying. Don't let them fool you. Yeah, they stand on anti-blackness together. Don't ever forget that. So yeah, I put them all in the same group. I don't break them up. They love doing that. They like to try to break themselves up into little religious groups or political groups. Oh, well, the real problem is the Democrats. That's your real problem. No, the real problem is the Republicans. Both of you own the BS. Both of you. You see? Let's get the GOT. I won't say the whole thing. Blacc. What's up, Blacc? Okay, he ain't saying nothing. Okay. Let's get the Great. What's up, the Great? Yo, the Great, are you in here, sir? And what kind of outfit you got on? Hold on, let me look at this brother. What kind of outfit does he have on? Why he dressed like Superman? He got a weird outfit on. All right, let me get you out of here. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get you in here. All right. That's a real weird picture. He's bad built and dressed like Superman. All right. Let me see who else we got. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Raise those hands and let's get you in here. Let's talk to the family. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the Tether Project. Hold on. I'm trying to get you in here. Hold on. There's a lot of people in here. There's a lot of folks in here. Let's get one of 300. Let's get one of 300. One of 300. All right. Waiting on his thing to act right. All right. Now, y'all got to get this thing together. Raise your hand in the chat room if you're ready. If you're not raising your hand, we're going to shut it down early. What's up, Candy? I see you, dear. All right. Paramount King, are you still trolling in the chat room, brother? Let me see. Let's get Jingling Baby in here. I'm going to get random people. Miss Jingling Baby, hop on, dear. Paramount King, I wanted you to get on, bro. All right. I wanted you to get on, Paramount King. All right. Let's get the Real Creative. I'm just getting random people in here. The Real Creative, what's happening? The Real Creative, what's up? Hello, sir. All right, Real Creative, where you at, man? Okay, brother, I don't know what you're doing. Sound like you're getting out of a bathtub. I don't know what you're doing. Y'all got to get it together. Y'all got to get it together. All right. All right. We're going to try this one more time, or we're going to shut this thing down. We got a lot of folks in here. Let's get Snarky. I'm just getting random people in here. Snarky, what's up, Snarky?
Hear me?
What's up? I can hear you, Snarky.
Oh my gosh. So I'm sorry, I'm catching your segment a little bit late tonight, but have you guys addressed what happened in the Supreme Court today? And by the way, I have to always, because I've hopped on with you a couple times, people are like, who is this? She sounds like Karen. I'm not Karen. My parents went to Manual Arts. I'm from LA. I'm not Karen. So I just want to get that out of the way.
There you go. You're talking about the voting rights?
Yeah, man. I listen. My ancestral folk are from Texas, Arkansas, Alabama. I've grown up to do, well in life. Thank God for my ancestors that put me on the right path. I'm so upset. Have you guys addressed it?
Oh yeah, I've talked about it for a couple of days. Now, what's upsetting you about it?
I think it's, if I'm being honest, because I work so much today. I own my own company, so I'm always on the clock. But I if I have to be honest, I didn't see anything in Blacc Media today that addressed it. When I found out about it is when I hopped on TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, we've been talking about it for the past couple of days, and thank you, dear. We've been talking about it, and I've been saying the real issue is really the Democrats. They're going to lose a lot of their seats. They didn't really care about us. I think this is an opportunity for us to be the true swing vote. We're not a guaranteed voting block just for the Democrats anymore. So I think this gives us an opportunity to further leverage our vote to get tangibles. But again, y'all check out some of the playbacks. I talked about this. I've talked about this before. All right. Let me see. Yeah, Roland, he's really crashing out. I told you, stupid fools. He's really crashing out. All right. Let me get one more because we're gonna shut this thing down. We're gonna get one more call in here. All right. We're gonna get one more. Let it be a good one. Let's get it popping. All right. Can we get one more good one in here? I think we can. Right? Y'all raise those hands. Make a request. Let's see what we can do. All right. Let me see. Let's get. Yeah, I don't see y'all raising them hands. I'm trying to get some new faces in here. All right, let's get Jay. Let's try Jay Will. Jay, didn't I have you on? I just had you on, Jay. Let me. I want to get some new faces in here. Turn the chat on. No, I want to get some new faces. What's up, Ebony? All right, let me try. Let's try Morpheus. Let's try Morpheus in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, Morpheus. How you doing, brother?
Man, I can't call it. But I had to come over here and give you a shout out and stuff like that. I was calling to ask about the a lot of people are tripping about the Voting Rights Act. I personally think it's a good thing because they can't use our political edge. I'm here in Florida, so they're really tripping about that. And I see how the Hispanics and other people use that against us. I'm specifically in Orlando, so it's kind of bluish over here, but it's going to be a lot harder. So, and there's some FBAs over here trying to get things done, but I wanted to see what did you think about that as well?
Yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, I think again this gives us an opportunity to further leverage our vote. What's up, Moore? Okay. Brother, this brother got a wheelbarrow. Where you going with that wheelbarrow, brother? This brother hauling hay.
Oh shit! I didn't know I was up here.
Yeah, brother.
Oh, what's up, man? No, I was taking I'm taking the trash out. It's Thursday.
Oh, okay. Good Lord, man.
Oh,
what the hell?
I was in the pocket listening to the. What's up, y'all? No, I just came in, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
my
right,
bad.
brother.
I was taking the trash.
All right, it's all right. All right, you go finish taking that trash out, brother. Damn. That brother sounds like he got some sacks of feed in a wheelbarrow somewhere. All right. What the hell is he doing? All right. Let me see who else we got. Excuse me. Yo, K-Real, I would like for you to get on, K-Real. K-Real will not get on. I would love for you to get on, K-Real. I would love that. Let's try Mr. Man. Mr. Man in the building. Mr. Man in the building. What's up, Mr. Man? Mr. Man, where are you? All right. Mr. Man ain't saying nothing. Y'all raise those hands and let's get you in. All right. Let's raise those hands. And while we're waiting, everybody, you can go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com and get your tickets to join me at the Memorial Weekend mic drop that's happening May 23rd. Excuse me. All right, who is this? Rambo? Who is this guy?
Oh, hello.
What's up, Rambo? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. And you?
I am good. Where you at? Where you at? The Philippines? Where you at?
Okay. Oh, we are from?
Where you from, sir?
Yes, I'm South Korea.
Oh, Korea. Okay, there you go. There you go. Shout out to Korea. All right, we'll get you back on in a minute, but we'll get you back on. All right. All right. Homeboy has a Holly Berry bob. Okay. Yeah, he looks like a K-pop singer. So bless his heart. All right. I just didn't feel like dealing with it. All right. Didn't feel like dealing with it. All right. Let me see who we got. Who is this? Okay, we got a couple of people in here. Hold on. Who are these people? Uh-oh. So what y'all got going on? Wait, hold on, wait a minute. Oh, wait, these punks? Hold on, hell no. Oh, okay, these are punks. I'm so. All right, listen. Okay, that's our signal to shut it down. All right. All right, that's our signal to shut it on down. Okay. All right, it's one of them nights. That means it's time. Everybody need to go their ass to sleep. All right, we're gonna wrap this thing up. Yeah, that's our signal to let it go. Let go, let God. It's we just letting it go. I can't do no. It's above me. I don't know what's happening. It's above me. I don't know what's happening, and I don't want no parts of it. That's a sign. All right. Just punks from everywhere. Just I don't know where they coming from. I don't know what's happening. I'm confused. Let's all just go to bed. It's nap time. It's nappy time. All right. All right. It's just time to turn it on in, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right. Make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum and also get your tickets for the Memorial Day weekend event, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Also get your Rootwork deodorant at rootworkstyle.com. All right. I'm up out of here. Y'all be safe.
Work in the morning, work in the afternoon, work in the evening. I'm coming back to you.
Officer is under investigation after she posted a racist rant on social media.
The police department confirms Officer Ashley Gonzalez has been relieved of duty. A warning here, the video, it is disturbing and we are only sharing just a portion of it.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate. Oh my God, I hate. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't. Oh, we were slaves this entire. I don't give a. Like, for a reason, you guys were slaves. You guys don't like out loud. Like, goddamn. Like, oh my God, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like, I kid you not. I don't know what the came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you. And oh my God, like, I felt like the world just stopped. Like, it was just peace.
By now, I'm sure you've seen the video of Ashley Gonzalez, a Hispanic officer who got on social media and went on a full anti-Black tirade talking about how she hates N-words, talking about harming Black folks, and openly targeting us. Now, this boo-boo the fool has since been terminated from her job due to her racism, as well as the Black grassroots activists like Mr. Quanell X or Dr. Candace Matthews, who pulled up to the police department and stood on business, making it known that she needed to be fired publicly. Now, while a lot of people have condemned Ashley's behavior and what she has said, and rightfully so, there are many people in her community, as well as the people of color or Black and brown community, who also state there is such a thing as freedom of speech, and they have made it known that they have stood with Ashley. Okay? And let's be realistic here. They do have a right to their opinion, whether they're illegal, undocumented, or freeloaders or not. Now, before we get into the foolishness, please be sure to like this video to help us out in the algorithm, Friedman, as well as check out the African Diaspora News Channel app. Let's get into it.
Now, you feel offended for the truth. That's a personal problem. But she was not lying about anything. What happened? Us Latinos, we cannot speak our minds and say what we think when everything that she say is something that you guys repeat all the time. We are in 2026. Who gives a shit if you used to be a slave? That's nobody's problem, not even yours. If your ancestors was this or that, Spanish, Latin people, ancestors, we also been a slave. We've been take out of our lands, and we fight too. You're not special. You're not better than nobody else. Don't be a fucking hypocrite, all right? I stand with Gonzalez, and she don't deserve to lose her job.
Are we ready to admit that there's no Black and brown coalition and that pretty much there never was? I mean, this is a whole police officer talking about how she feels great, mistreating Black people. It doesn't matter if she said this to her friends or not. If she's getting taxpayer funds to do a doggone job such as protecting us, we should feel protected. And I can assure you, I don't feel protected. She not protecting us. Hell, she more about harming us, if anything. See, this right here is why this Black Friedman woman is cool with what Trump is doing when it comes to these illegals and undocumented people. See, they're no allies to us, and there's nothing good coming from them being here. So I'm not going to keep voting to bring more people like Ashley and her family and her friends over here. See, they always got a lot of lip and smoke for us, but never the same energy with the people who cause them harm. Like ICE, as they say, the cartels who running them up out of their homeland. They don't never address the anti-Blackness in their own community, or even the people who doing the most to get them up out of here. Or even what about these Hispanic ICE agents? It's always smoke when it comes to Black Americans. And we're the only ones who's accepted them and helped them and not exploit them. Meanwhile, they still trying to be like them folks and will never be accepted. See, since we talking truth, here's some truth for these Hispanics and other people of color and Black and brown and minority people who's supposed to be an ally. Here's some truth for you that offends your fleeing behind, or shall I say, you're freeloading behind. ICE is coming for you. If you're illegal, your family or friends are illegal or undocumented, that's what they're supposed to do, because ICE stands for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It is a federal law enforcement agency under the Department of Homeland Security responsible for enforcing immigration laws, investigating transnational crime, and protecting national security here. See, ICE was created in 2003 and focuses on interior enforcement, including the detention and removal of undocumented people. You being here and you thinking that you have the right to be here does not change that. Trump is not doing a thing wrong to you because you refuse to go back home to a country you state that you're so proud of, or whose flag you always repping, but fighting like hell not to go back home. Also, if you go home, you can also tell your truth at home where you refuse to go. Most likely because if you go home, you won't be able to do all of the foolishness that you pull here. Okay? And here's some other truth for you. Every country has immigration laws. Also, here's another truth. This isn't your land. I'm so sick of hearing how parts of this land were yours or theirs or belong to Mexico. Sit down and stop trying to rewrite history. Or if you're going to talk history, then tell it right. Mexico, okay, was paid millions of dollars for the land that they bought. Now, for you to keep using land as your defense to stay here or justify your foolishness doesn't mean what you're saying is right. I could go on for days, but in the meantime, look up the Treaty of Hidalgo. Also, let me say this, because you like mentioning that you had a Black president, Vicente Guerrero. Yes, we've learned about him over here, but you know what? The white Hispanics or Latinos, they offed him. So you did have a Black president or a partially Black president who actually abolished slavery in that area, but the paler people took him out. So again, if you're going to tell the story, tell all of it. Also, can we stop talking about how no one's illegal on stolen land? Because you also enjoy the freedom of a stolen land because you refuse to stay in your homeland. See, you only mention that it's stolen land when you can't benefit and freeload up off of it. See, just because Democrats or any others have brought you here undocumented or allowed you to stay illegally to replace Black Americans, even as many of them don't see that you aren't as loyal to them and are quick to turn on them, does not mean you being here undocumented or illegally is right, or that you're entitled to anything, or the fact that you still on this lie about how immigrants built America. See, people like you came here to freeload after all the work and industries were created by FBA. If you were all about building, then you would have built your homeland. That way you wouldn't have fled, okay? And if you worry about some of your leaders over there, you wouldn't get finessed. You know, that place that you don't want to go back to, that's what I'm talking about. Now that you're being asked to leave, or shall I say thrown out after you've even been offered money to leave, does not mean that you've been persecuted or that a Hispanic experience is similar to FBA here. See, you can't talk down about a group of people, then try to use their struggle, or shall I say also get mad when they don't come to your doggone rescue, because there's plenty of videos all over social media of y'all whining because we don't come to your defense. And this right here, Ashley and this boo-boo the food dude right here, why we letting ICE do their job. See, you haven't been through anything over here unless you want to call being a freeloader, okay? Getting handouts, the things that you say FBA getting plenty of taxpayer dollars for your housing, your food, you know, with your kids, a free education. Now, if you want to dispute this, please tell me, or anybody below in the comments, what exactly have minorities or people of color been through that Black Americans have? I mean, I would like to know, because we have been through it all. Were your churches burned down to the ground? Did you experience segregation from people forced to work in the fields from sun up to sundown here in America? You know, did you create a Freedmen's Bureau that many people had money stolen, ruined their generational wealth, and then have people like the Democrats trying to help you take over the Freedmen's Bureau, something you had no hand in, when it was 60,000 FBA who lost their deposits with the Freedmen's Bank? I mean, I'm not seeing the comparison here. And truthfully, there really is no comparison here if you want to be honest. See, many of you come here with the red carpet rolled out completely for you, Okay. And again, that's shelter, housing, money in certain states, sanctuary cities in certain states, which Black people don't even have here. And again, free education, as if you're obligated to that. Freedman family, if you think I'm lying, look at what ancestor Terry Anderson said in the 90s.
For Los Angeles, I've lived there all my life. And I speak from the Black perspective because I am Black and I live in a predominantly Black community. The problem with illegal immigration, whenever it comes up, is that people always give one side and never give the other side. They talk about the poor immigrant who comes here for a better life. They talk about the poor immigrant child who must be educated in our schools. They talk about the immigrant worker who works harder than the Black person works, and he will take the job that nobody else takes. What you never hear is the other side of the story. You never hear that every time that illegal alien comes here, he displaces somebody else. That side is never mentioned. Whenever this subject comes up, you have organizations who step forth and advocate for the illegal alien. You have MALDEF, MECHA, LULAC, La Raza, and other race-based organizations who are exclusive only to one race of people and advocate for those people only. You never hear the other side of the story. The other side of that story is that somebody is harmed by them being here. I speak of my community because it's where I live. You will never hear from these people about the 17-year-old Black kid in my neighborhood who went to McDonald's and was told, you can't work here because you don't speak Spanish. I don't say that happens all the time. I'm telling you of one instance of many that does happen. He was told that he couldn't work there because in the kitchen, there would be confusion because most of the workers there were Hispanic and only spoke Spanish in the kitchen, and his English, his native language would confuse issues, so he couldn't have a job at McDonald's. They don't tell you about the 8-year-old little Black girl in my community who sits in a classroom all day long and goes home and tells her father, Daddy, I'm not learning anything in school. So being a good father, he goes down to the school and asks the teacher why. And the little girl looks at him and looks at the teacher at the same time and says, because all they do is speak Spanish in my classroom all day. Now, there are advocates who will tell you, well, that's good. She's learning Spanish. She is not learning Spanish. She is listening to Spanish. There are translations all day long in that classroom for the immigrant child, for the illegal alien child, so that he can learn in his native language, and they don't care what happens to the little Black girl. So he asked the teacher, can we get my child an all-English classroom? She says, let's ask the principal. The principal says, sure, and hands them a paper. He fills out the paper. The paper's for busing. He says, wait a minute, this is my neighborhood school. Why can't my daughter go to the same school that I went to in this neighborhood? He says, we have no English-only classrooms.
See, these same individuals have come here, benefited from civil rights that Black Americans fought for, and still felt comfortable supporting language and behavior that affects us negatively. Now, if you really want to be honest, these people have hijacked the civil rights movement, okay? Now, anyway, let's go back to this freedom of speech thing. Now, I believe in freedom of speech. People can say what they want. I'm one of those people who believe everybody have a choice, whether I like them to have that choice or not. But you are not free from the consequences that come with what you say, especially when you're in a position of authority or you're getting taxpayer funds. See, people like this man can stand with Ashley Gonzalez. That's cool. That's his right. However, when you work in the public or for a public entity, the government, the state, local, police department, fire department, paramedics, public funds pay your salary. And if you're getting paid by taxpayer funds, which Ashley is, that does include taxes paid by Black Americans, the people she hates and talks so greasy about. See, that's where her consequences come in. See, you're being paid by some of the people you don't like. I also don't want to hear a doggone thing about how not all of them are the same and not all of them in that community think this way. Neither are we. And I say that because Ashley based her experience or opinion off one Black person who did something to her. And she used that one incident to show off all the anti-Blackness that she's learned from her community. So if they are not all a monolith, neither are we. All Black people didn't steal from you. All Black people didn't hurt you. And I'm going to go ahead and say this because I just got to ask this. I just got to ask again. With all this that has happened, where are the Democrats? Where are the CBC, NAACP? Where are the people that we vote for 80 to 90% of the time? Why are they so quiet? I mean, because we've watched the people that we vote for the majority of the time throw capes on for illegals and undocumented people, even going so far as shutting the government down for these people. We even have a Black congresswoman who's facing jail times because she want to get buck with ICE. But you can't speak out about what this Hispanic person has done. Where's Maxine Waters? You know, I can remember her being on the news because ICE literally arrested one of her colleagues. She on the news talking about how she came to see about him, but don't go nowhere else to see about Black people. She's quiet. What about Al Green? He out here getting thrown out of places, crashing out for illegals, but he didn't say nothing. Jasmine Crockett, you know, the one who lost her seat after she went all around the country advocating for illegals. I just want to know, because from what I've seen, they've done for everybody. LGBTQ, the JEWS, the $5 Indians, Asians got a hate crime bill, you know. But Dr. Matthews and Quanell X and the grassroots activists had to roll up on the Houston Police Department on their own. But y'all got something to say about every doggone thing else? See, this is why a lot of Black folks aren't really rocking with the Democrats like they used to. See, they expect us to keep voting, you know, while FBA get nothing. And the groups who Ashley come from and this Boo Boo the Fool come from get everything while we do just the voting. Now, I want to circle back around to Ashley and her job as a police officer. Now, I expect this from Ashley because there is anti-Blackness in her community. I mean, she got it honest, as well as this man at the beginning of the video. Now, I don't think people understand or realize that you can also learn certain behaviors, like she mentioned, in places like the U.S. Marine Corps, or even on the doggone police force too. See, this woman was a little too comfortable saying what she said, and that tells me this is nothing new. She talks like this often, whether at work or at home. But see, work matters more. You know, I mean, you can easily Google where Hispanics or Latinos, even in the 1950s and 60s, made it clear they were not an ally to us with statements like, we're white Mexicans, or sentiments like, let the Negro fight his own battle, or even cultural ideas around improving the race or whitening the population. I mean, I could go on for days. These people have never been an ally. In fact, the Spanish were the first to enslave Black people. But make no mistake, there are many people on that police force who think just like Ashley. And it doesn't help that the police force that we see now was started in general to police Black people. So some people can be taught anti-Blackness in the home, but it's also rooted in the police force, just like everything else.
Back in the 1700s in South Carolina, what's considered the first formal slave patrol was created. Now, these groups, often called patty rollers, were made up of men, or shall I say them folks men, and their mission was very clear: control enslaved Black people and prevent their uprisings. Oh, there were plenty of uprisings, and when there weren't uprisings from Black groups, we often poisoned or did things one-on-one. Now, their job duties were very specific, and it included stopping enslaved Black people, demanding their passes, because at that time you couldn't move freely without a pass from your master, searching their homes and pockets if an uprising was reported, breaking up gatherings because Black people weren't allowed to be in groups at that time, and using force, often brutal force, to keep order on plantations. It's funny because even as FBA, we still suffer from something called post-traumatic slave syndrome, even from then, but them folks still have effects as well. They still don't like seeing us in group settings to this day. Now, as for the term patty rollers, this name came from how they operated. They would roll up on Black individuals who were enslaved, stopping them, questioning them, and checking whether they had permission to move outside of plantation boundaries. See, only a small amount of the population may have owned slaves, like them folks love to say now, but the entire society played a role in maintaining slavery, and so did the industries around it. Now, while slave masters became extremely wealthy off the labor of the enslaved people, whites who were poor or who would be considered middle class right now often worked as overseers, patty rollers, or enforcers, making sure that the system stayed in place. So this wasn't random. This was organized, structured, and systematic even then. And it continued all the way up until the Civil War. Now, after slavery ended on paper, those patty rollers didn't just disappear. They continued during the Reconstruction era, just in a different form. More organized militia-style groups that enforced what was then known as Black codes. Now, Black codes were laws put into place to control the freedom of newly freed Black people. They dictated where Black people could live, how they worked, limited wages, and pretty much restricted movement, making it criminal to be Black. Then you move into the late 1800s and early 1900s. That's when formal police departments begin to expand, and many of those systems were used to enforce what then became known as Jim Crow laws, maintaining segregation and controlling Black movement well into the 1960s. Now, let's be clear. This is not to say that every police officer today is bad or they operate like that, but this is where they originated from. So I'm not surprised when I see certain attitudes. I'm simply showing that, like many systems in the country, this one did not start neutral either. It started with a specific purpose, and over time, it just evolved. And when people today talk about bias, distrust, or different, experiences with law enforcement, that's not coming from nowhere. And their attitudes are not coming from nowhere. You see, we forget, or maybe we don't think about that this is now an organized organization. However, look who's teaching them in the police academy. The same people. So just like many other things in this country that was built off the backs of Black slavery, such as banking, making payments, insurance, jeans, Wall Street, the police force was also created from slavery. It was actually built and thought of to maintain and control Black people. And even as it became a more organized and structured organization, that way of thinking just did not disappear. So I'm not surprised when I see people like Ashley or even police brutality within my people. Look how it was developed. Even a white former police officer by the name of Norm Stamper has spoken vividly about the things he learned within the policing culture, as well as training that reflect deeper systematic issues. Now, Norm Stamper is out of sight, out of mind. He is gone. He is one of the people who actually admitted what he saw. So he is hiding. He is in hiding. No one sees him or hears from him. Okay. But anyway, so this isn't just an opinion. It's just about history. It's tied to a long timeline that shaped how the system was built in the first place.
All right, guys. So that's all I have for today. I thank you so much for just listening to the video and your support, guys. Please be sure on your way out to hit the like button to help us out in the algorithm. Guys, and tell me below, do you think that, honestly, if Ashley was Black, the Democrats would have said something? I just want to know, because it seems to me that they treat the immigrants a little bit better. Okay, so tell me what you think about, Ashley below, or the question that I had. Now, this video is long enough, guys. I got to go and I got to go finish cook my chicken. But anyway, thank you again for listening.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Miami, Florida, Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Police said a Black United States Postal Service mail carrier was walking her route when a child approached her to collect mail. Then a racist white Latino woman told the child, "We don't talk to niggers." The postal worker responded by saying she was just delivering the mail. But the racist white Latino woman then sprayed the mail carrier with a water hose. The victim, according to police reports, then called the authorities, and the white Latina went back to her house, grabbed her purse, and went inside her SUV. Fearing for her life, the mail carrier crossed the street, but the white Latina intentionally sped her SUV towards her, causing her to put out her arms on the SUV and move back so she wouldn't get hit. The white Latina then reversed her SUV and tried to hit the victim again. The victim this time ran and took cover behind a parked vehicle. As she kept driving down the road, the white Latina made a U-turn and continued to accelerate towards the victim. The attacker then parked her vehicle, went inside her home, and said she had a gun and was going to shoot the victim. Eventually, the police came off of their donut break and actually responded to this call. The child of the white Latino told officers that they saw the attacker putting bullets in a gun while she was in the room. Officers then entered the home, but because the assailant in this case wasn't black, they made sure not to open fire. They took her in alive. They found a pellet gun with rounds, according to police reports. The racist attacker has been identified as 34-year-old Lourdes Maria Portuguez. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't this reprobate's first run-in with the law.
This isn't the first time the cops has come to the house, like to their house. It's happened many times.
Portuguese was arrested last year for battery and in 2024 on drug charges.
Records show that Portuguez had been arrested at least twice, once in 2024 for battery, and one time before that for a drug-related charge. Now, this attempted murder has only been charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Keep in mind, moron DeSantis has used his office to arbitrarily remove prosecutors for being, as he puts it, soft on crime. Well, why the hell is this reprobate not being charged with attempted murder? Because that's what this is. This is a prime example of a prosecutor refusing to apply the law, and yet the mouth of the South is silent now. He's not saying anything about this case, but then again, he hasn't said anything about tons of others just like it. But then again, as we all know, this is precisely the reason that Ron DeSantis and Chris Rufo were doing all of their stochastic terrorism against Black Floridians. It was meant to encourage precisely this kind of anti-Black violence. But it doesn't stop with those two degenerates, because the judge in this case is attempting to give a wink and a nod to this incident.
If the victim is still delivering mail at your home, you better avoid her and stay in your house or go the other way.
Now she sits in jail on a $15,000 bond, but she has since posted that bond and the judge did order her house arrest. So if we see her, we'll be sure to let you know what she says. But for now, I'm reporting from TGK Correctional Facility, Jolina Esperto, Local 10 News.
You got this woman named Mindy Glazer, who, because of her background, you would think, given the past remarks of Juliana Margulies and Michael Rappaport, that Judge Glazer would understand that this was a clear criminal act and that she would deny any sort of bail, especially in the allegedly tough-on-crime state of Florida. And yet Judge Glazer was only too eager to immediately give this criminal a $15,000 bond, and she wasn't even very bothered by the attempted murder at all. No outrage, not even mild disapproval. In fact, not even a single question about why is it that the prosecutors decided that they would have such a lowball charge. Keep in mind, this is the same Judge Mindy Glazer who went viral for a video in which she made a huge deal out of recognizing a defendant as having been a classmate from way back when. She also made headlines recently this month setting bail for a Hispanic student at the notorious racist cesspool of Florida International University, who's been in the headlines for their own white Hispanic students running anti-Black chat rooms where they coordinated with the Florida GOP to target Black Floridians and threaten their lives. Now, when they said something about Black people, there were no consequences. There were no charges, nothing. But in this case,
It's unfortunate because I'm assuming she's a senior and going to graduate soon, and now it's going to jeopardize her ability to graduate. And you're saying this is a joke, but to an objective person, it's not a joke, and there would be enough for probable cause. I'm not saying it's enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't know what the state's going to be able to prove at trial, but for purposes of this hearing, I believe there is enough for probable cause.
you got this Hispanic female who made a joke about getting Benjamin Netanyahu to drop a bomb at one of their school-related functions, and Judge Glazer was outraged, I tell you, to the point that she declared that an objective person would unquestionably recognize that message as being a threat. That's who the judge is who decided to set bail in this case, and for all we know, she may well wind up being the individual who presides over it. But that just lets you know there is an open anti-Black policy that permeates not just the thugs in blue or the judiciary, but also a lot of these anti-Black racists on the street. And this incident also illustrates why racists like Ashley Gonzalez got absolutely no pushback or condemnation from that community. She wasn't some one-off. The only reason someone in that area had to make a pretense like they objected to this hate crime was because it was caught on video, and it happened to a federal worker. And this is not rare at all. It's just that this time it was actually caught on video. This person was causing trouble even for her own Latino neighbors, arrested multiple times, and yet no one was able to actually do anything about her. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. You know, when a mail carrier is attacked in a particular area, it's not unheard of for the mail service to refuse to deliver to that area. The post office will simply tell the residents that they have to come to the local mail station to get their mail because nobody's going to deliver there. This has happened a number of times when mail carriers have been attacked by people's dogs, or you got individuals in the area who cause them to feel unsafe. What happens is they just tell the locals, no mail service for you. Y'all got to come into the office. That's what should happen here. No mail service for anyone in that area. And if they want to be upset with anyone, let them be upset with their neighbor and let them be upset with themselves for not having done anything about her before now. And there's absolutely no excuse about the Postal Service not making a stink on behalf of the victim. People forget that before the police murdered Breonna Taylor, the Louisville Police Department had antagonized the local postal inspector to the point that they refused to work with the police or to give them any information. That actually happened. And that's the reason why the Louisville police had to lie in order to get that fraudulent no-knock warrant. They lied and said that the same post office that refused to even talk to them were now telling them that suspicious packages were being sent to Breonna Taylor's apartment. Never mind the fact that the postal inspector for that area gave a number of interviews where he pointed out that he never said any such thing. So that says all you need to know, that the USPS is not refusing service to that area when they should, and the feds are not bringing charges for this attempt to murder a federal employee. And of course, being Ron DeSantis's Florida, the state attorney's office doesn't know whether or not this qualifies to be charged as a hate crime or not. They have to look at this and think it over, and they got to really dig to find out if whether or not you're trying to hit someone with your vehicle and kill them while screaming racial slurs counts as a hate crime. Gee, aren't the Republicans the ones who want laws to quote unquote protect cops and civil servants from people with cell phone cameras? After the murder of George Floyd, we saw a glut of GOP con men pushing all kinds of message legislation in various red states meant to make it a crime to video the police. Or in Louisiana, one redneck wanted to make it a crime to quote unquote disrespect the police, though that illiterate inbred predictably couldn't define what that even meant. There's laws specifically to protect people based entirely on what their line of work is, ridiculous as that concept is. Police and firefighters are covered by various laws. So why are they quiet about mail carriers being violently attacked? Because this isn't the only time something like this has happened. Last year, a white transgender Latino going by the name of Jaya Cruz went to a New York deli and without provocation stabbed a black mailman, Ray Hodges, to death. The family of the victim in that case had been assured by the Manhattan DA's office that there wouldn't be a plea deal for this criminal, but you can guess how that one turned out.
The DA's office confirms it was aware the family was opposed to any type of offer. Rice says she wanted the case to go to trial to get justice for her son, a father of two.
She got off too easy.
With Cruz's sentencing now set for May 28th, Rice and her family are left with no choice but to move forward.
Just like we saw with the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, these prosecutors will lie to black families' faces, but turn right around and offer a plea deal to the killers of their loved ones. Now, this Cruz creep is not some rich or connected person. This is just some violent weirdo off the streets. These intentional, deliberate refusals to apply the law when Black people are harmed, that's not the result of money, it's not the result of influence, but rather a clearly understood practice among these prosecutors and judges that how a defendant is to be handled is based entirely on the color of their skin or the color of their victim. And it's not just mail carriers who we see this with either. We also see on a near monthly basis where some racist attacks a Black delivery driver for FedEx, UPS, or DHL. Just 2 weeks ago in the same Florida, a white man pursued, attacked, and murdered a Black FedEx driver simply because. Now, as we all know, this is not just unmotivated. It's the environment of racial violence that Ron DeSantis and Chris Rufo's anti-Black racist rhetoric deliberately created. They pushed all their racial hysteria against Black people precisely to embolden violent racists to carry out these kind of racist attacks. But of course, it's not just limited to the open-air sewer of Florida. There's been countless other incidents in other states across the country, like the 2 racist inbreds in Mississippi who chased after a Black FedEx driver and were shooting at him. The judge in that case wanted to show his solidarity with those scum, so he just completely dismissed the charges on totally made-up grounds. The companies these Black hate crime victims work for are multi-billion-dollar corporations, and yet these huge corporations don't do or even say anything to protect these employees because these employees are Black. The mail carriers in the U.S. are disproportionately Black. So the silence on the behalf of these private corporations is no different than the silence from the state and federal governments, and it's for the same reason. They want to make it de facto legal to assault or even kill Black people by selectively refusing to enforce the laws whenever Black people are attacked. And this is why we need an anti-Black hate crime law specifically for us. We're being targeted and attacked left, right, and center by all kinds of people, and the government is deliberately covering for these criminals. And Black people themselves also have a right to protect their lives. There is no law that says that a Black person is just supposed to be in a shooting gallery or hoping that the racist in question can't run them over with their car, hoping that there's some sort of convenient vehicle nearby to save their lives. Black people, no matter what their occupation, are under no obligation to sit on their hands while these anti-Black racists are attempting to run them over with cars, to assault them, to shoot at them, to try to murder them. Black people have the right to live, and they have the right to protect themselves from anyone who infringes upon that right. Because when you have these anti-Black racists who are constantly taking it upon themselves that they're going to be harming Black people simply for doing their jobs, they think to themselves that they're going to be killing Black couriers and gunning them down the streets, then those Black couriers who are simply trying to do their jobs have every right to deliver some lead. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wandre Morris, Kay Chapman, Stay Positive, Angel Maynor, and Regina Nixon. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
The one good thing about the Ashley Gonzalez case, y'all know, the police officer in Houston that was fired for being anti-Black on her Instagram. Well, the one good thing is a lot of Latinos are taking to their social media accounts and they're saying, I agree with Ashley, right? Now, of course, that's dispelling the myth of, oh, it's Black and brown. Oh, Latinos aren't anti-Black. Well, here's another guy who is saying, hey, you know what? I agree with Ashley.
I support Ashley Gonzalez. Regardless of how you feel as a white American or a Black American, Latinos can say whatever we want. Black Americans and white Americans try to force us into their white versus Black mentality. They want us to subscribe to their social idealisms, and that includes their language. And quite frankly, I am refusing, as a Latino, I am refusing to bow down to their linguistic authority. Personally, I don't even care about Ashley Gonzalez herself. She is an individual. She can make her own decisions. If she wants to apologize, she can apologize. I, however, will never apologize. I am not going to apologize. I refuse to bow down to American shits when it comes to social standards, at least some of them. Like, if you're going to come at me and say, or be upset because I said the N-word, I don't give a. So ultimately, I don't think that Black people or white people, especially Americans, have any right to tell any Latino or indigenous person how to speak on their own land. I'm not one of you.
So as you heard him saying, I believe he's Puerto Rican, but nevertheless, he's Latino, and he's like, listen, what y'all not gonna do, and y'all being black folks, y'all not gonna tell me that I can't say that word, especially here on stolen land. I'll say what I want to say. Well, the good news for him is he only gonna say that on the internet, right? He ain't gonna get out in the public square and call no black folks that word. You know why? Because he know better. And that's the one thing about the internet. It is giving cowards comfort to, I'm a do ding, 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 ding. And you see him at the grocery store, he going to be biting off his nails because, again, he knows better. But see, I'm glad that they're going to the internet and talking about I support Ashley, because what they're saying is I support being anti-black. What? I don't see the problem. But as I always say, there's a lot of things you could not say to them and get away with it. And you shouldn't say those things, right? To be anti-Latino or whatever it is, but they want to be like them people. They want to be able to free, and they're not even free to do it. Let's just keep it a buck, okay? Even they do it from a speeding car or on the internet. And then the ones that we do see that's saying it to somebody in the public square, yeah, they get their understanding rearranged, and they probably won't be doing that no more. But nevertheless, some Latinos, I said some, not all, some Latinos want to be able to do what they're doing. They want to, well, why? I don't see the problem. It's just a word. But again, there's a lot of words that won't be just a word if we say that about them. But see, as I'm learning is they're mad because black folks are not being silent about the disrespect anymore. We're not allowing, different parties like the Democrats or whatever it is to tell us, oh, there's this black and brown unity. We got to go and get along with the brown people. It's like, first of all, the brown people don't want to get along with us, okay? And even if they never want to get along with us, we are never going to accept them being able or think they're able to say the N-word, and we cool with that. We never gonna be cool with that. Why do you think we're gonna be cool with you disrespecting us? We never will. So listen, homie, on your social media page, you can say whatever you want to say, but I bet you $1 to a donut, you ain't gonna go to your local grocery store and say it out loud within the earshot of no black American. I bet you won't. And if you do, record it so I can see what happened to you when you do it. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Information is power.
All right, everybody, it's going to be a very controversial video, but I have to do it. It is going to be one for the ages, because in Southeast Dallas, Texas, where football is ultimately the king, you've got youth sports, you got kids playing youth football from ages 6, 8, and on up. You've got black coaches, this is a damn shame, that are using or use the N-word during a pregame ritual, meaning a pregame, they're trying to pump the kids up before their game. And you're going to see in this video that I'm going to play for you, you got 1 to 2 coaches using the N-word, calling the players the N's to get them up for the game. And you've got adults, these are grown adults, saying this to black youth as if we need to not get away from this word, this N-word. I'm sorry, it is not a term of endearment. And then we wonder why we can't get away from this word when we have grown adults continuing to push the narrative of this word, even on our youth in football in Texas. In this particular league, the Wolverines is the particular team, the Wolverines at YNC. This is the 8U for 8 youth, okay, age. And these two guys right here, you see the one with the locks in his hair. Let me get a closer picture of him right now. The guy with the locks right here in his hair, he's the main one that starts using the N-word in this particular process. And then the second coach begins using the word in the process as well, as he turns around and says, let's go, you N's. And then they repeat a horrible song, everybody. They repeat a rap song in which the rap song is saying, hey, what up, B? Hey, what up, B? And the kids are regurgitating and repeating this horrible Sambo and Gumbo rap song that does not represent black culture. And they got the kids as a pre-pump up for the game that they're going to play. They got them using the B word. And on top of using the B word, then you have this black woman right here it's really a shame. I got to be honest here. You've got this black woman right here. You can see a smile on her face. I don't know why she would be smiling, because it's certainly not funny. She was getting a kick out of hearing the kids use the B word as they jumped up and down, getting themselves pumped up for the game. I don't know if she's either a mother of one of the players, or she's a sister, or a wife of one of the coaches, but it's a shame. And then you can see everybody around them smiling in the background. We're talking about grown adults as this is going on. Okay. Smiling in the background. This is completely inappropriate, because this is for this reason. Let me just keep it real with y'all. We know that a lot of times when black youth don't have a father in the household, even though we know statistically black men are involved in their kids' life more than anyone per research. Okay. Check out, there's research on this, that black men are in the lives of their kids more than anyone, even if they're not living in the household or with the mother of the child. So a lot of times it is important for black youth to have a connection to their father. But a lot of times if they don't have that connection to the father, or the father's not around, then what happens? It becomes youth sports that gravitates the attention of some of our youth. And that's where sometimes they will have their biggest impact from male black men in particular, not the only impact, but one of them that our youth can have an impact from black male coaches, because we have so many youth that go into playing basketball and football. And of course we have youth that are playing, they're not playing sports, but they're in academics. But for the purpose of what this video is about today, how can these men call themselves leaders of youth in youth football, which is supposed to be about teamwork, working together, having character, building character, and you've got these coaches using the N-word in the way that they were peppering the N-word with these kids? I got a problem with it. And I'm going to play the video because it is a shame. I would say right now that they need to be fired from coaching youth football in this league in Southeast Dallas, Texas. They should not be allowed to coach this team or any team carrying on like that. This is unethical. This is unprofessional. And as black men, you would think that they would want to do better and show a better image than to be peppering these kids with the N-word. And they seem to be getting a kick out of it, as I'm going to show you this. Let's go ahead. This is a damn shame.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. Let's go, nigga.
Right there. He's the one I'm talking about, who is the main one that started off with the N-word. But then you're going to get this coach right here, his partner right here, that you see that someone's got the camera up videoing this. You would think that they would have shame about this being put out to the public. Everybody's in the background smiling. Here's another coach who's got locks in his hair, who begins to repeat the same thing that this guy repeats. Just to give you a little reminder, here we go once more.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. Let's go, nigga.
This is a shame, everybody. How do we expect for our kids to do better when we as adults are setting a poor example? And black men, these black men, not all black men, but these black men are also setting another poor example. Now you see that coach right there. I don't know if he's a coach or a supporter of the team, but he's a coach. I believe he's a coach. He's jumping up and down, getting into the music that's playing in the background. And he uses that word, hey, you ends, right? Let's get back to it again. Watch. He says, hey, I want to hear you ends, because they're about to repeat a horrible song where they're using the B word. We're talking about 8-year-old youth football. And just to make it be known for you guys to know how bad this is that they got a 6-year-old lead as well. For 6-year-olds, here we go right here. Check this out. The Wolverine 6U was at it again. So they got 6-year-olds. Look, one of the kids even have damn near a bib in his mouth. So so if these kids are comfortable with them being called that word, as well as singing a rap song that's using the B word, then are these same coaches coaching the kids as young as 6 years old in this league? Are these coaches I'm talking about, these individuals that were caught on video doing this? Let's continue. This is a shame.
Hold on. What we doing, y'all? Hey, bitch, what up? Hey, bitch, what up? Hey, bitch.
There they are saying, hey, B, what up? And then in doing so, this woman right here is smiling as if it's something to be proud of because the kids are using the B word. You would think as a woman and a black woman that she would be very disappointed in hearing these kids chant that she would go and talk to the coaches and say, why are you got these kids talking like this? I don't know if maybe her son is on the team, maybe her brother's on the team, maybe it's her husband, but why is it that nobody, and I looked at these videos, there's tons of videos of this youth lead, nobody comes out and says, hey, y'all shouldn't be talking like this to the kids. And you shouldn't have the kids repeating this rhetoric, this junk, this Sambo and Gumbo garbage that's coming from this so-called rap artist. But nobody says anything. It's all acceptable. And this is what I'm saying. How do we expect other people to respect us as a people when we don't even respect each other? When you have black youth football coaches, in some cases, they're filling the void for some of these kids who don't have fathers like you see on this video clip right here, this B-roll. And now they're setting the wrong example for these kids. And we supposed to be okay with that? I'm not okay with it whatsoever. Let's get back to it. So she's there smiling. And let me just stop it right there. I'm going to move this back. I want you all to do me the biggest favor. I need y'all to share this video. Give me honest commentary in the comment section of this video. Share this video on all your social media. Please do so. I need you to subscribe and hit the bell of notification because I'm keeping it 100 for real with you. Definitely subscribe and share this video all over social media. We have to ask ourselves as black people, what are we doing here? Why are we continuing the same BS with our youth of today? And then we wonder why we can't get away from this horrible, horrible word because we have black people like black coaches like this who are promoting this nonsense. There's surely other ways that they could get these kids pumped up for the game without them having to use the B word or even be called the N word by the coaches themselves. And then you got to make an educated guess that these kids are probably using the word because they're hearing it from their coaches. And God knows what they're hearing in their own community if people are using this word like that, because we think that because we use the N word as a term of endearment, that cleans it all up. That makes the word not the same anymore because we can clean it all up. Let me tell you something, everybody. You can put a duck in a tuxedo. You can put red lipstick on a pig and put it in a tuxedo or a dress. It's still going to be a duck in a tuxedo. It's still going to be a pig in a tuxedo or dress. it's still a pig, it's still a damn duck, no matter how you dress it up.
Tell the truth.
So you can dress up the N-word however you want. It still doesn't change the fact that that's what it still remains to be, the N-word. Whether you use the hard R or not doesn't matter to me. The fact that you're still using a word that has historical context. And let me remind everybody out there that when black men had their lives taken away, like Emmett Till, the last word that they often heard before their life was taken away, or when black people were terrorized in their own communities, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, the last word that they would hear a lot of times would be the N-word, as they were being peppered with the N-word by those that hated them, like the Ku Klux Klan and many other white nationalist groups we got today. While we're setting up here trying to set the wrong example for our youth by saying that these words are words of endearment. Everybody get the F out of here with that. Let's hear it again. I want to drive this home with y'all.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. Let's go.
There it is. Hey, I want to hear y'all.
What we doing, y'all? Hey, bitch, what up? Hey, bitch, what up?
I'm stopping it right there.
Tell the truth.
I'm going to say again, they're letting these youth right here. They're letting these youth right here that you see right here. They are allowing them to say the B word. They are allowing them to be called the N-word because maybe they are also allowing the kids to use the word if the coaches are using the word, we can make an educated inference that the kids themselves are using the word towards each other. That I guess in this situation. And then you got the younger kids that some of these coaches may have been around and coached. Who knows? And then we have a woman who accepts it, smiles, gets a kick out of it, got her cell phone in hand. No big deal. Nothing to worry about. This is not the way, everybody, that we should be carrying on as a people. We should not accept this sort of low-hanging fruit, this low vibrational behavior from black men that are supposed to be charged with the responsibility of teaching black youth sportsmanship, character, how to work together as a team. But you got to do that by having them, berating them with the word, the N-word, to pump them up for a freaking youth football game. And I can tell you right now that these men that are doing this are usually coaches, or men that do this are men who failed athletically themselves. They wanted to be in the NFL. They wanted to be in the NBA. They wanted to be superstars themselves. And they failed in their pursuit. So they lived through the kids. It's not only the parents that do this, but you got youth coaches that do this. They're acting as if these kids are grown men that they're talking to. And it's really a shame, because this comes a dime a dozen. We need to see more of our youth involved in their academics than just sport and play. We know we can dance, we can sing, we can hit a baseball bat, we can run a damn football and put a basketball in a hoop. We know that. This is why I say this comes a dime a dozen. But when we have these black men as coaches charged with the responsibility, and they got these kids jumping up and down using that word, and they're using the N-word towards the kids, I'm sorry, it's too much. I don't agree with it. I don't accept it. And I know you damn well don't as well. And that's why I need y'all to
tell the truth.
Share this video and all your social media. Subscribe to the channel. I'm going to put this up here. Thank you for watching this video today. Subscribe, hit the bell notification, let people know about the channel. Thank you to all my new subscribers so far. Now, let me talk about somebody that's near and dear to me, and that's George Makem. He has a street TV channel on YouTube. He has a program called what? Urban Nerds Worldwide. Urban Nerds Worldwide is trying to get rid of the N-word, get rid of the gang banging, to work with the youth, make being a nerd, make being interested in education, science, right? Physics, something, make that the new cool. And so George Makem and his organization, he wants to spread it all around the world. And he's working with youth. He's educating them. He's getting them out of their community, let them see different spaces. And he ain't using the damn N-word because he's trying to get rid of it. And that's why y'all got to hear this video right here. Check it out.
Shit good, man. I'm here in the hood in Southwest Philadelphia, man. We out here trying to save life, save soul.
Tell the truth.
We're trying to change the mindset of the youth. We say urban nerds, not urban shooters. We say death to the real niggas. We're not talking about killing any niggas. We talking about killing that nigga mind, consciousness in the minds.
Boom. Do you understand how important this is, everybody? That George Makem is saying he wants to kill the nigga or the N-word mentality of the mind. I don't want to use that word. I almost used that word there. He wants to kill that ideology. While George Makem is using his organization to get rid of that type of thinking. You've got these guys right here in youth sports reinforcing the very thing that George Makem is saying he's trying to get these young men away from through his organization. Let's hear some more of this.
We say, we lift up our hoodies and we say nerds over niggas, right? We want to bring black intelligence back to the community, man. We want to raise up our young boys and teach them that they can be something other than being a so-called nigga, man. We want to change the mindset of the youth, man. In every city across America, man, urban nerds is coming, man. A lot of our kids, they jump off the porch early, man. They jump off the porch. These young black boys, they jumping off the porch into an unforgiving world, man. An unforgiving world. And a lot of them is not mentally ready for this culture, this deaf culture that we celebrate, the community that we come from. So we created urban nerds to save souls, to save lives, man. And we teach young black boys to go out and start saving the lives of young kids at their age. We want to be a light in the dark room. We want to be a clean glass next to a dirty glass, man. So look for urban nerds coming to a city near you. Peace.
Tell the truth.
You see the contrast and difference? George Makem is saying we got to get away from that word. We got to get away from that mentality. It's about nerds over the N-word, not N-word over nerds. Because he's about what? Educating the youth, giving them opportunity. And you notice George wasn't talking about no sports. He's talking about the mind. And so nothing wrong with playing sports, but you have to have balance. But there is something wrong with playing on a football program out there in Southeast Texas, where you've got coaches like this using the N-word, peppering our kids with that. And then this could be spread to the younger youth that you see right here. And it's really a damn shame. Everybody, with that said, this is the Information Man Show. I hope you got something out of this video. This was a little bit of a raw video today because it's terrible. I didn't enjoy what I was witnessing when I first came across this video on TikTok. And this video is part of another video channel that shows all these youth football clips. But this was the one that stood out because these men, in my estimate, and you can call me a hater, I'm not trying to be a hater, but this is just the facts. When you're talking to kids like that and you're playing that kind of music and you're letting them chant that type of nonsense, they shouldn't be allowed to be in the lead. They should be suspended from coaching these kids. You should have parents that should have a problem with that. And the people that are watching this from the outside should have a problem with that. I'm going to say again, it's a shame that this is where we are still today. With that said, everybody, this is the Information Man Show.
They go away, my
Bags in the stowaway. Business class window seat, I look as we float away. Wrote a verse was a throwaway. Play that shit for a label and they was blown away. I guess these growing pains got me in these golden chains. Cause I'm a pro, I've been a protege. Give me life, give me light, I'll risk it all to keep the dark at bay. Cause I've had too many heartbreaks and restarts and big dreams that fell through. A future with somebody I would give my last to. And they ain't go the way I planned to.
BS3 Network is now on Roku TV under BS3 TV. Download BS3 Network. Changing the way you watch TV.
Cause dreaming makes you real again. So I just close my eyes and let it reel me in. Let it reel me in. I just close my eyes and let it reel me in. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta feel what you don't wanna feel. Just to know it's the real and what you try to conceal.
I'm Matt Morrow, and this is Colorado Point of View. Right now, the redistricting debate is heating up after the U.S. Supreme Court weakened part of the Voting Rights Act. The court called the district in Louisiana an unconstitutional gerrymander, and the effects could be felt all around the country for the next few years. Plus, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert is taking on Big Brother and those controversial license plate reading cameras. And here in Colorado, 2 bills to put limits on the camera's data are basically dead.
And every single one of you should be saying, what the flop?
And a little later, the Democratic primary to take on Congressman Gabe Evans gets TV ad time. We'll dive into those headlines and much more in just a minute. But first, the so-called dean of Colorado's congressional delegation gets not just one, but 2 primary challengers. Diana DeGette has been in Congress for almost 30 years now, but this June in the Democratic primary, she could face her toughest race yet. DeGette will be up against CU Regent and business owner Wanda James and lawyer and barista Mailwoman Quiros. Quiros got far more votes than DeGette at the county and state assemblies, and now she is hoping to convince a much larger group of Democrats, along with unaffiliated voters, that it's time for a change. Joining me now for an exclusive interview here on Colorado Point of View is Mailwoman Quiros. Mailwoman, thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Why do you want to go to Congress?
Because we are staring down the barrel of a future where working people are going to rent everything, own nothing, and work until they die. Because even Social Security programs will probably be insolvent by the time people come of age. We have to be fighting for bold, transformative policies right now, and the current Congresswoman is not. So it's time for a change.
So how would you do that differently than what she's doing right now? Because she would tell you, and a number of people who support her would tell you, that Diana DeGette has done that and has done it for 30 years.
What Diana DeGette has done is been a reliable vote for the Democratic Party, and for that I'm grateful for it. But we have seen, just with this last election, that the Democratic Party has failed to actually advance an agenda for working people. Everyday working people need to see relief when it comes to their rent, to their groceries, to their energy bills, and that's going to require some bold legislation that I've yet to see the Congresswoman introduce herself.
How do you think Democrats should do that right now? They're in the minority in the U.S. House, they're in the minority in the U.S. Senate, and they don't have the White House.
We have to be bold and we have to be fighting back. That sometimes will mean some kind of civil protest. That'll mean trying to threaten quorum. That'll mean calling out other Democrats that have failed to actually follow along with our values, including the Democrats that failed to vote for the War Powers Resolution Act to put an end to the war in Iran. We cannot accept Democrats that are not actually reflecting our values.
How are you going to try to win over unaffiliated voters? They're going to have a huge say in this primary coming up at the end of June. Ballots for it go out in the mail here in just about 5 weeks.
What I tell everybody, including unaffiliated voters, is that we have a 6-year window here. This is a long-term project that we need to be focused on. I have every faith that we're going to take back the House and the Senate this cycle, and I think we'll take back the White House in 28 too. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure we do that in the 8th and potentially in the 5th as well. But what matters even more than just taking power is what Democrats are going to do with that power when we take it back. Because in 2032, there will be a vacuum left behind by Trump, and we have to make sure that Democrats can say that we accomplished something for working people by the time that comes.
That's a tall order for Democrats to try to take back the Senate. They need to gain 4 seats, including winning a number. They have to defend a couple of seats in some tough states, and they have to win a number of seats in states that Donald Trump won pretty big the last election.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but that's what's required in this moment. Our democracy, our climate, our economy, all are on fire right now. We have to be bold and actually transform politics as we know it today. And that's going to require us to flip different districts, flip different states. And I think we can do that if we have an agenda and a platform that is focused entirely on working families.
During this campaign, there are going to be some questions coming up about your past, some criticism as well. You were fired from a New York law firm for a blog post that you wrote. There were questions in there about Israel's legitimacy as a state. And last month, you posted a video on social media that heavily criticized the Democratic Party that you're running in. And there was also some vulgar language in reference to Democrats supporting Israel. Do you stand by both of those posts that you made?
I stand by the first article that I wrote, which specifically was defending the students that were protesting what soon became a genocide in Palestine. The second post was not a post that I posted. Another organization that was promoting a panel that was going to be happening used it to promote the event. We didn't catch that small clip in that video of that language that was used. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reposted it. I don't stand by any of that kind of language, but I'm far more concerned with policing bad foreign policy that leads to the death of innocent people than I am with policing bad language.
So did you post that yourself, or did someone else have access to your social media account and was able to post that video?
So the video was shared with us from the organization, and on Twitter we reposted it to show that it was happening. But again, it was like a 30-second clip, and we didn't catch that particular line. And our team is being much more vigilant to make sure that we don't miss that kind of language, because we do not use that language on our team.
There's a lot of debate right now about redistricting, especially after this week, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling. Would you support Colorado scrapping its independent redistricting committee that it has here and redoing the state's districts like in other states, Democrat ones like California and Virginia have done?
Absolutely. I think we have to in order to fight back. What we are seeing is a complete and total destruction of working class voters, and particularly Black voters, with what we just saw with the last Supreme Court ruling. To be clear, though, I am proud that a lot of the efforts that are being made here in Colorado have a sunset provision to make sure that we do return to independent commissions, to make sure that we do not have gerrymandered districts. But right now, with what's at stake, we have to fight back. We can't just sit by and watch this happen.
Are you looking at a 7-to-1 map? Would that seem fair to you here in Colorado?
Absolutely.
What about some voters who say, we don't think our voices might be heard if that happens? When you look at, say, the southern part of the state, the eastern plains, the western slope, there's a lot of rural voters, a lot of agricultural farming and ranching. And the way those districts may look, those people may say, I don't think we're going to get good representation if that happens.
Well, I'd remind them that they're not getting good representation right now. That's including in the Democratic Party, in the Republican Party. We have had a government as of a few decades now where corporations and billionaires and special interests have taken control of government, have taken control of the agenda, the political agenda, and prevented common sense policies that would actually help a lot of folks that are in these rural districts with their costs of groceries, with their costs of energy, with their rents, and all the things that require our most basic needs. And so in order for us to get to a government that actually represents working people, we need to fight back against this authoritarian regime.
Now, you talk about the price of groceries and the price of energy. Gas prices are sky high right now. I believe they jumped some 30 cents in Denver and just about 24 hours earlier this week. A lot of that is the result of the war in Iran. If you're in Congress right now, what do you do to try to rein in the president's power on that?
We have to pass the War Powers Resolution Act without question. And we already have some allies in the Republican Party that are also in favor of passing it as well and taking back that power for Congress where it belongs in the first place, and making sure that the will of the voters is reflected in Congress and reflected in government. The people do not want to be in this war. They never asked to be in this war. And the fact that we're not even at a place where we can comfortably get enough Democratic votes to get the War Powers Resolution Act is unacceptable. So I hope that we're going to see some more whipping on that front and potentially getting that power back.
What's your response to the president, some Republicans, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who says that this is all about protecting the U.S. and they want to make sure that Iran never gets any kind of a nuclear weapon, and that it's about security?
I would say that's a lie. We've already seen multiple people from the administration, including folks that had left the administration, say that this was a war that showed that there was no present security threat to the American people. There have been multiple sources that say that this was a war that we were goaded into because of Netanyahu. This has nothing to do with protecting the American people whatsoever. And oftentimes what we've seen with these wars is that it ends up protecting the people that are already incredibly wealthy and powerful. And while working people are struggling as a result of this war, with the cost of literally everything rising right now, it's unacceptable that they continue to parrot these lies.
Another big issue in D.C. and right here in Colorado is data privacy. There are bills that have come out in the state and now in Congress at the federal level to rein in the power of the license plate reading cameras and the data that the government collects with them. I'm curious, what's your stance on those?
My stance is that we need to rein in the fact that our privacy is almost non-existent now. And with the threat of AI on the horizon, we need to make sure that we are putting in safeguards into all forms of anything related to our data to make sure that we actually can secure that privacy. That doesn't mean that we have to give up on technologies that could make things safer for folks, but if we're actually interested in public safety, then we need to start focusing on the root cause issue of crime in the first place. And that's not going to be solved with a license plate reader cam. And so making sure that we're protecting our data, making sure that we are actually addressing the issues that lead to crime in the first place, that's what we have to be doing. And again, that rarely happens when you have interests that have so much to benefit from government contracts with license plate reader companies in the first place.
On the flip side, law enforcement says these cameras are so important for them to preventing crime, catching criminals. They've caught murders because of it. They stopped children who were abducted and Amber Alerts, stolen cars. Those are way down here in Denver. Police attribute that directly to the cameras. Are you concerned that if the cameras or the power of them and the data were taken away, that crime could go back up?
I'm concerned with what our priorities are with ending crime in the first place, right? If we are relying on just this technology to be the thing that stops crime from happening, we're not actually focused on addressing the root causes of crime. And there's some much more serious work to be done on making sure that we are giving folks for most basic needs, making sure that it's not inaccessible to have affordable housing, it's not inaccessible to have affordable groceries, so that we're not leading folks down the path of crime in the first place.
All right, Mailwoman running for Congress here in Denver, running against Wanda James and Congresswoman Diana DeGette. Mailwoman, thanks so much for being here today. I appreciate it.
For having me.
We'll be right back here on Colorado Point of View. We are back here on Colorado Point of View. More redistricting could be on the way after the U.S. Supreme Court weakened part of the Voting Rights Act this week. The court struck down this congressional district in Louisiana, ruling that it relied too heavily on race. Chief Justice John Roberts describes it as a snake that stretches for more than 200 miles. The court voted 6-3 along ideological lines, and liberal Justice Elena Kagan writes, and I quote, "The consequences are likely to be far-reaching and grave." The court basically ruled that racial discrimination and gerrymandering must be intentional and clear for it to be unconstitutional. So what are the consequences of this ruling for the midterms, for the majority-minority districts, and for people right here in Colorado? Let's get some insight with our political analyst, Democratic strategist, and senior presidential and gubernatorial advisor, Andy Boyan, and Republican strategist and the president of Advanced Colorado, Michael Fields. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
A lot to get to this week. Let's begin with this ruling from the Supreme Court. What does this mean, big picture, for congressional redistricting this cycle as we go into 2026 and midterms, Michael?
Yeah, that it's not over. We've looked at what happened in Virginia, the 10-1 map. Then you have Florida, who's in the middle of a special session dealing with this. But now it opened it up to more states redrawing their maps, including Louisiana, where they're now stopping a primary election and they're going to redraw the maps. And so there is going to be a change. Other states are talking about doing that. I do think that the longer term impact will be in 2-4 years, not necessarily this one, but there will be a couple states that at least try to redraw the maps based on this new court decision that came out.
Andy, what do you make of this?
So I think it's far more reaching than that. I think it has philosophical problems with the fact that this court, the John Roberts court, has undermined this act for years. And this is the Voting Rights Act of 1965, where blacks and people of color were killed for the color of their skin. And the fact that now we have a court that is siding basically with racism is something that is very scary. What it's allegedly going to do is not let communities of color actually gerrymander in to have people who represent them effectively. And that's a problem with that, this whole issue. It's a slew of problems with it, but the core of it is the night before the voting decision came out, all 6 conservative justices were dining at the White House with the king and the queen. And the next morning, they announced this devastating impact for people of color around this country that they should be worried, they should be concerned. And besides where we're going to redistrict, this has larger and far more reaching impacts about voting in general. That we have to basically go back to where we were at zero in 1965 and fight back for civil rights.
And I think that's ridiculous to say that. Basically, there is no issue with having African Americans or anybody of any race voting in this country right now. This is about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which basically now has been amended to say race can't be why a map is drawn either way, right? So you can't go in and say, we're going to draw a map to lessen African-American representation. You can't say we're going to do it to increase African-American representation. And so you saw that map that you showed at the beginning, where we're putting together places that are 300 miles away from each other in order to draw maps solely based on race. And what this court is saying we're not going to do that. We're going to look at things like competitiveness. We're going to look at things like communities of interest, of looking at this gerrymandering thing. We want it based on other things besides race. And so I think it's actually a very good
absolutely
thing
not
for
the
what is
case.
happening in our country is say, let's get race out of this and make it so that it's about competitiveness. It's about communities of interest, keeping cities together. I mean, that is what we want as a country. And we have representation. Think about somebody like Tim Scott. Think about somebody like Warnock in Georgia representing states in the South that aren't a majority African American. Think about one more. Colorado, 1% of CD2 is African American. Who is representing it? Joe Neguse, who people like in that district, who's a really good guy, is representing them.
Let them elect who they want to elect.
Exactly.
But don't
100%
get the U.S. Supreme Court involved in how courts are redistricting certain parts. The other part of this act, which I think is interesting, is that it lets any Republican state legislature opt out of this, and which means that it can hold the GOP stronghold in places where they already have the stronghold, potentially keeping the U.S. House. This just says one thing. Basically, we can argue about what it says, but at the end of the day, it allows fewer people of color to have access to people that they want to have represent them in Congress. That's a fact. The other thing it does is it reduces the idea that there's an opportunity for anybody who wants to run can run, as we just saw in the earlier segment here, and it doesn't allow the ability for states to choose themselves. Basically, they have to gerrymander themselves out of this, and the court gets to decide. It's a racist decision, and it's a racist decision from day one.
Okay, you talked about Republicans being able to sort of change their districts in their states. Could Democrats do the same thing to try to counter that, as we've seen with the redistricting right now mid-census?
They can, but what happens right now, Matt, is that the U.S. House is controlled by Republicans by very few votes. So right now they can change things and opt out of this decision just to keep it the way it is. So even if, let's say California, for example, that's redistricted legitimately by the voters, if they want to, the court is basically saying, if you want to redistricting, pull it back, you can pull it back to keep those GOP seats safe. And that's not what the intent of the people were. Michael said last week that, he's happy about Texas. Texas didn't allow the people to vote for it. California did. And it is it's an upsetting process in democracy for Republican talking points to be like, well, this is just okay this time. It's going to allow the opportunity for black voters and people and other voters to not have representation they want.
Last week, I said that I wanted independent redistricting across the country, whether it's Texas, whether it's Virginia, whether it's here in Colorado.
But Texas didn't vote for this.
So I guess what I would say is, yes, that Democrats are going to try to counter it. I don't think they can do that this year. I think this is going to be the move you see in Colorado, where they try to put something on. New York has come out saying they might do something. Oregon, Washington. I do think this is going to be a multi-step process because the gerrymandering started. The court just came in and really made it so that, there's going to be more action this year and in future years. But I think Democrats are definitely going to try to counter it in certain states.
Also, what this court did say with this decision is it divided minority groups that have power around them to elect their own folks. So it divided basically communities of color and doesn't allow them to vote for people who they want. So Michael can talk all he wants about how this redistricting, but at the end of the day, this court slammed yesterday the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which Martin Luther King gave his life for, and others to make the law.
Let's talk about Colorado. Does this change what could happen in I shouldn't say special election, but the issue that the amendment that could go on the ballot 2026, this coming midterm election, where the 2028 Colorado would try to override the independent redistricting process that it had?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think two things make that more likely. Virginia doing it and passing it. And then the second thing is that they're looking for seats, right? And so they say, hey, if we can go and pick up 3 seats in Colorado, let's go put that on the ballot this year. It wouldn't impact things until the next election. But every 2 years, all the seats in Congress are up. So every 2 years, there's a huge battle there. So I think it's more likely that Democrats move here. But I think the difference here in Colorado is that we have countermeasures that can stop that from happening, because people do like the independent redistricting. If you give them 2 choices,
I'm sorry, I just don't understand how Michael can be in favor of this. I just don't get it. I mean, I don't understand how someone who, with his intellect and education, can understand that the Voting Rights Act yesterday was pretty much cut right down to the core.
Because African Americans can go and represent anybody, like Jonah Goose is doing in Boulder right now. We don't need to create a district that goes like this across a whole state.
But it's not the
in order
court
to
to decide that.
people in order to do it. We want to elect people based on how good they are at being a politician, how good they are at their character, everything else. We should not be looking at race when drawing maps. But that should be, either side should not be looking at
But the court determined that we will now.
Nope,
that's what the court said yesterday.
They threw it out on both sides.
You talked about people here in Colorado liking the independent redistricting. They certainly did in 2018. They voted 71-29 to approve it. But if things changed in your mind, Andy, for Democrats here and for unaffiliated and Republicans who voted for that?
No, I don't think so. I really don't. As we said last week, I think Colorado maintains the Independent Redistricting Commission because it is, in fact, independent. And what we've seen from yesterday is that the judiciary sticks their nose in places where they're not needed and obviously decides for voters themselves. We should be worried.
And I would say there was no choice in California. There was one map, yes or no. Virginia, one map, yes or no. In Colorado, you're going to have 2 options. Keep the independent redistricting or go with this new map. I think they want to keep the independent redistricting.
All right, quickly, let's get to the latest debate out of the U.S. House and here in Colorado as well. It's about those controversial license plate reading cameras. They're from Blacc, Axon, and other companies. This week at the state capitol, a bill to regulate them was basically shelved, and Congress introduced a new bill to rein them in. It came from Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. The question, this is so interesting. Big brother, you have Republicans who are typically pro-law enforcement now taking on what is widely considered by law enforcement an important tool. Andy, what do you make of this?
Well, first of all, Blacc is the only company, and I did some research on this, Blacc, the only company right now that says that they do turn the information over to ICE. The other ones do not. So Denver City Council last week voted for new cameras and a new contract in Denver for the company that's in Denver to not turn that over to ICE. They approved only 50 cameras. We went from 170 to 50 in Denver in last week's city council meeting. But the problem with that, the problem with that is fewer cameras, obviously fewer criminals we can catch. The good thing about it is that it's not turned over to ICE.
Quickly, on that point, I had one of the executives from ICE on this show about a month ago. You can watch that entire interview online. He promised that Blacc does not share that data from local governments with ICE unless those local governments approve it to.
It's a lie, and I'll tell you exactly why, Matt. So I chair the board of the Cherry Creek Business Improvement District over here in Cherry Creek, and we got rid of the Blacc camera system is in part due to the fact that they do turn that over to ICE. So that's what's controversial about what happened in Denver, what happened in Cherry Creek. So with all due respect to the gentleman that came in here before, that's not true.
Blacc would say that they allow the local government, the agency that has it, to control all that data and share it with who they choose. That's what they would say. Michael, quickly.
Yeah, I would just say we need to make sure data is protected. But the bill that was in the legislature here, the timeline doesn't work. They said you only have 72 hours to work on this. This is stuff that's used in violent crimes, and we need to be able to have tools. When only 28% of crimes are solved in Colorado, we need more tools in order to do it. So I think that has to be a longer, broader term discussion about privacy in the state.
All right, we'll be right back here on Colorado Point of View. Stay there. We are back here on Colorado Point of View. Gentlemen, curious what's on your mind this week. Andy?
Sure. As we tape the show, the House has passed the Homeland Security measure exactly as Democrats had proposed for the last 75 days. So Republicans caved, no money for ICE, and in exchange, DHS. So the irresponsible Republicans finally grew up.
Michael, former Senator Ben Sasse, who's battling pancreatic cancer, had several interviews recently that I think were very insightful. I would encourage people to go listen to what he's saying in, could be the last months of his life.
Right, God bless Ben Sasse. Right, Andy and Michael, my thanks to you. My thanks to Mailwoman Heroes as well. Join us online for your local election headquarters, Election Extra. We'll see you back here on TV next week.
Black woman just, I don't know, wanted to buy a car. think I need a new car soon, but I don't like it because it's depreciation. But when it happens, I certainly don't want to have to be put through this. She was left racist messages at a Wisconsin car dealership. Her name is Carolyn Carolyn Ward. And what happened was she simply tried to purchase a car from the Coons. Are you for real? From the Coons dealership in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. I wouldn't step foot in there. And she received this racist gift from a salesperson at the Coons dealership. Word, who purchased 4 cars from the Coons dealership in the past, said she received the text March 25th from a salesman she had never met. Text messages provided to TMJ4 by Word show that the interaction began when the salesman sent a gift of a waving bear asking, "Is this Carolyn?" That's cute. And whether she was still interested in buying a car. I actually wrote, "This is an insult to ask if I'm a bear. You're trying to be like Trump when he posted the Obamas as a monkey?" And I did tell him I was going to report it, Word said. Word said, while she was on the phone reporting the incident to a dealership manager, the salesman sent another gift showing a dancing ape in a bathing suit. So see, I heard it. You all may not have heard it. Maybe it's just the voices in my head. But as I read the first part, there were some people out there who were saying, I think she's just jumping to conclusions. It's a cute little bear. But do you see what happened subsequently? Look at that. Look at that. Dancing ape in a bathing suit. Word said she felt humiliated, furious, violated. Just makes me feel terrible that someone would portray me as an ape dancing, Word said. Word said the lack of any follow-up call from the dealership manager she spoke with added to her frustration. Greater insult was also when I spoke with the manager and he said he would take care of it. And I didn't receive a call saying sorry or it was a mistake, Word said. Well, he did take care of it. He ignored you. He blocked your number and said, don't pick up for this lady, AKA dancing ape and bear. We don't want to talk to her. He took care of it. That's how they took care of it. After not receiving an immediate apology from the manager, Word hired civil rights attorney William Sultan. Oh, here we go again. It's Coons. It's racist conduct, no apology, no follow through, Sultan said. This is common racist imagery. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that it's wrong, and you should expect someone to be fired. You should expect an apology. Hell, I'd expect a free car. Mike Coons is the regional manager for Coons Auto Group. Folks, can we acknowledge the elephant in the room? I don't care if our last name is Coons. We have to talk about this. I don't care that the last name is Coons. When you're coming together and you're saying, let's form a family business, I know, car dealership. We can't, you gotta think of something different. I once worked with
use your mother's maiden name.
That's part. I once worked with this anchor, great anchor, beautiful, smart, but last name was Lie.
Yeah.
Now, come on. Now, I never said anything to her, but I'm thinking, and then she got married and didn't even use his name. The last name was Lie, and she's a reporter. This is the same thing. And now look what you're accused of. I'd be extra careful. Any Black person who walked through the door needs to be offered a book price, employee discount. But now you've gone the other way, and it's Coons Auto Group. Family owns the company. He said Coons Auto Group is part of ways with the employee and called Word to apologize. Yeah, we feel terrible, Coons said. Ultimately, it was disgusting acts, and that employee is no longer with us at this time, Coons said. Word claimed she did not get a response from Coons until after TMJ4 reached out to Coons about the incident, which is why I read it like that, because he don't give a damn. You understand? If he did, This wouldn't have happened in the first place, because when your name is on the marquee and you're passionate about people and the service industry, no employee does this because they know they're going to catch one. Not what we do here. You dig? You ever go to Costco and see how pretty much everybody treats you the same? Quality assurance. Everything's great. And look at the bulk products you can get. This is what they're doing. And then go to this other box store where they're doing smiley faces and things on stickers, wasting money on that, and the customer service is too often horrible. I'm just saying. Mr. Coons said what he had to say. Sultan said they now want Coons to require anti-racism training for all employees. We know that if you don't train and retrain on this kind of misbehavior will happen, Sultan said. Coons says it's taking steps to make sure its 3,000 employees treat all customers with dignity and respect. We are taking action right now from top to bottom, from executive level to all levels of our organization to ensure these acts don't happen, Coons said. Civil Rights Attorney William Sultan also represents Michaela Starks. She's a biracial woman. Found an oil change sticker with a racial slur on her windshield at a Coons dealership in Oak Creek last year. We X'd out most of it, with a little black bar over it, but I can assure you it starts with N, and we understand the rest. What we don't know is the hard ER at the N or an A, but you understand the intent. While they were supposed to be servicing my car, apparently an employee typed up a racial slur, the N-word, and put it in the comment section of my oil change sticker. They adhered that to my windshield. Starks, age 33, tells People, noting she didn't see the slur until later that day. I sat in my car and I cried for 20 minutes. Milwaukee resident adds of her reaction after noticing the slur emblazoned on the sticker. Coons, Buick GMC, later apologized to her in person. Look, what we need to do is get with Buick and GMC, because this is a contractual matter and you would not be representing my product, putting the N-word on somebody's sticker or an oil change. Employees don't have enough real work to do. They're becoming too creatively racist in their downtime. That seems pretty clear to me. Company later apologized to her in person, fired the employee who typed the slur, issued a lengthy apology on Instagram after she told her story to the media after, and the story spread online. You see how that goes? She didn't mean it at all. My opinion. My fiance, Joey Cope, and his friends, who are all members of the People's Revolution Milwaukee, which is an activist group for Black Lives Matter and Black rights, they all encouraged me to go to the media and just to make the community aware that, hey, this is the type of people who are being employed here, Starks explains. The activists and local residents then protested in front of the dealership. So let's fast forward weeks later. Now it's March 1. Starks received a new car from another dealership, Family Nissan in Inwood, New York. Okay. That's why I named them. Yes, we're going to name them. Family Nissan in Inwood, New York. After owner Ramsey Ricks heard the couple's story broadcast on the news in mid-February. The incident with the oil change sticker happened, so that was pretty painful and harmful, Stark said. The universe shows up in kind of strange ways. And I think the silver lining is that I'm unexpectedly getting a car out of all of this, which would be very helpful for my family. Just so dumb, Coons. That's what you should have done. You wouldn't have people picketing. You wouldn't have had it all over social media. It wouldn't be on Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. But you didn't do that. You let somebody else do it. It's an all-electric Nissan Leaf. Rizek said he wanted her to have that specific car so she'd never have to go back to the source of her pain. We're hoping this helps Michaela by saying, we are with you. We got your back, Rizek added. Even though she's in Wisconsin and we're in New York, we're still family. Now, do you see that? I don't know if they have some kind of a PR machine that's taught the family there in New York and the owner, Rizek, about how to treat a customer and make people feel good and remember their name and keep coming back and to capitalize and turn something negative into positive, lemons into lemonade. I want to give them all the credit in the world, but I will tell you, Jamie, that this was an easy call. This is so easy. And guess what? We know what kind of a person owns this dealership in New York versus Coons, because it happened there. And it's apparently, according to Attorney Sultan, who represents Michaela, not the first time. What say you?
No, of course not the first time. And I want to say this to my brothers and sisters in Wisconsin. First of all, why are you in Wisconsin? Second of all, why are you stepping foot at a location called Coons Auto Dealership? Why are you even there? I think you have tempted fate twice already. Best not push your luck. And I'm under the impression that there is some sort of convention or some forum that's being held, I probably assume every 4 years or so, where races get together and they show off their creative ways of being racist, and there are award ceremonies or whatever, because they keep upping the ante on this creative level of racism. Like, this takes effort to go out your way. It's not like you're doing it in the heat of passion where you're fighting with somebody and the N-word fly out your mouth, because that's what the language you speak. You are going out your way intentionally for no reason whatsoever, but to cause harm and pain to somebody. And so I can only imagine that the reason for that is because you're trying to go for the gold this year. I don't know. I think these gentlemen come close by even working at a place called Coons Auto Dealership, which I think YouTube's probably going to flag us for saying that word 48 times in this story. But I appreciate that the young lady, Miss Carol, for suing, because I think we will continue to see this behavior if folks are not held financially accountable for the decision. So you can miss me with these fancy apologies and thoughts and cares, and we fired this and you need to be coming off your bottom line. And another thing with these trainings, I think her attorney said, we need to implement trainings so stuff like this to happen again. You don't need to be trained not to type the N-word and put on an oil sticker, or not to send a monkey GIF. What kind of training you need? There's no such thing as a training out of racism. Now, I know there's a difference between some unconscious bias and stuff like that people possess unknowingly, but this is well far out of that territory. We ain't talking about no implicit biases. We're talking about some visceral, hardcore, Alabama-style racist. And I think they should be held financially responsible.
Yeah. And that's easy, okay? Dr. King and the bus boycott and people having to walk 10, 20 miles to work, that was hard. Not buying a car from Coons is easy, okay? And you can say, oh, but that's his last name, Sharon. That's not fair. Jamie, you're not being fair. The minute you chose to put it on the marquee, knowing Coons, we can judge you. We can definitely judge you. And I think at this little convention that you speculated about, you said every 4 years, they probably have events in the evening too. And people stand around so-called bonfires, we'll call them, with certain wooden sculptures that would make Jesus blush. That kind of thing, I suspect, is also going on. Maybe they bring marshmallows and chocolate and make s'mores, but you get what I'm pushing here. Okay, do better. And we don't need to train you. We need you to not be racist.
Who was the one celebrity that you met that you didn't have a good experience with?
Well, like I told you, what your prayer was for. You ain't gonna believe this. But yeah, I wasn't impressed with him, but I am very impressed with his acting. I love everything he's ever acted in. I love everything he did. I've followed him. I've looked at him. I can say nothing bad about him, but one-on-one, he's not somebody I want to ask his autograph for because he was so, I just don't want to say anything bad about him because I like this acting, but yeah, I won't tell you what we went through, but I'm going to say Denzel Washington. He's not somebody I will walk up and ask for an autograph ever again. But I love his acting. I like the way he treats his wife. I think he puts his wife into everything, and I think that's very nice, you know. But nope. Not the so, but I think it's because I saw him grow into a good person. He wasn't really a nice person. I saw him grow and change and get better. He got better. He really got better. Yeah. He respects his wife. He puts his wife in everything. Wonderful. But before that, there's a lot of growing up to do. But I admire his art. I like the way he studies and everything, his craft. And it's amazing where he came from and where he then ended up. And I think he's a good thespian. He's a good thespian. Okay, let me say, can I tell you this? Okay. Okay, because when Ali and I was in New York, right? Okay. And there was this place called, back in the day, it was called Greenwich Village, right? A lot of the hippies and the gay people there. And we met this one guy, and Ali said, "You're going to like this guy." Because he would always like surprise me, but that's one thing he would do because he knew I love celebrities. So he would surprise me with certain celebrities, right? So we was around to get off of that, the very first one we did, we was in Cleveland around Don King and them, and they had this big meeting. Don King, it was a fight going on, and in Cleveland, Ohio, and this, so we all went out to the car, okay? And it was where the celebrities were, where I parked their cars and everything. So Muhammad and I, first of all, we had a lot of fun looking at Dracula, because the best Dracula was like Christopher Lee. He was like the craziest Dracula ever because he looked really real, right? He looks really scary. And then we would see Westerns. We look at horror movies and Westerns. And you know how the Westerns and everybody, they start talking trash, and the guy said, let's do a showdown, and everybody start getting out of the way so they won't get shot right there. And Ali would always say, he says, this guy would say, your horse, he said, you better get out of town. You better get out of town fast, and your horse better be fast. And so we were looking, and we turned out it was Wyatt Earp. So rioters in town. He's gonna shoot everybody, right? Wyatt Earp. And the guy who played Wyatt Earp at that time was named Hugh O'Brien. Very handsome white guy with the big black hat and everything. And I used to love to see Wyatt Earp come to town and get rid of all the bad guys. So, and I know his voice. I hear Wyatt Earp's coming. He said, "Yeah, you better get out of town." You know? So when we got married, we was in Chicago. We was in a house, and somebody gave us a house to have. You're going to be married to this sister. We're going to have to give you a house. So we had this house on 85th and Jeffrey. And nice little house, blue velvet and everything, blue and everything. Right on 85th and Jeffrey, right on Main Street. So I was waiting for my husband to come home one night. It was like 3 in the morning. I said, oh, I got to get up and fix some coffee for him. So I'm going to want some coffee. So I lay on the couch. Okay. And then there was a kitchen right there. And Ali, when he come home, he'd come through the garage and come from the kitchen, turn the kitchen light on, and he'd come in, right? And then I'd be in the couch and I'd get up and go fix him some coffee, right? So I'm laying on sleep. I'm sleeping on the couch. And then I heard this guy say, my name was Belinda at the time. He said, Belinda, you better get out of town. Your horse better be fast. And I go, that's not Ali. You know, I know who that was. It sounded like Wyatt Earp. And I go, what did you say? And he said, you better get out of town. Your horse better be fast. I said, oh my God. And I turned around and I saw Wyatt Earp standing like this in my kitchen, right? and I go, Wyatt Earp. And Ali hit the switch on the light, and it was Hugh O'Brien in my kitchen, right? And I'm going, oh my God. And I swear, I think I jumped up so high, I think I touched the ceiling. But instead of me running toward Hugh O'Brien, I went toward the dining room window to see if his horse was outside. That was terrible. So anyway, and then I went over and I hugged him. I said, what are you doing? He said, well, Hugh O'Brien said, well, I'm in town. I'm at the Chicago Theater. I did a play here, downtown Chicago, and your husband wanted me to bring you all the way to your house to see you because he told me you liked Hugh O'Brien. Now, that was one incident. The other incident, I was in Cleveland, Ohio. And Ali said, Kalila, go over there, see that tall gentleman over there with the little Sherlock Holmes coat on? Just touch him and tell him I want to see him for a second. I said, a tall guy with the English coat. And he said, yeah. So I go over there and I tapped him on the shoulder. And he turns around and this Dracula thing go, wah, like that. And it was Christopher Lee, Dracula. And I screamed. And I go, oh my God, Ali, you shouldn't have done that to me. And that's how he would surprise me all the time. So when we was going back to Greenwich Village, he said, my wife's gonna love this. He said, we're going to somebody's house. And we go into Greenwich Village, into this apartment building, and we go in, there's books everywhere, just books and books. And little black man sitting at a desk. And you know who that man was? And he said, hello, how are you? Very properly. And you know who that man was? I screamed and almost fainted. It was James Baldwin, the writer. Activist, writer, you name it. And he sit there and just talked about this and talked about that. And I'm like, oh my goodness. And I couldn't believe it. I said, can I have your autograph? And he said, yes, I'll give you autograph. And he spoke so properly. And the only person I knew that spoke that properly, I didn't realize that he was gay. Gay people speak proper at that time. They just spoke perfect English. And I just thought they just spoke proper. I didn't think about being gay or anything. I just thought they were proper. I got a cousin like that. Anyway, so I got to learn who James Baldwin was. And it was a big historical moment. And another thing, that's what Ali used to do, surprise me with celebrities. I got a kick out of that. Mm-hmm.
Building's doors. Some marchers managed to get inside, and now the Institute itself is surrounded. What happens next is documented in congressional testimony, military reports, and eyewitness accounts, and it's medieval in its brutality. The police and the mob fire into the building, through the windows, through the doors. Men inside are shot while huddled against walls, while trying to find cover, while trying to surrender. And here's the detail that gets me every time. People who waved white handkerchiefs, the universal sign of surrender, were shot anyway. Men who raised their hands and walked out the door were beaten, clubbed, and some were shot dead in the street. The mob entered the building multiple times during the attack, pulling people out, delegates, supporters, random bystanders who'd wandered in seeking shelter, and attacking them in the street or finishing them off then and there. Witnesses later testified in front of Congress that police officers chased wounded men for blocks. Men who were already shot, bleeding, dragging themselves away, were run down and killed to make sure they were finished. This isn't speculation, this is sworn testimony. The attack lasted for hours, not minutes, hours. The federal troops that General Baird had requested permission to deploy, still in their barracks, no authorization ever came. Thomas Conway, who served as the Assistant Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, arrived on the scene while it was still happening. He described seeing bodies in the street. He described police officers he recognized. Police officers, men with badges, agents of the law, participating actively in the killing. It wasn't until evening that federal soldiers finally moved in. Martial law was declared. The killing stopped. And when the soldiers walked through the Mechanics Institute, through the building where the convention had been held, they found blood on the floors, bullet holes in the walls, overturned furniture, and bodies. The official death toll, 38 killed, 34 black, 3 white Republican delegates, 1 white protester. Over 146 wounded, about 200 arrested, mostly black men, the victims, arrested by the same police who had just massacred them. But here's what the official numbers almost certainly miss. Historians like Gilles Vandal estimate 40 to 50 black Americans killed, with some accounts, including congressional testimony, suggesting the real number was close to 200 when you count those who died of wounds in the following days and those whose deaths were never officially recorded. Because in 1866 in Louisiana, the people keeping the records were the same people who committed the massacre. General Philip Sheridan, the commanding U.S. military general for the region, was in Texas when it happened. When he returned to New Orleans and reviewed what had occurred, he wrote a report to Ulysses S. Grant at the War Department, and his words, even 160 years later, hit hard. He wrote that the peaceful delegates and their supporters had been attacked with firearms, clubs, and knives in a manner so unnecessary and atrocious as to compel me to say that it was murder. And then he wrote the line that became the definitive verdict on what happened. It was no riot, it was an absolute massacre by the police, which was not excelled in murderous cruelty by that of Fort Pillow. It was a murder that the mayor and police of the city perpetrated without the shadow of necessity. He compared it to Fort Pillow. Fort Pillow was the 1864 massacre where Confederate soldiers slaughtered surrendering black Union soldiers. Philip Sheridan, a Civil War general, a man who had seen real combat, said what happened in New Orleans was just as bad. The police of a major American city committed a massacre against unarmed civilians trying to expand voting rights, and the president knew it might happen and deliberately withheld the military protection that could have stopped it. Here's where it gets almost darkly fascinating, because within hours of the massacre, the propaganda war started. Louisiana's white supremacist newspapers did not miss a beat. The New Orleans Times ran stories blaming the black marchers for starting the violence. The riot was commenced in every instance by Negroes, spurred on by white men, they wrote. They called it a justified police response to an insurrection. Sound familiar? The victims get blamed for their own massacre. The people who were shot while waving white handkerchiefs are reframed as dangerous agitators who brought it on themselves. But here's what was different in 1866 that wasn't different in earlier massacres: the telegraph. For the first time in American history, reporters could transmit detailed dispatches across the country almost instantly. Northern newspapers, the New York Tribune, the New York Times, were getting eyewitness accounts, military telegrams, first-hand reports from their correspondents in New Orleans within hours of the massacre. And the contrast between the Southern spin and what actually happened was so jarring, so obvious, so documented, that it created a credibility earthquake in the North. People who had been exhausted by the war, people who just wanted things to go back to normal, who were willing to let Johnson's soft reconstruction play out, read about Black Union veterans being shot in the street while waving white flags, and said, enough. The political cartoonist Thomas Nast, the man who is largely responsible for inventing the visual language of American political cartoons, drew a piece for Harper's Weekly that became one of the most famous cartoons of the 19th century. He depicted President Andrew Johnson as a Roman emperor in full toga, sitting on a throne, watching impassively as Black Christian martyrs were being slaughtered in the arena below. The arena is labeled New Orleans. Johnson's soldiers, labeled Monroe Police, the Confederate soldiers in blue uniforms. It was brutal, it was clear, and it reached hundreds of thousands of readers. Andrew Johnson, for his part, tried to distance himself. He claimed the convention had been illegal. He said the violence was unfortunate but understandable given the provocation. He was in the middle of his Swing Around the Circle tour, a whistle-stop campaign across the country to build public support for his Reconstruction policies when the massacre happened. The crowds he was speaking to, they already knew what had happened, and they were furious. Johnson's approval in the North cratered, and the political fallout was immediate and massive. In the 1866 midterm elections, held just a few months after the massacre, the radical Republicans won a supermajority in both the House and the Senate. We're talking 77% of congressional seats, enough to override any presidential veto, which is exactly what they started doing. Within months, Benjamin Butler, a congressman from Massachusetts, was already drafting articles of impeachment against Johnson, with the New Orleans massacre listed as one of the specific charges. He accused Johnson of unlawfully, corruptly, and wickedly confederating and conspiring with Mayor Monroe and others in connection with the massacre. Johnson was eventually impeached in 1868, primarily over a different issue, the Tenure of Office Act, but the New Orleans massacre was part of the congressional report recommending impeachment. It was listed as the 16th of 17 acts of presidential malfeasance. The report described the massacre as the murder of loyal citizens in New Orleans by a Confederate mob pretending to act as a police. And then came the laws. The Reconstruction Acts of 1867, passed over Johnson's veto, divided the former Confederate states into 5 military districts, placed them under direct federal military control, and required them to ratify new state constitutions that guaranteed Black men the right to vote before they could be readmitted to the Union. Louisiana was placed in the 5th Military District, commanded by, you guessed it, General Philip Sheridan. One of his first acts, he removed Mayor Monroe from office, fired the state attorney general, dismissed a judge, replaced them all with Republicans. The man who orchestrated the massacre lost his job to the general who called it a massacre. And most importantly, the 14th Amendment, the amendment that guarantees citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, that says no state can deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law or deny equal protection of the laws. The amendment that has been cited in thousands of Supreme Court cases over the past 160 years. The brutality of New Orleans, alongside the Memphis massacre earlier in 1866, is what convinced enough members of Congress that you couldn't just trust states to protect civil rights. You had to bake it into the Constitution itself. The 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868. The 15th Amendment, guaranteeing black men's right to vote, followed in 1870. All of it, the entire constitutional framework of civil rights in America, was forged in part in the blood spilled on the streets of New Orleans on July 30th, 1866. Here's the thing I keep coming back to when I think about this story. This wasn't some backwater outpost. This was a major American city, the biggest city in the South, and the government, the local government, organized and participated in a massacre of its own citizens for the crime of wanting to vote. And then the federal government, through inaction, through deliberate bureaucratic delay, through a president who had already signaled to the South that he wouldn't stop them, let it happen. And for decades, this was called a riot. That word, riot, was doing a lot of work. It implies spontaneous chaos. It implies mutual culpability. It implies that nobody planned it and everybody was a little at fault. That word helped erase what actually happened. Philip Sheridan knew that. He refused to use it. He called it a massacre in 1866, and historians have largely confirmed his verdict in the 150 years since. The Mechanics Institute building still exists today, though it's been repurposed many times. It's on the site where the Roosevelt Hotel now stands in New Orleans. There is no major monument, no national recognition on the scale of what happened there. But here's the twist, and I mean this seriously. The people who died in that building, on those streets, on July 30th, 1866, won. Not immediately, not without another 100 years of brutal, ongoing struggle, but the political earthquake their deaths produced, the constitutional amendments that are still the backbone of American civil rights law today. They were killed trying to expand democracy, and their deaths made democracy's expansion impossible to stop. That's not a comfortable story. It's not a triumphant story. It's a story about how progress is paid for in blood and outrage and the refusal to let something be called anything other than what it was. A massacre. Planned by the mayor, executed by the police, enabled by the president. And one military general far away in Texas when it happened, he came back, looked at what his country had done, and wrote the truth. It was no riot. It was an absolute massacre. If this is the first time you're hearing about the New Orleans massacre of 1866, I get it. Most people have. Drop a comment below.
I appreciate y'all tapping in. I'm going to end the live now. We've got 7 hours. That's more than enough. So shout out to Claude for coming through. Shout out to America since 1776. Shout out to Cowdog coming through again. Shout out to Battle Zone. Shout out to Danielle Gentry. Genty. Shout out to Immoral Cole. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Jen. Shout out to a whole bunch of people. We got a bunch of people that tapped in tonight. I appreciate all y'all. Jen, Dondi, Church. Make sure y'all check out Church. Make sure y'all sub up his channel. Signal Corpse. Who else is in here? Goddess Nobby. Mountain Plains. Kukizi. Cut from a different cloth. Banana. Twin. Who is this? Anthony something. Who is this person? Anthony something. Anthony Flint. Appreciate you tapping in. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button on your way out. And I think that was everybody. And Shabaka, of course. Mr. Sandman crept on me too. But I'm gonna have to close it out. So I appreciate y'all staying up late. Anybody that I didn't mention, I apologize. Charge it to my heart, not my mind. And I will catch y'all later on today after City Council for Frontline Black News, Season 6, Episode 24, Part 3. So in the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Oh, the Lunatic Libertarian, appreciate you tapping in. James, appreciate you tapping in. The Indiana dude who tapped in. And anybody that was speaking and not speaking that tapped in as well. I think I got everybody. Yeah. So I'll see y'all at the City Council for Frontline Black News. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Jay Nkrumah, Jesse Paris on the ballot for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado, signing out from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.